It's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday show with everyone's favorites, the biggest fan of Cornel West, Adam Brendan.
Am I? I mean, I kind of like Cornel West. I'm not gonna lie, but
Really? Okay.
yeah. I mean, I'm not a hater or anything. Do you? I mean, do you have an opinion on Cornel West?
I'm kind of a hater.
Are you really?
Hater,
Oh wow.
yeah.
Okay, so this might be an interesting stream then.
Yeah. Well, this stream is like
you don't like the brother.
No.
My brother. My
brother. My sister. No, I don't like any of that.
Brother. You don't like that?
No.
What's up, my brother?
I don't like that. I don't like his opinions at all. I'm focusing on his opinions, not his elocution. But no, it's just he has the kind of America bad mindset that infects so many people, and maybe a little triggered. I'm not gonna lie. I'm like,
well, I don't like the America bad mindset. That I don't like, but I mean, I do like my brothers.
It goes a long way to smooth it over, huh?
Stylistically, I think he's cool, man. He's got moxie.
Okay. Well, I guess it makes sense because Calvin Pafford for $20. Thank you. Says Adam likes Cornel West. Adam's like the Cornel West of Reasonable People, and also he is gay. Oh, there you go. CP24. Thank you.
Cool.
Thank you. Well, so this is a very interesting conversation. This is very much like the meme, the "Let Them Fight" meme. This is how I perceive this conversation. We have two individuals that I'm not very much a fan of, basically fighting over some very silly topics, like who's a bigger fascist and things of that nature. Do we live in a fascist America? You know where this is all going. I thought this conversation was pretty hilarious to watch.
Well, yeah, and I'm obviously going to be chiming in on the human aspect of it, which I find very, very interesting. I'm not sure if Jimmy Dore is applying for a job here or like what exactly is going on.
Right.
Obviously we're in a heated election season. I feel like Jimmy Dore has a job though, so I don't.
Yeah. Well, we'll talk about that because I watched the before video for this and the after video for this, and some interesting extra commentary that Jimmy kind of throws out there that creates context to this all.
Right. Yeah. That's good stuff. Great stuff. Yeah. So this will be fun. I've been looking forward to this for a couple days now. So.
Yes. Thank you so much. Twitter Sucks for the 20 gifted memberships. Thank you. It's incredibly generous. And Mr. Ubercross, thank you for the 20 gifted memberships.
Oh yeah. Sweet.
Thanks so much. And Caleb the Cynic, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships.
We got to recruit Mr. Ubercross for that MMT stream. One of my biggest MMT
I know
Mr.
Ubercross is a massive MMT fan.
No,
he loves MMT.
Look, he hates MMT.
He wants to roll. He's like Scrooge McDuck, and MMT is the gold that he wants to roll around in.
Don't do that to our fans. Come on, Sitch. Be nice.
Mr. Ubercross hates MMT.
There you go. That's true.
Okay.
Oh, look, and Lucy Lemonbug gave 5 gifted subs too. Welcome,
thanks so much,
new
Lucy
members,
for the 5 gifted subs. Oh
look
my
at
god!
This.
And thanks so much, Mark Twain's Revenge, for the 10 gifted subs. Oh my god!
Look at this. Welcome, new members. Oh my god! Right. It's raining memberships here.
It's raining memberships. Look at this. And money on just Understate. Thank you for the 20 Canadian. Says, what did you guys think of Sargon sparring on Twitter with Chris Raygun, suggesting Chris effectively enables the STWs? I'm assuming you meant SJWs.
Yeah, but STWs is kind of interesting.
Suggesting Chris effectively enables the STDs.
Let's talk about that.
We'll talk about that later. I haven't actually seen that Twitter interaction, so maybe later in the stream I'll look it up.
But thank you for pointing it out, because obviously, look,
sounds like
we're going to check that out.
Drama, yeah. So anyway, let's jump into the video. I do feel like Jimmy Dore's avatar here, his little picture here, is like the perfect picture for him.
Right.
Just him screaming into his own ear as loud as he can.
Jimmy, that'll make you go deaf. What are you doing? Knock that off. It's not good for your health.
It's like, I want a picture that perfectly encapsulates my echo chamber. Here it is. Here it is.
Oh my goodness. I never thought of it that way, but I'm so glad that you pointed it out. Look, at also Look, it also implies that Jimmy has no brain because look, it's just going right through his head and coming out the other ear.
There you go. The sound goes in one ear, right out the other. True. I mean, listen, he's already heard what he's saying because he's saying it, so he doesn't need to hear it a second time.
Oh my God. Oh, that's hilarious. That is so good.
Welcome back to the show, Dr. Cornel West.
Oh, thank you, my dear brother.
How can you not love that? Sitch.
Stop.
Sitch.
Stop.
Sitch. Welcome to the show, my dear brother. How can you not? Look, it's amazing. It is amazing. I cannot tell you how cool that is.
Oh my God, why do you even like that?
Look, Sitch, it's cool. Just
okay.
learn to love it.
Okay.
When I think about you, I think of George Carlin. You know, the Union Seminary is right across the street from George Carlin Place.
Oh, really? No kidding.
What a grand genius. He grew up on 121st and Broadway next to Corpus Christi Church, and they got a beautiful sign saluting him. And beside Richard Pryor, he's got to be one of the greatest comic geniuses of the last 50 years, my brother.
Well, I certainly wish he was still alive right now because I know he would see through all the propaganda that we've been living through, at least since 2015. But
so he starts it off by comparing Jimmy Dore to George Carlin. Oh my God.
And Richard Pryor by proxy. Yeah.
What a undeserved compliment.
Well, look, I think Jimmy Dore is funny, but obviously, yeah, we're talking about two comedians that are like arguably, maybe the top comedians ever. I mean, you could definitely make that argument with George Carlin and Richard Pryor. So, yeah.
Not my
I'm curious.
choices, but definitely a lot of people have argued them at the top. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, who would be the top? Like Eddie Murphy's obviously in the running. He's totally legendary. Yeah, that's a tough call.
Sure.
There's a lot of really great comedians. So, yeah.
I want to just before we start, I want to get this out there because some people misunderstood my coverage of your appearance with Anderson Cooper, and they took it as an attack on you when I was merely trying to help you get the message right about the Ukraine war. Because as a radical, part of your job is to educate people on what's actually happening, and you have to be crystal clear in explaining it to people, especially about what's happening in Ukraine. So,
wow. I mean, wasn't Jimmy Dore on our show to talk about Ukraine? I mean, you'd think.
Maybe when he ran away? You mean where Jimmy the Door headed for the door? That conversation?
Well, I'm just struck, Sitch, by this intro. This intro is kind of giving me flashbacks of when Jimmy Dore was on our show.
Yeah.
And you said something very, very similar to him about getting the facts right on Ukraine, right? Yeah. And how did he respond to that?
He said, "I'm out of here, sucker." Dun, 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 dun. And he sidestepped. He crab shuffle walked right out that door going whoop, 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 whoop.
So we've been critical of Jimmy Dore's facts on Ukraine. That's one of the reasons why we're excited to have him on the show. Sitch wanted to have a conversation with him, good faith conversation like we like to have on the show about what those facts are, what evidence we have for those facts. And Jimmy Dore basically just skedaddled. Right. So tell me, this set of facts that he's going to explain to Cornel West, you think they're accurate?
Oh my God. Well, I don't think he gets into them too much in this conversation, but I did watch his Cornel West and Anderson Cooper coverage, and I wrote down a summary of Jimmy Dore's position.
Okay.
Okay, ready? It's NATO bad, NATO bad, 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 NATO bad, 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 NATO bad. Wow. NATO bad. NATO bad.
Well, Sitch.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I want you to finish. I mean, if there's more.
Okay, I'll give you the actual summary. Okay, NATO caused the war. Classic. NATO is an evil organization that only exists to stop Russian trade. I never heard that one before. I don't even know what that was in reference to. He used the word hegemonic power a lot of times. Classic word salad. He brought up the Newland phone call.
Oh,
A
wow.
classic, a favorite.
You were going to bring that up on the show when he was here.
I know.
Look, he could have had a conversation with us about the Newland phone call. Maybe get an interesting other perspective.
Maybe get the facts correct for once in his life. He brought up the whole 1 inch east line, you know, that old chestnut.
Right, yeah.
He said that NATO provoked the entire war and that it's 100% NATO's fault.
Oh, wow.
Okay. He said if it wasn't for NATO, there would be peace in Ukraine.
Did he have an earpiece from Putin in his ear at the time?
I don't know. It's a good question. He said America is the world's terrorist.
Okay.
This was interesting. Now, he got mad at Cornel West in the conversation because Cornel West agreed with Anderson Cooper that Russia invading Ukraine was a criminal investigation.
A criminal act?
I mean, criminal invasion.
Right, yes.
Right.
So Jimmy Dore doesn't think that Russia invading Ukraine was a criminal invasion?
I don't know. He didn't say. So Cornel West agrees with Anderson Cooper because Cornel West is very against NATO and helping Ukraine and all that stuff. But he agreed with Anderson Cooper that it was a criminal invasion by Russia, and this really bothered Jimmy and upset him. I don't know
because
why.
Jimmy likes the narrative that it's America's fault, that Jimmy believes, and we don't believe this, that there was a coup in 2014, right?
Yeah, right.
That America was involved in, and that Ukraine has ever since then been a vassal state of the United States. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but even if you have this stupid narrative that it's all NATO's fault, it's all America's fault, America did everything bad, America, the most bad country in the bad world, even if you believe all that, you would, I mean, typically when I hear people make this argument, they still say, yeah, Russia should not have invaded Ukraine and shouldn't be killing thousands and thousands of people. So I didn't understand why that was triggering to Jimmy. I didn't understand exactly what his position was here, but
we have a debate with Sitch and Dave Smith on the channel. The first one was actually the complete mess that Jimmy Dore joined the stream and then left in the middle of it, and Kurt was pretty much yelling at Sitch the entire time. Like it's just like it's virtually unwatchable. But Dave Smith was nice enough to come back for a second talk, which is here on the channel, which they did go through the Newland phone call in that talk. And I mean, Sitch is reading quotes from the phone call that are it's undeniable that Sitch's narrative is correct. And Dave Smith is kind of grabbing for anything he can hold on to maintain his version of events. And I mean, it's just comical. It's totally comical. So I encourage you to go back and listen to that, but that's not why I bring it up. I bring it up because in the very beginning of that dialogue, Sitch and I had decided to write something out to kind of let Dave off the hook with these charges that you're a Putin simp, or you are not you're in favor of Russia invading sovereign countries. And I do remember, I listened to it quite recently, that in the opening statement, you had said, look, I don't think that you believe, what Russia did was okay. You don't agree with that position. Now that's a mischaracterization of your position. And Dave Smith thanked you for making that thing. So this situation is kind of very similar to that.
Yeah, but that's why I thought it was weird that that's why I didn't understand why he was mad at Cornel West for agreeing as a criminal. I was like, what? Like, I don't know.
Cornel West has the Dave Smith position.
Yes. Yeah. Most people that are against helping Ukraine have that position of what Putin is doing is evil and wrong, but they don't want to support, America giving them weapons or whatever for various reasons.
Sure.
So
I have that position.
It was strange to me that Jimmy seemed to have a problem with this. I don't know if I thought that Jimmy had that position that the other people had. Maybe he's changed on it because he kept bringing up the whole, the Ukrainians are murdering people in the Donbass. So maybe I don't know if I don't know if his position on it has changed over time. I don't know if he's pro-Russia invading Ukraine. I have no clue what's going on there.
Sure.
So,
and look, we'd love to have Jimmy on the channel. We'd love a chance to talk to Jimmy about this stuff. Look, Sitch, when you when you cackle uncontrollably in the background while I'm making a good faith offer. Sitch.
I'm sorry, continue.
Look, it makes it. Okay, well, let's just move on.
He's not gonna come back on. Okay, I know you're trying. You're trying real hard, but
look, I feel like, how about this? We'll make a $500 bet, and then I can offer him half of the bet if he comes, if he actually comes on the show.
Okay, I like that's a good idea. We'll
no. Look, I don't think he's not going to come on for $250, and I'm not going to do it for free.
So, but there's two more fun things that are interesting about the whole Anderson Cooper conversation. First was that Kurt was on that show. Your good friend Kurt, and it's weird whenever
on the thing with Anderson Cooper.
Yes, he was on the clip. Well, no, he wasn't on Anderson Cooper.
Okay,
he was on the clip with Jimmy when they were criticizing Cornel
So
West's
Jimmy
parents.
Dore and Kurt Metzger were talking about Cornel West on Anderson Cooper, and they did a clip about it, right?
Yes.
And it got back to Cornel West, and he was like, "Brother, why are you insulting me on your YouTube channel?"
I don't know. I don't think he ever responded to it, which is why Jimmy's kind of trying to do this. Like, listen, I mean, and to be fair, in the clip, like he's sort of criticizing Cornel West for not like holding his position strong enough against Anderson Cooper, but it wasn't like he wasn't like crapping on him or anything.
Right.
Like, it wasn't like, oh, you suck or anything, blah, blah, blah. He was just like, no, you're letting him run over you. You're letting him talk over you. You know, you're not aggressive enough in the conversation, blah, 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 blah. So that is, it is fair.
Okay. That's cool.
But it's just funny because, like, I don't know why this is. Like, when there are other people, like, on Jimmy's show that are talking and it cuts to them like a normal camera shot. Like, it just cuts to them. I assume they're in the same studio or something, and they're just sitting somewhere else and it just cuts to them. Like, you know, on any other show, and, you know, that does this. But it's really weird for whenever Kurt, instead of cutting to Kurt like normal, he like pops up in a little box in the top left of the screen. It's so like he's like a little tiny person just pops up there to like say whatever his comment is. There's like whatever crazy ramblings, you know, that Kurt's gonna put out there. I don't know why it's structured that way. It's so strange.
I don't know.
It's very weird. Like, oh, it's a little Kurt box. But the thing that the human element that you probably want to that might be interesting is that in the Anderson Cooper conversation, and he says this comes up a little bit in this, and this comes up after this, Jimmy keeps bringing up the fact that he privately was trying to reach out to Cornel West, it seems like multiple times, to help him work on messaging.
Right.
And now he doesn't say this, but my impression from the way he's saying it is that Cornel West essentially never responded to these offers.
Right.
And Jimmy seems a little upset by it. He's like, I offered for free to give you my time to help you with messaging. There's just, you know, ghosted.
Right. That's the part where I'm thinking, is he looking for a job, like a campaign manager position or something like that? I don't know.
People took that as me trying to attack you when I was doing it more as a coach, trying to help you and get it right. And that's
so condescending.
Isn't it?
It is so.
It's so egotistical.
Don't you think? I mean, look at the look on Cornel West's face. Like, the brother has gone right out of him. Cornel West is like, okay.
Normally, I would agree with you, except I feel like that's always Cornel's face. He's always making like weird faces. So I'm not sure exactly what emotions he's ever trying to convey.
Okay. We'll see.
Seriously,
we'll see how this is.
It's like even before this, he was making weird faces. So I don't know. I would agree with you normally, but
that's what I'm going to be doing in this interview also, because I was thrilled to hear that you're running third party. You got more courage than I do to do it. You're a better man than me. And so I appreciate you doing it, because you're getting the message out there about the Ukraine war, about the two-party duopoly. This is really important. And so if I just want to tell people, so if it seems like I'm being critical of Cornel West from here going forward to the election, what it is going to be is me trying to help make his message even better than it is, because I think it's really important that his message get out there. That's what this is about. So anyway, I just wanted to clear that up.
Oh, sure. I think the important thing always is, brother, that we the anthem of Black folk is lift every voice, not lift every echo. You got a voice, I've got a voice. Our voices overlap. Our voices can have tension. Our voices can conflict. We can learn from one another. We proceed. We've got a similar critique of the predatory capitalist society. We've got similar critique of a whole host of issues, and certain things we disagree with. Well, that's understandable too. I'm learning from you, you learning from me. But it's the respect more than anything else that's crucial here. And I think I appreciate you starting off with that kind of a reflection, my brother. Very much.
Now, aside from the anti-capitalist rhetoric, what's to disagree about that message? We're trying to figure it out with mutual respect.
Yeah, no, I agree that at least in the beginning of this, and I think for most of the conversation, even though I completely disagree with most of Cornel West's positions on everything, he is coming at this conversation far more respectful, and definitely in the beginning, very respectful, in a way that Jimmy obviously does not.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, starting the Jimmy obviously starts the conversation off very sort of egotistically. I'm gonna fix you, Cornel.
Yeah.
Okay. You don't
I'm here to
understand this.
school
I'm gonna
you.
Fix you. Right. I'm
Listen,
make
old
you
timer.
better.
Listen, boomer.
Right.
I'm here to fix it up for you.
Even though I'm sure they're like the same age. Okay.
Cornel West has 10 years on Jimmy Dore. Easily.
I don't feel like that's true.
Okay. Well,
Jimmy
Dore, we can
Dore
fact check it.
Age.
Every time you fact check Adam, it turns out that I'm correct though. So I mean
more than you're not.
Well, good.
What are
the ages?
He is 58.
Okay.
Jimmy Dore is 58.
Jimmy Dore is 58.
Yes.
Okay. I thought Jimmy Dore was younger, so maybe.
Oh,
you're
wow.
correct.
I guess you were right.
68.
70.
Oh, look.
He looks
12
pretty
years.
good for 70.
I was only 2 years off.
I mean, he looks pretty good for 70. Jimmy doesn't look, Jimmy doesn't look awful, but
So Jimmy's Gen X, and Cornel West is boomer.
He's boomer.
Look at that.
Look at that.
Let me school you, boomer.
Let me school you, boomer. Oh, it's funny, too. So kind of watching this in retrospect from after seeing kind of the fallout, because so Jimmy has a very nasty habit of basically accusing everyone that disagrees with him as intentionally being deceptive, as opposed to just having a disagreement.
Yeah, that's horrible.
Yeah, he has like the peak, like 3-year-old brain of assuming everyone in the world knows exactly what he knows. He kind of said this in the Anderson Cooper coverage. They were kind of assuming that Anderson either knew the truth about Ukraine and was lying, or Anderson kind of vaguely knew the truth and was being willfully ignorant, so he could maintain his ignorance about Ukraine, as opposed to just having a difference of opinion. And when you have that perspective, I think that's part of what makes people get very angry in these conversations and not be respectful, is because you're basically walking into the conversation assuming if the person doesn't agree with you, then they must be lying, which obviously is going to make you angry.
Right. This is the old lying or stupid split.
Well, no,
neither of those is a good pick.
Jimmy's going from mostly people are just lying.
Right.
He's not even. I don't even think he's really opting the stupid. But
right. Yeah, both are bad.
So now people make a big deal out of the fact that you endorsed Joe Biden in 2020, and now you're running against him. And the reason what was the reason you endorsed him in 2020, and what has changed since?
Yeah, one, I was thoroughly convinced that we needed an anti-fascist coalition, and that included the kind of milquetoast warmongering neoliberals like Biden.
I missed it. What I miss?
He's like, we needed a coalition against fascism. So he's labeling Trump a fascist. First of all, this is hilarious in all of this. He's labeling Trump a fascist. This is before Trump has been president, by the way. Okay, this is in before the election. Right, so it's 2015. He's labeling Trump a fascist, and then he's calling Biden a milquetoast neoliberal warmonger, which, all right, I guess.
Francis Fukuyama.
Right, 2019, but yeah.
Francis Fukuyama labels fascism as just white nationalism. And I really think that's a good I think that's a good shorthand. When people say fascist, I do think that's what they mean. They mean white nationalist.
I think you are correct. I think they generally mean authoritarian white nationalist. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is not accurate. They really
Well,
want to say
I mean,
they really want to say Nazism, but it's like the label Nazi has been so overused and it's so seemingly hyperbolic that they're like, well, you can't label Trump a Nazi, so label him a fascist.
Well, I know that obviously you and Dev and all the people who studied every detail of fascist philosophy are going to
Dev
disagree.
far more than me, but
right, okay. But Fukuyama backs it up with, I guess, several European countries. Just that is the definition of fascism there. So he's like, it's convenient.
okay, but they're wrong.
Well, I mean, okay. That's
an element of Nazism, obviously. It's a massive element of Nazism, but.
Look, I understand that you can make that declaration. You can have that perspective. I just think it's a useful shorthand to just think of it as white nationalism.
I don't, because as I said, I really think I think it's only used the way that I said, that they want to say he's a Nazi, but they don't want to use that label because it's been overused. So they're kind of searching for something else. And so they've landed on fascist.
Right, but don't they mean white nationalists, that Trump is a white nationalist? Do you think they would object to you if Cornel West came out and said that Trump is a white nationalist? You think they would object to that?
No, but then why doesn't he just say that? Just say
because,
what you mean.
Look, he wants to hide behind the term fascist, just like you said.
That's my critique. That's my problem with it.
Right, but I'm just, like, for clarity's sake. All I'm saying is just for clarity's sake. There are a lot of people in the world that hear fascist and they don't have a clear understanding of what the person means. I think if you just translate fascist to white nationalist in your head, I think you'll be right 99% of the time.
Yeah, but here's a problem. This
if you're talking to Dev, you probably won't be right, but I mean, most people you will be right.
Yeah, but here's the issue, and this is going to come from this conversation. They're going to accuse America of having the same economic structure as fascism, and that's completely untrue.
Yeah, it is untrue.
They don't understand what corporatism is.
It is untrue, but half the time Cornel West is talking about white supremacy. Why do you think he's talking about capitalism in the context of white supremacy?
Right. But that's why I'm saying these labels are important, because, and we'll talk about it when we get there, they don't understand what fascist economic policies are, even though it's ironically, hilariously enough, both Cornel West and Jimmy Dore would be far more on board with fascist economic policies than they would with capitalist economic policies.
Right. Well, look, I don't want to have a long, protracted dialogue about definitions. I think that the white nationalist definition is the substance of what they're saying. I think when people are saying, well, you're using fascist incorrectly, fascist has this philosophical bent that you're totally missing out on, I just think it sidesteps the substance of the conversation.
Well,
I think then you are debating definitions. You're like, no, you need to use the correct definition of fascist.
This is my position on it.
Okay.
I'm fine if I'm having a conversation with someone and I'd want them to be clear and say, well, just say you're using the word fascist wrong. Just say white nationalist or white supremacist, whatever you actually mean by that.
Yes.
Because I wouldn't accept this if I was talking to someone and they kept saying CRT, and I'm like, well, what do you mean by CRT? And they just meant, I don't know,
civil
racism or civil rights or teaching Black history or something. I'd say, well, that's not CRT. So stop using the word CRT to describe this thing. Just say what you actually mean.
Look, and then you're having a debate about definitions of words.
Yeah, but
which I try to sidestep all the time. I'm like, okay, well, let's not use that word. Let's just use white nationalists, if that's what you mean.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Yes, I'm fine. I am fine doing that, saying, let's just use this word. We all agree on the word. But I'm not going to let them get away with redefining
using
the word
words incorrectly.
Well, no, because it's done for a very specific political
reason. I agree. Look, I agree. And if you want, I try to separate the debate into the two debates.
I understand.
There is the debate about should we be redefining words deceptively to win political arguments and for some sort of nefarious political advocation. No, but that's a completely separate debate that often derails a conversation about white nationalism.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
And now it's fairly clear. Biden had 4 years. He had 4 years to steal the thunder from any kind of Trump challenge. 4 years to try to speak to the needs of poor and working people. 4 years to try to cut back on the military adventurism. That's been characteristic of his whole career. And it's clear to me now that if the only opposition to the escalating neo-fascism in the country is going to be Biden, or Biden-like, then the fascism's coming anyway. We're going to have alternative vision, alternative institutions, alternative infrastructures that has an alternative passion. And so if all we can do is produce democratic administrations that are caretakers, postponers of the Trump or Trump-like candidates, then the fascism's coming anyway. The only way you really get at the roots of fascism is to break from the corporate duopoly, to show how the two-party system is an impediment for the unleashing not only of American democracy, but also trying to dismantle the empire in terms of the 800 military units around the world and the military budget taking 57 cents for every dollar. And so in that sense, there's been a shift. There's no doubt about that. Now, keep in mind, I supported Ralph Nader and Jill Stein.
Okay, so before he just goes on and on and on. It's annoying because since Jimmy's like the America bad leftist, I guess he just agrees. Well, I don't guess, he does agree with this, all this stuff. Because when Cornel West says, it doesn't matter if Trump or Biden wins, we're heading down this road to fascism or neo-fascism. What does that even mean? What is he what is he referring to? Is he just referring to white nationalism? I mean, because then even that doesn't how is Biden creating a white nationalist country? I don't even understand the argument to that.
Yeah, we would have to dig in, and obviously Jimmy Dore is not responding at all. So
because he just agrees. Well, actually, the argument they get over for fascism is gonna make your head explode if you haven't heard this conversation.
Well, no, I've listened. Look,
I know you have. I mean, so someone listening is kind of wacky, but
I think it's interesting. Like Cornel West is here talking about Temple's Civil War, man. He is.
Of course. I mean, he's a third-party candidate. He has to push this idea that both parties are fascists, and if you want to actually vote against fascism, you have to vote for me, the outsider, the non duopoly candidate.
I know that you are not a fan of generational theory.
Yes.
But look, I'm not sold on generational theory either. I find it interesting that at all the time periods that they had a party shift. Obviously, the Republican Party came out of the Civil War. Mm-hmm. We were in this period in the generational cycle, the conflict climax period. So I would say, if generational theory is correct, and it's obviously a giant if, I don't know that I'd bet any money on this. This is the time when some sort of political realignment could take place, and third parties are most likely to gain prominence and displace one of the other parties.
I mean, I don't know. I feel like I feel like we missed the time, which is part of why we were in this instability.
Because you think 2008 was the time.
2008 was the time. Yeah. And we kind of missed it. I mean, even if what you're saying is true, I mean, and I can see there are potential ways in which radical shuffling could occur if certain things play out in certain ways, but I am more skeptical of them. I think there's no chance at all whatsoever that Cornel West or the Green Party or anything like that would end up picking up the mantle of a third party that supplants, the Democrats or something.
Yeah, you would need some Obama-like figure, someone that could just come out of obscurity and everyone just instantly gravitates to.
Yeah.
This is the guy.
and
they
I
just
think,
know. Or Kennedy, something like
exactly,
to that effect. Yeah.
Right. You need some hyper-charismatic person like Obama or like a left-wing version of Trump or something. And I think as much as I dislike Jimmy Dore and his position, I think he's more correct on that, which is the only way for that to occur, for a third party candidate to actually gain some kind of traction in America, is if they came out really hard as a left-wing, not a socialist, which is, you know, where he used to be, but like a left-wing, you know, kind of pro-worker individual who was very anti-identity politics and wokeness.
I agree.
I don't think they'd win, mind you, but I think that'd be like the best way to gain traction for a third-party candidate. Look,
I think, and we're super early in the election season, I think those kinds of things are possible at this point. I was, and I realized this just yesterday. I thought, well, a good sign that America is on the wrong course is if we have 2 one-term presidents in a row. But this election, if Trump wins the primary and if Biden is still running, that literally can't happen because you've got 2 candidates that have both served 1 term, right? Isn't that crazy?
I don't know if it's a good metric. I mean, you're right. That is funny and crazy because how often does that happen?
Yeah, but, exactly. Yeah. So either candidate wins, and you've got someone that's been in office 2 terms. I really think, you know, and I thought this when it happened, when we did get, you know, 1-term presidents, when Trump was a 1-term president, I thought, oh well, they're just going to keep voting people out of office until things change, because obviously Trump was elected as a change agent, and that just didn't happen. So
well, and it's, you know, it's funny, the lead up to the Great Depression, I think this is the only time it's ever happened. The lead up to the Great Depression, there were 3 1-term presidents in a row.
Yeah, see, so how can you say that's not a good metric?
Okay, maybe, I don't know.
Look,
it is unusual. It is very unusual. They're all the same party too. They're all Republican, I think.
Voter turnout is climbing steadily.
Yes.
Since 2008, and we've got higher voter turnout than ever. I think highest voter turnout in the last election. Obviously, it was a pandemic type situation.
Number wise, but not percentage of the electorate wise. It's been higher.
Has it? Okay.
Yeah. But I mean, we're higher than we've been in like the last 15
we are
years
climbing. Yes.
Yeah, we're getting back to
could be historic levels.
It could be. It very well could be. Yeah.
Yeah.
Twitter Sucks, thank you so much for the $20. Says too many gray names. Thank you, Twitter Sucks. And to help fix that, Rex Vectum, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Thank you.
That's awesome.
Twitter Sucks for another $20. Thank you. Our surrogate god uncle Twitter Sucks says, quote, part of being a radical is about educating. Pardon me?
Are you educating people out of their radicalism? Look, I'm a bit of a radical myself, so I mean, I kind of respect that.
It's funny, yeah, because like so much of what is considered radical nowadays is like you have to listen to the establishment's safe position. That's considered the radical position.
Oh yeah, of course.
That's so weird. You're going to be a radical if you listen to the thing that will completely not get you in trouble or canceled from any mainstream platform. That's the radical position nowadays. Like, oh, okay. That's all right, whatever.
Yeah.
Calvin Pafford for $20. Thank you. Says, all this Adam is gay stuff aside, I am like 15 hours into the workday with no end in sight. You give me something intellectual to listen to. I'm sick of this DW host TikTok reaction BS. We appreciate everything you guys do. Well, thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks for the nice compliment. So,
you're talking about does Daily Wire do TikTok reactions?
I don't know.
Is that what you're referring to? No.
But yeah, no, I mean, no hate. Obviously, I know you're joking around. So
right. Michael Vestavel for 200 Kazarks. Thank you so much. Says A class is the supreme team and S team reigns the best. Oh, wait, I really goofed the floof on that one. Never mind. I'm new here. Well, thank you, Michael.
Look, we're in the same situation. The first time we heard goof the floof, which it was an L. Ron Hubbard thing.
Really floofed the goof on that. Yeah.
Yeah. And our response was, this is lame. Like, cringe.
No, my response was, this is the best word. This is the best phrase I've ever heard in my life. Okay. Get out of here. It's not cringe.
Really?
Yes.
I feel like it wasn't, but now that we're saying it all the time, I mean, it's fun as hell to say.
The thing that makes it funny is that he said it in relation to someone committing mass genocide of billions of people.
Right.
That's what makes it, like, if you just said it like, oh, I dropped some milk, I really goofed the floof, you'd be like, what? Like, what? but saying like, oh, you know, he accidentally murdered 170 billion people. He really goofed the floof. Like, wait, what?
He really goofed the floof on
Really
that
goofed
one.
the floof, you know? He just accidentally tied 170 billion people to volcanoes and then dropped nuclear bombs into them.
Well, goof the floof is a meme on the channel now. So, I mean, I see it in the comments and I always laugh.
Yes.
It is hilarious.
And in between, I had early supported Bill Bradley, and I had supported John Kerry as a kind of anti right wing coalition too. So that my jazz-like activities certainly can be characterized at times with a certain kind of inconsistency, but it's the timing of it. Each moment has its own context.
So now, our friend Nick Cruz says that many climate activists.
Our good friend, let's look. What is this guy's name on Twitter? Revolutionary Blackout Network at Socialist MMA. Okay, very trustworthy, good source of information.
Have no idea how much they destroyed all their credibility by endorsing and supporting Joe Biden, the Nord Stream pipeline bomber, and the largest eco-terrorist in modern human history for president.
Wait a minute. I'm so confused. Shouldn't people that are very concerned about climate change and the environment, shouldn't they have been in favor of blowing up the pipeline?
I don't know. Yeah, that would seem correct, right? Because they want to stop it. But I mean, it is you got to do the cost benefit, Sitch. It is a ecological disaster, right? Although I've heard
there was no oil in it. I thought.
Yeah, it's natural gas, right? It just bubbles out into the.
I thought it was empty when they blew it up. Am I wrong?
I thought it was natural gas, so it just bubbled out. But yeah, it's not oil.
Because I thought that was part of the, like, 'cause they were saying, oh, it blew up on its own, and they were saying, well, no, there was no gas in it. I don't remember. Nord Stream pipe.
Right. I'm not super familiar with the situation, so. And on the tweet, I mean, if you're right, you're right. The source, I mean, obviously it looks like a biased source, but just because the source is biased doesn't mean that they're incorrect.
Right.
I mean, they could be incorrect. I don't know.
Oh no, there was methane.
Okay. Oh, okay. So it was methane. That's supposed to be the worst.
Yeah. Well, okay, fair enough.
That's a totally toxic greenhouse gas.
And why should a climate or environmental issue seriously when you obviously do not? Now, what do you say back to that kind of critique that by endorsing him, you lose your credibility?
Well, it becomes, I mean, I think, I've been on my dear brother's show a number of times, and I think there's always a certain force in the argument of trying to be consistently third party across the board, having no relation whatsoever to the bourgeois politicians. I think there's force to that. But I think the credibility that one has really is holistic. It's wholesale rather than just retail. And the credibility that you have in regard to being consistently against war, consistently against capital, consistently against white supremacy, even if it has different kind of stances from one election to the next. That would be one of the ways in which I would try to respond to that. That would be the beginning of a response to that.
Okay. Here's another tweet from Nick. He says the same professional managerial class gaslighters want us to take it easy on Bernie. They use civility politics as a weapon so they can comfortably sell out. The working class must reject this and start holding these people accountable for selling us out. So
whenever someone complains about civility politics, what they're saying is, how dare you say we don't burn buildings down and riot and cause violence?
Right.
That's really what that phrase means.
I mean, I don't disagree. It's usually somebody that wants to be uncivil, right? I mean, that's why they're literally saying, look, why are you trying to rein me in here?
Adam, we live in a white supremacy. I'm fighting for my freedom, for my very life. How dare you say I have to be civil?
Right, yeah. Yep. That's the tact. I'm well aware of that.
I have
fact.
to free myself from my chains. And you're telling me that I have to be civil? You're so white privileged. I can't believe it.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Okay. That's the way you want to go with it.
Bernie has sold us out, and I don't need you to call him a sellout or anything. That's fine.
Wow.
But I do want to see, this is your response, because Bernie was asked about your campaign, and he said it shouldn't happen, and he's against it, and he's endorsing Biden, and of course that is just garbage. And so this is how you responded.
And you know, even in love, people have deep disagreements about these things. But I think again, he's fearful of the neo-fascism of Trump.
So when my what I would say to you here, and this is a big point, and I'm trying to impress upon you going forward, that when you do that, you sound a little bit like Joe Biden, and what you're doing is you're giving a pass to Bernie Sanders and anybody else for voting lesser of two evils. So you're endorsing the Democrats' message in their campaign. And so now people can dismiss your candidacy and say, well, we got to worry about the neo-fascism of Trump, as if Joe Biden isn't worse, which he is. He's a bigger fascist. And he just crushed a union strike on the railroad, which is the definition of fascism.
Does this mean Jimmy Dore is voting Trump in the election?
I don't know.
What's going on here, Sitch?
I mean, he was going to vote for Cornel West until this conversation.
Well, he said that Biden is worse than Trump.
No, well, to be clear, because a lot of people think Biden, obviously, if you're on the right, you think Biden's worse than Trump. He said Biden is a bigger fascist than Trump.
Right.
So Jimmy Dore's position. This is what's interesting. I don't know if Jimmy Dore has a lot of people on the right that watch him. I don't know what his audience is composed of, because his position is they're both fascist. I've never heard this one before. The position is Donald Trump and Joe Biden are both fascist, but Joe Biden is just a bigger fascist than Donald Trump.
Yeah, that's a surprising take.
Right. It's like, oh, okay. And his argument for why Joe Biden is a bigger fascist is because he stopped a train labor strike, which he says is the definition of fascism.
Okay.
What does that mean?
Well, it definitely doesn't mean white nationalism.
No, it doesn't.
I would say it's authoritarianism.
But it's funny because actually I looked into this, and essentially there was a bunch of different train unions that were kind of trying to get a bunch of things passed, essentially, and the Biden administration was able to hammer out a deal between the train company and the workers that 8 out of the 4 unions were on board with, and it included something like a 24% pay raise.
Okay.
But the big sticking point for some of the 4 that weren't on board yet was that they wanted paid sick leave, which they weren't going to get. And essentially, the Biden administration said, this was last year, I believe, the Biden administration's position was, if the train workers go on strike at the end of, it was in 2022, I believe, or maybe it was 2021, but I know it's 2022. In December of 2022, it would basically destroy the economy, because there would be no, if there's no rails, all these goods couldn't be shipped across the country. All this oil and gas couldn't be shipped across the country. And so they basically said, no.
That you can't strike. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Right.
Interesting.
So
how am I supposed to go to Hawaii if I don't get paid sick leave? I mean, I always call in sick when I take my trips to Hawaii.
So, yeah, there you go. I mean, I guess now, I don't know. On one hand, I'm all in favor of strong unions and the ability to strike and, get paid sick leave. I'm all in favor of that stuff. I don't know if I'm in favor of destroying the economy. So
why not?
I don't know if I'm in favor of destroying the economy for those things. So I don't know.
Establishment shill?
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that action. I'm like, I could go either way on that one. I don't think it's fascism. I'm not sure what he means by it being fascism, but okay.
Would it destroy the economy though? Is it all? I mean, I guess if a significant portion of goods are being shipped via train, I mean, if the shelves at the local grocery store start looking picked over, people are there's gonna be rioting, right?
Yeah, the articles that I saw about it, they were saying there was a lot of goods that are shipped by train, but a lot of oil and gas is shipped by train. So essentially, gas prices would go like way up, which obviously
Right.
would
Okay. So
make everything go up.
as soon as gas hits $8 a gallon, everyone's like, crush the strikers.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And now,
Right.
obviously, the Biden administration, they're doing it for their own cynical gain. Like, he doesn't want the year before an election, the economy to tank because of some train strike.
I mean, would this affect Jimmy Dore? Like if gas hit $8 a gallon and Jimmy Dore was advocating for it?
I mean, probably not, but
Well, I mean, we could do a show saying, why does Jimmy want $8 a gallon gasoline?
Yeah, I mean, he drives to wherever the studio is, I guess, but he's assuming
He probably
well
works from
off.
home.
But maybe, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know where the studio is. Who knows? Maybe it's in his own home.
That's hilarious. That's hilarious. Okay. Well, I'm glad we dug into this issue. Now I know.
But that's
next time Jimmy's on the show, I'm going to ask him, hey, why do you like $8 a gallon gasoline?
Yeah, that's fascism. I don't know if you knew that.
Why are you in favor of that?
He's now trying to saber rattle with two nuclear powers, nuclear war, nothing more important than that. And what he's doing in Ukraine, you know exactly what he's doing, right? So he's the worst warmonger in the world. 300,000 Ukrainians have already been slaughtered in this proxy war that was provoked by NATO, which you know.
Hey, listen, did you know that this is all America and NATO's fault?
Yeah, look, this is just a brain dead take here. Would you classify it as saber rattling, though? I mean, it seems like we are very strategically saying, oh no, you can't have the jets. That would be escalation. Okay, well, maybe you can have a couple jets. Like maybe you can have five jets, right?
Right.
We are broadcasting everything we're doing to Russia. And I'm sure we have people, ears on the ground in Russia to kind of see what the response is before we dive in, right?
Right.
This is not saber rattling.
No, I mean, I wouldn't call it saber rattling. I mean, obviously, we are supporting Ukraine. It's funny because it's not even like in the old days. It's kind of interesting how like perceptions and reality changes. In the old days, it's like, oh, we have to like secretly send arms through some other, through like two different countries. So even though like Russia knows we're supporting, the Afghani rebels, it's like not like obvious. But now we're just like right and open, like, nope, fuck you, supporting Ukraine, eat shit.
Well, first of all, I don't know if secrecy is
like,
even.
I was criticizing Adam for cursing too much, and then I just blew
Hey,
up.
I've been good. Look, you guys in the chat, we had a swear jar at one time, so people would let us know if we were swearing as much. So we're trying to knock that off. It's hard. It does sound. I want to drop an F-bomb like, on the reg, but yeah, the saber rattling for me is going. Joe Biden going to a lectern and saying, listen, Putin, you have 24 hours to get out of Ukraine, or we're going to drop a nuke on Moscow.
Right.
That's like saber rattling.
Yeah. Or, you kind of put a bunch of troops on the border. And
sure.
Say,
yes.
I don't know. It'd be a shame if we have to invade your country.
Yeah. We're just doing exercises out here with our nuclear submarines.
Yeah, look, we're just doing
what?
We're just doing jumping jacks on the bridge of our battleships.
Yeah, exactly. Look, I don't see that going on. And I don't think America would stand for that. So it just seems like a gross mischaracterization here.
Mm-hmm. What if they said two countries? So you're talking about China too.
We're saber rattling with China?
That's what Jimmy said.
Oh yeah, sure. Whatever.
It's gross to me that so I guess Jimmy's position is just let Russia roll over, take Ukraine, because whatever. Just let China roll over and take Taiwan, because who cares? Like, it really feels to me that his position is based not on a principle of whatever principles he believes are best for the world. It feels more like, well, America is bad, so therefore, if America is on some side of some issue, I must take the opposite side of the issue.
Mm-hmm.
if America was the one, if America supported Russia or China invading these countries and everything else was the same, Jimmy Dore would be like, "This I can't believe the war machine, the war machine, the military industrial complex, the warmonger Joe Biden. I can't believe he's supporting these invasions, these horrible invasions of these people. How can we say that we live in a democracy and a freedom when we're just supporting these people being invaded?"
Right. Yeah.
Which I'm pretty sure you could dig up that him actually saying that about, I don't know, whoever we were supporting in the Middle East, attacking someone else. So it's just
right.
like,
Well, I mean, we were in that position with Iraq, and we were in the wrong. We were clearly in the wrong.
Mm-hmm.
I see this as a clear case of self-defense on the Ukrainian side.
Of course.
And you can totally relate it to the Kyle Rittenhouse situation, okay? Like, Kyle Rittenhouse was running away from a mob and defended himself, right? And everyone, it's crystal clear. But you have people on the left that will come in and say, no, Kyle Rittenhouse is a murderer. He was indiscriminately murdering people. It's the same exact thing with this situation. They're acting like Ukraine is Kyle Rittenhouse just blowing people away at random when the Ukrainians are literally fighting for their existential lives.
That's actually a really good comparison.
So if you're saying that, like, we're in favor of war here because we're in favor of Kyle Rittenhouse defending himself, like, I don't know how to have a conversation with you. I don't know how to have that conversation because it's retarded.
It's a really good comparison because they're making the same argument in terms of when you drill down to it and you say, well, Kyle Rittenhouse was running away. They always fall back on but he was provoking them by just existing
by
in that location with a gun. He just, like, his existence provoked people to attack him.
Right.
And that's literally what the kind of Russia argument is. It's like, well, Ukraine provoked us by just being there, NATO provoked us by just existing. We just had to invade them. We just had to invade them first, even though there was no effort to make Ukraine join NATO anytime soon, whatsoever. There hadn't been any change in that policy for the last, since 2008 or whatever. We just had to invade them. They were just, look at them. They're just standing there. They're just standing there asking for it.
Right.
And
so
if
a person has the opinion that the Ukrainian war is our fault, or that it could be avoided in any way, shape, or form, and also has the position that the Kyle Rittenhouse was basically defending himself and couldn't avoid that situation. Those two positions are in conflict, right? If one person has both those positions are inconsistent.
I mean, it won't be perceived that way because they'll just say the situations are different and they're different facts. So, okay. I mean, I agree symbolically that they're very similar, but
I got you. They're going to weasel out of it is what you're saying.
I mean, sure, I guess, if you want to use that word, but.
So when do you think that when you say that when you call Donald Trump a neo-fascist and you don't say that about Joe Biden, what do you say when I tell you that you're undercutting your own campaign and you are propping up the Democratic message, which is that they are the lesser of two evil and you have to vote for Joe Biden so we don't have fascism? By the way, we already have fascism. As we all know, fascism is the joining of corporate and government to screw the worker. And that's exactly what Joe Biden, the Democrats, and Pete Buttigieg did. And so.
Okay, this is why these definitions are important. Okay. They don't understand anything. So corporatism, this is the problem. The economic structure under fascism, or at least classical fascism, is called corporatism. And so because it has the word corporate on it, people think it has something to do with like the big business running amok in America, when it has nothing to do with the corporations in America, which is referred to as a corptocracy, which is what Jimmy's talking about, where you have, big business, they hire lobbyists, and the lobbyists basically convince or pay off politicians, and the politicians end up being in the pocket of big business. That's what Jimmy's talking about.
Right.
That's not what corporatism is under a fascistic country. Corporatism under a fascist country, and the reason it's called corporatism is because it's relating to the Latin word for body, is because the idea in fascism, since fascism is a collectivist ideology, is that each industry should be perceived of as an organ and a body, and the country as a whole is the body kind of working together. And so corporatism, which I've originally called like neo-feudalism, not neo-feudalism, neo-guildsmanship or something. It's kind of like the guild system, where essentially if you were part of some trade, if you were like part of some organization or some category of trade, if you were, worked on the railroad, or you were a steel worker, or you were a farmer, or whatever, you'd all be part of like these giant unions. And these giant unions would have someone that would represent them and the labor, and then it'd also have someone that would represent kind of the capital business interest of those organizations. And then the government would be kind of the arbitrator for disputes between labor and the managerial class, or the ownership class, I should say. And the government's role would be to facilitate that basically all these different organs of the country are working in some sort of harmonious fashion with each other.
Sounds like a command economy.
It's not, it's kind of, but it's kind of not. It's kind of like, it's supposed to be a mixture of both capitalism and socialism. And the irony here too, and part of why Jimmy has no clue what he's talking about, all those Nordic countries that all the people on the left, masturbate to and talk about how it's so great.
Yeah.
That is the most similarly aligned to corporatism that we have in the world right now. All those Nordic, it's literally called like social corporatism. All those Nordic model countries that they all talk about how are so amazing are literally using this fascistic corporate, economic model.
Right.
So so that's why it annoys me when people say, "Oh, we live in fascism because we have corporations that run amok." And the fascists, they had this thing called corporatism.
I think they are what they really think is going on is closer to a kleptocracy.
Yes, that is true. That is what they think, which is fine. I mean, you could make that argument that just has nothing to do with fascism whatsoever.
Right. That big business and state have teamed up to line their pockets at the expense of the working and middle class. That's a kleptocracy.
Yes. But this is what the leftists always do. The illiberal leftist Marxist types, they always do is that they operate under this delusion that fascism, since they've called fascism right-wing in their mind, and generally right-wing in America means, free markets, or at least it did. It doesn't necessarily mean that anymore, but it used to mean free markets, kind of libertarian economic policies. They say, well, that must mean that the fascists back in World War II were like really big proponents of individual, private property ownership, even though it's literally a collectivist, ideology.
Yeah, collectivism is the opposite of individualism.
I know, it's so preposterous.
So they're doing it, and they're not stopping it, and they're also for censorship, which is the hallmark of fascism. So this idea that Donald Trump is more of a fascist than Joe Biden undermines your own campaign. There's no doubt about that. And so what I would encourage you to stop doing that. What do you say back?
Okay. If I'm Cornel West, or anyone with a functioning brain, Cornel West, who's very far on the left, and Jimmy Dore is like, listen, Cornel West, I can help your campaign. You can get a better audience. You can sell your audience to the left better if you just say that Joe Biden is a bigger fascist than Donald Trump.
Yeah, this is why I wanted to cover this video, because it's hilarious. He's basically saying, look, you should just go out and call everyone fascists. And by proxy, call all the people who voted for Biden in the last election fascists, all the people who voted for Trump in the last election fascist, and then those people who you've insulted by calling them literally fascist or fascist enablers, ask them to vote for you. It's like, this is the worst campaign advice I've ever heard in my entire life.
Yes.
No wonder he ghosted you, Jimmy. Jeez.
Yes. Well, yes, everything you said, completely true. But just the idea that Cornel West, who's so far on the left, is going to somehow attract more people on the left by saying, no, you have it backwards. Joe Biden is the big fascist. He's much bigger fascist than Donald Trump.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously,
I don't think that's going to attract a lot of people on the left to your message. I'm just, I don't know.
Yeah, it's laughable. It's laughable from a partisan perspective. It's laughable from a nonpartisan perspective. Right. It's laughable from an election campaign perspective. I mean, it's utterly laughable.
Listen, you got to listen. Jimmy Dore knows how to win elections. Okay.
Right.
You just
Yeah.
call
You just
everyone
call
a
everyone a
fascist.
fascist. Yeah,
Yes.
exactly.
Right.
Instead of the, instead of the deplorable speech, here's my pitch.
And it's funny because, Jimmy made a lot of hay kind of coming out as like anti-woke. And then like, oh, all the woke people do is they call everyone white supremacist. And he talked about this in this conversation. All they do is call everyone white supremacist. All they do is call everyone racist. All they do, they just label everyone they don't like racist. And yet here he's like, everyone I don't like's a fascist.
Right. Yeah. It's exactly the same thing. It's a great point.
Because
he's against it later.
Yes.
So in a few minutes, he's going to be like, yeah, you really shouldn't call everyone racist.
But you should
Now,
call them
fascist. Okay. When most people believe fascist means white nationalist.
Right.
Hey, no, we deeply disagree on that, though. I don't think, and this is what I disagree.
Look, he's trying to let him down easy. He's trying to let him down. He's like, look.
Look at that face.
He's like, look. That's the stupidest thing anyone has ever said to me. My brother.
Why is Jimmy making the face like someone just told him his childhood puppy died?
I know.
That's
another reason I wanted to pause it, because look, he's got the weepy poopy pants face.
Why is he making this face? It's just so bizarre.
I love this interview. This interview is amazing.
Look at that face.
Cornel West is like, look, this kid's a retard. I can't just come out and call him a retard, because that would be impolite.
Save that face, Adam. That might be an emoji.
Oh yeah. That's
sad door face.
Look, somebody, you screen cap it.
Okay, I'll screen cap it. When you go for the door, but the door is locked. Jimmy Dore, sad face. Oh,
Yeah,
you kind of labeled it correct, like very, very correct. The poopy face.
That's a poopy pants face, isn't it?
Poopy pants face.
It's mommy. I need a new diaper.
No, we deeply disagree on that, though, brother. I don't think, and this.
That's a better one, man. I knew there was a better one.
Look at this. You're totally milking it here.
It's so good. It's
Jimmy,
so
look,
perfect.
Sitch is being kind of a ball buster here, but you're welcome on the show. Okay.
Listen.
We'll have a special emoji for when you come on.
This is what I disagree with Nick too. That and I appreciate your advice here. Cast in a respectful way, but we do, and I disagree with Brother Nick on this too. That I just got back from Mississippi. You know that. You know what the Jenkins and Parkins, the two brothers brutalized by the police. There at the church, the Klan still running wild, not just with votes, but terrorizing black folk. The goon squad finally got caught by the two lawyers, Brother Malik and Brother Trent. Now, what does that mean? That means that when you talk about fascism, you're talking not just about the rule of big money, not just the rule of big military, not just the rule of corporate power, so that it's oligarchic in essence, but you're also talking.
Okay, let me go back for a second. So he
Look,
brought
he's trying to let him down easy here.
I know. He brought up this story that I never heard before. And it's kind of interesting. He said Jenkins and Parker in Mississippi. I didn't know what he was referring to. So I looked up the story. The story is kind of insane. It's essentially 6 police officers for literally racist reasons. There was someone in the government, I forget who it was. There's someone in the government that was complaining that they saw like these 2 black men cohabitating with a white woman. Okay. And so they kept, and it was someone in government, I forget who it was, who kept complaining about this to the police. And the police essentially sent
that's illegal.
Yeah. And I mean, they were claiming on top of it, they were claiming it wasn't even anything sexual, but so the police send this group of 6 police officers there, who refer to themselves as the goon squad. So that's never a good sign.
Wow.
And they essentially torture these guys.
No way.
Yes. They just like come
Mississippi?
Yes. This happened this year. Okay.
Look, every time I bring up, because I lived in New Orleans, every time I bring up the racist South, everyone in the chat loses their mind. the comments are totally good. Oh, it's just majorly changed. Look, this stuff never goes on anymore.
Well, that's
and
why,
you're telling me the story about Mississippi.
Well, it's part of why this story is kind of crazy, because I was reading the story and it's not really like contested. There's no other side of the story, by the way. Oh, and by the way, all these police officers have pled guilty to all this stuff. There's no defense to any of this stuff.
Yeah, this is horrendous.
But that's why the story was kind of shocking to me, was because this does feel like a story straight out of like the 60s.
Right, Mississippi Burn It.
Right. So the cops go into this guy's home. They just torture these guys. They beat the crap out of them. They like pouring like liquids and like sauces on them and shit. It said one of them was assaulted with a dildo. I don't know if it didn't say whether it was like sexually or something, or if they just hit him with it. And then one of the cops like took out a bullet from his gun and he put the gun in the guy's mouth. And he was like threatening to shoot him, and then he pulled the trigger and there was no bullet in the chamber, so it just clicked.
Horrendous.
And then he did it again, and there was a bullet in the chamber.
No, he blew his head off?
And I think the guy lived, because the angle of the gun, it like blew through his jaw or something.
No way.
And then as the guy's like laying on the floor, like bleeding everywhere, the police tried to like concoct some insane scenario where they want to plant a gun on him and make it look like they were in it, like, all this stuff. But anyway, but they get like, these guys get totally annihilated by the court system. Like, it's just, there's no defense of this. It's just obviously insane. All these guys have pled guilty. They're all going to jail forever, right? With this insane action. And the thing that I realized when I'm reading this, I'm like, why have I not heard about this?
Yeah, why isn't this a national story? This is perfect.
That's what's so weird about it.
This is what the New York Times wants. This is what CNN wants. This is like George Floyd, like times 11.
Yes, and now to me, that's after I read it, I'm like, this is an insane story. And I had that exact same thought. I'm like, wait a minute. This is the perfect narrative.
They're like, Washington will burn to the ground if we publish this story.
Right. It's like, all the newspapers, there are articles about this. Like, but it's just, I mean, the coverage was not anything like George Floyd or something. This is like 1,000 times more egregious. You have literally your completely indefensible racist police torturing and shooting a black guy.
There's no video of it. Maybe that's why.
Maybe that's part of it. There was no video of it. That's true. But I think there's another reason for it, which is that I really think that a lot of the BLM narrative and the George Floyd narrative was only being pushed by the media as much as it was because Trump was president. And they were trying to say, like, this is what happens in Trump's America, where now that Biden's president, they don't really want to push that narrative that hard.
Yeah, because it puts teeth into the argument Jimmy Dore is making right now.
Yes.
That Biden is worse than Trump and that we still live in a fascist state.
Right.
Yeah.
Even though the Department of Justice, smashed all these guys with civil rights violations and charges. So, not like they had not like the federal government is signing off on any of this behavior.
Right. Yeah.
But, so I just thought that was so interesting to me that you have this crazy story, very clear-cut situation of the police 100% being in the wrong, no defense whatsoever. And I just don't see the left really making, this is their perfect story for them to make this big deal about how the police are racist, how policing is racist, ACAB, blah, 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 blah. And it just kind of, I don't know, it's kind of went under the radar. But it's very interesting to me. There's been this theory that these movements intentionally pick police shootings that are kind of vague because they want to intentionally create strife. I've never really believed that. But I don't know. Maybe I'm a little bit more inclined to believe it when I read the story, and I was like, just completely shocked that it wasn't being pushed 24/7.
Right, because of the political environment.
Right.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
Black folk, the Goon Squad finally got caught by the two lawyers, Brother Malik and Brother Trent. Now, what does that mean? That means that when you talk about fascism, you're talking not just about the rule of big money. not just to rule a big military, not just to rule of corporate power, so that it's oligarchic in essence, but you're also talking about dictatorial rule, no elections, the elimination of dissident voices, and then the scapegoating of the most vulnerable, which it could be immigrants, it could be workers, it could be Black people, Jews, Arabs, and so forth. See, with under Biden.
So before he gets into why Biden is a fascist, but not as big a fascist as Donald Trump, I don't know why he brought up the situation that I talked about. Because if you have local police engage in this like horrific action, and then they get brought to justice by the local, State Department and by the federal Department of Justice, how is that an example of fascism? Is that an example of rogue cops being horrendous and the system working to bring them to justice?
I mean, it would be. You don't know how many other incidents happened before they actually got caught doing something, though.
I mean, I guess, but we know in this instance, right?
Well, I mean, they got caught in this instance, yeah, but look, you can't be Pollyanna about this stuff. These guys were probably doing all kinds of crazy stuff before they actually even got caught. That's like could be thousands of incidents there that went unchecked.
That's possible, but I'm just saying, like, when they're getting away with stuff, it's not because we live in fascism and it's like the government wants to essentially sign off on rogue police doing these sorts of horrendous actions. It's because they're just not aware that this is happening. Right.
It's corruption.
Right.
It's not being done with state.
Approval.
It is being done in the name of the state because they do have state authority. Yeah.
Right.
But
it's not like the government's not like, oh, the governor of Mississippi finds out that these cops did this, and he's like, well, good for them. We got to keep, the uppity blacks down. Like, that's not happening. They'd be like, what?
This is a difference between institutional racism and liberal democracy.
Yeah. Right.
Right.
What you have is a fascist dimension domestically, especially against Black folk and others. You and I, the very fact that we're having this dialogue without being eliminated overnight, a fascist regime could completely call into question with the use of arbitrary power. That's what happens in the mass incarceration regime vis-a-vis poor Black people and others.
Okay, so this is such a weird argument that he's making, because he is saying that under Joe Biden, and currently we live in a country that has a fascist dimension to its domestic policy, whatever that means. Okay. Especially towards Black people, which I don't know what any of that means. But then he turns around and says, but we don't actually live under fascism, because if we did, we couldn't have this conversation, which I agree with that part.
Right.
But what is the dimension of fascism that we live under?
Well, I mean, if I was Black living in Mississippi and I knew 6 police officers committed this horrible act, even though the state jumped in and prosecuted them and locked them all up and threw away the key, I mean, I would still be in fear for my life. I mean, that would still strike terror into the entire Black population. So,
but that's not. How's that? You're not living under fascism. Those are just corrupt and racist, a-holes.
Well, obviously, yes. I mean, we're quibbling over the definition of fascism. Like, if they're just using the term fascism to mean they feel oppressed and fearful,
I guess, yeah. Right.
I mean, I think you can make an argument that they feel oppressed and fearful if they know that this potentially could happen to them. Even, like, who cares if the state is going to come in and do something after the fact, but there's still racist police officers running around on the force. I'm like terrified.
Sure. But this is why, to me, these labels and definitions are so important to understand what's going on. Because if you say we have racist and corrupt cops running around the country doing messed up stuff, okay, then the fix for that is different than saying we live under a fascist country.
Right. I totally agree. One is cleaning out the institutions, better oversight, that kind of stuff. One is a complete political restructuring of
Revolution.
Yeah, our party system and our political process.
This is why I said to Sam, this is why this position to me is so crazy. If I believe that I'm honestly living under a fascist government, okay, that has decided that it's going to wipe out all of the Jews or white people or people of shadow like myself, you know, I'm this kind of incentivizing me to take up arms. Is it not? Like, I'm not living under a fascist country. I don't know about you.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Right. Yeah. So that is the fascist dimension. Simply so in terms of militarism abroad. So that there's fascist elements, my brother, there's fascist dimensions. But with Trump, when you have calling into question transfer of power and so forth, that is not the same thing. And so that doesn't undermine my campaign at all. The campaign's about truth.
100% undermines your campaign. 100%. You're shooting yourself right in the dick before you even start.
You like that?
Yeah.
Cornel West, you are shooting yourself in the dick.
Right. Yeah.
How is it that this is why like Jimmy's brain has been melted? It's so weird. He's just I think he is one of the clearest examples of what you always call like a psychological reactant. Whatever the mainstream says, he just takes the opposite position. I think that's literally his number one worldview. Whatever they say, I'm just going to take the opposite position, even if it makes my position nonsensical. Because how can you complain so much about how America supporting Ukraine's fascism, America going against China's fascism, America stopping some train strike is fascism, America attacking black people is fascism. Everything in the entire world that America does is fascism. But Donald Trump trying to, you know, still be president on January 6th, that's okay.
That's,
or that's
not fascism.
Like I don't think it's fascism, but how is Jimmy Dore, who's calling everything fascist, how is that not fascism to him? How is that the one thing that isn't fascism?
But Sitch,
okay,
you don't understand.
Yes,
they thought the election was unfair.
That's fine, but how is that Jimmy Dore's position? How is he calling literally everything in the world fascism except for that one thing?
I don't know Jimmy Dore's position on election denial or fraud or whatever. For all I know, he's on Trump's side in that stuff.
I don't know. It's weird. It's weird.
So that's just bad. You're getting bad advice. I don't know who's advising you, but they're giving you horrible advice.
January. I'm a free man.
I love this. I love this. I'm thinking for myself, Jimmy. Shut the F up.
It's funny because, and I do think he's saying you're getting bad. He says this, and I do think it's true. He's saying you're getting bad advice because he's trying to be like, you're stupid and wrong. But he's trying to say it in a way to soften the blow. So he's like, well, maybe it's not your fault. You're getting bad advice, right?
Right.
But then it comes off as like, well, you're just an idiot who listens to other people. You're not really forming your own
you're not
opinion.
able to think for yourself because you're too damn dumb.
Right. And he doesn't, and I don't believe in this conversation. I'd be curious. He doesn't lay out the argument as to why, what is his argument against this exactly?
Jimmy doesn't lay out his argument.
No, I don't believe so.
I'm a free man, brother.
So January.
But I want to hear your argument. I want to hear your argument as to how Biden is more fascist than Trump.
Trump
just lay it out right quick.
Well, I'll tell you right now, the reason why the deep state Russiagated Trump was because he wouldn't bomb enough to calm them down. So he wouldn't do enough bombing. The reason they impeached him because he wouldn't ship arms to Nazis in Ukraine.
My God, how is it possible? Like, how is it possible that Jimmy can consistently pick the dumbest position on every issue?
Yeah, it's psychological reaction.
It's like an art. It's like an art, you know. The reason the Russiagate happened was because Trump wouldn't bomb enough countries. What?
Right.
What? Really? Really? Okay. It's funny because I feel like essentially what's going on here is so he has to take the opposite position that the mainstream media takes. The mainstream media obviously pushed a lot of the Russia collusion stuff, which all turned out to be untrue, obviously. But it was primarily at the time that it was going on, there was like the left-right divide. So the left's position was Trump was, colluding with Russia, and the right's position was this is just a witch hunt to try to destroy Trump's credibility. And Jimmy's like, well, I can't agree with the mainstream media, so I can't agree with Trump Russia stuff, but I'm not on the right, so I can't agree necessarily with the right wing. So I have to create like a left-wing framework or a leftist framework to explain Trump Russia investigation. I know it's because he won't bomb enough countries. Right.
Trump is anti-war.
Like the Trump Russia stuff even started before Trump was even president. How would they had a crystal ball? The CIA has a crystal ball, and they say, oh, we could look into the future. We know Trump is going to bomb enough countries, so we got to get him before he's even president.
Well, when he became president, they asked him on day one, hey, here's the list of countries we want to bomb. Sign this document. And Trump was like, nah, I'm not going to sign that. I can't believe Jimmy Dore is, it seems like he's a Trump supporter here. So he says
he's not. He says he hates Trump later in this conversation.
Jimmy Dore is in favor of Trump because he's anti-war?
He says he hates Trump later in this conversation. So I'm not even sure. He just hates Biden more, I feel like.
Right.
But it's funny. This is one of those funny situations too, where like both sides look at the same thing as the opposite of each other, and they both can't be true. So the left looked at Trump as like, he's a reckless, warmonger. He was questioning the generals about nuking countries, and he dropped the mother of all bombs, in Afghanistan. And he wanted to start a war just to keep himself in office. And then Jimmy Dore's like, no, it's the opposite. He was so not a warmonger, the deep state wanted to get rid of him because the deep state has so much control. The deep state so funded that the evil deep state is just so funded by the continual military industrial war complex that just because Trump wouldn't bomb more countries, they had to get rid of him.
Yeah, I don't look.
Why? Well, here's my question before, sorry to interrupt you.
Okay,
here's my
go
question.
ahead.
Okay. If the Trump Russiagate thing was all part of the deep state operation to get rid of Trump because he wasn't bombing enough countries, then why didn't they have Mueller just come out and say that there was a Trump-Russia connection and then impeach him?
I'm not sure.
Why would they have Mueller come out and say there wasn't a Trump-Russia connection?
Well, I'm assuming he came out and said that because the evidence wasn't in favor of there being one. The evidence didn't support that claim.
That is true, right? That is true. But we're operating under the idea that there was some sort of investigation that had some level of good faith, and Jimmy Dore's operating under the idea that this is a conspiracy. Right. And so if it was a conspiracy, why didn't they say that he was true, number one, and then number two, why didn't they just impeach him? If we live in this evil duopoly, or the Democrats and Republicans are all fascists working together to stop Donald Trump, why didn't they impeach him? And then have Mike Pence, who is like, as we know from the debate, okay,
he's ready to bomb. He's like, sign me up.
Right.
How many countries can we bomb this week?
We know from the Republican debate, Mike Pence, classic neocon, wants to go around the world being Team America, world police. Okay, why would they not have got rid of Trump? Look, if this conspiracy is true,
this is just crazy, Sitch. What you're laying out is obviously insane. This is not possible.
Yeah.
It's not possible unless we live in a world that just defies everything we know to be true. So,
yes.
I understand the thought experiment that you're trying to do here. You're trying to say, look, Jimmy Dore's position is crazy. I think Jimmy Dore's position is on its face crazy.
Well, obviously.
A lot of people buy this position, though, obviously. They think...
I've never heard this argument. I've heard that the Democrats and the deep state want to get rid of Trump because,
I've heard this.
He won't play ball with them, or they don't like him because he's Republican. I haven't heard that he hasn't bombed enough countries argument. So.
Oh, I've heard this argument.
Okay.
Yeah. Look, Trump is playing the Ukraine thing. I've been listening very closely to Trump on Ukraine.
Mm-hmm.
And right now, Trump's Ukraine position is it's not a problem because Trump is like the excellent negotiator and he's going to end the war tomorrow. And Biden
Yes.
could do this as well if he just wasn't such a
Loser.
piece of crap. Yeah, such a loser. Such a cucked loser, right?
Right.
Well, obviously, I'm somewhat skeptical of that's a possibility for Trump to do. I mean, if he could, I think, yeah, do it. That'd be awesome, right? It's kind of this Pollyanna view of the world that this could happen. If that doesn't happen, which I think is probably likely, that Trump can't end the war just by snapping his fingers or making a few phone calls, I don't know that Trump is not going to adopt Biden's Ukraine position and still be sending weapons and doing all the things Biden is doing. I would not be surprised if Trump did that.
I agree completely. And I'm glad you brought that up because it's a great point. It's so weird that so many of the Trump supporters and people on the right who are very against helping Ukraine, I guess it's not weird, it's very obvious, but why is this happening? There's like this complete blind spot because Trump, as you're laid out very well, Trump has been very careful to not say that he's going to just stop sending military support to Ukraine.
Yes.
He's been very careful to specifically not say that.
And he didn't go in the Republican debate where they asked specifically this question. How convenient.
And he's been asked this question. He's been asked this question several times. And he always gives the same answer. Well, when I'm president, I'm gonna end the war so quick. You don't understand. I'm gonna end the war so quick. I'm gonna be like Putin. We're gonna hash out a deal here. Right. He's
it's a non-issue.
Right, it's a non-issue. Like he's so very clear to not say, like, well, what if you can't hash out a deal? Well, then I'm going to cut off support to Ukraine. He's not said that. And to my knowledge, he's never said that. And it's fascinating that there's this complete blind spot for a lot of the Trump supporters who are in favor of stopping sending aid to Ukraine, that they haven't picked up that Trump hasn't really adopted that position.
Right.
And I think you're 100% correct. I think if the wars continue to go on and Trump becomes president, I think he is going to keep sending support to Ukraine.
Well, he has an excuse. Look, to the Trump supporters who are saying he will cut off aid, saying that he's going to cut off aid totally undercuts his negotiating position. So he can't say that. So the Trump supporters will say, look, he can't say that, but he will do that. The bet that I am willing to make with Trump supporters is that he ain't going to do that.
Yeah. That'd be my guess as well.
He's not going to do that.
No.
He's just not going to do it. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Or rather advocate for it when he's president. I don't even know if the president has the authority to just cut off aid like that. But
do you think Trump wants to see the kind of horror show that's going to happen if Ukraine is completely undefended by American weapons?
No, I don't think so.
It's going to be on the news every night.
Yeah, and he doesn't want that on his his presidency.
Yeah.
And also, and we have to remember again, Trump's big thing, and a part of why I think he is an effective businessman, is that if you support him, he'll come out and be your biggest friend.
Yeah.
And if you attack him, he's going to be your biggest enemy. He's
right.
very kind of carrot and stick with us. And everyone forgets, and this is why everything is so funny. When you see the Matrix very clearly, everything is so funny. Zelensky, who now the right all hates, they all hate his guts. For some, it's so funny. They all hate his guts just because of the association of his country being involved with the first impeachment. Even though Zelensky was literally doing everything Donald Trump asked him to do.
Right. Yep.
He was literally doing everything Donald Trump asked him to do. And that's why Donald Trump's always been kind of like, oh yeah, Zelensky's a good guy. Like he's not on the anti-Zelensky train that all the right's on.
He is not.
So funny.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because he was doing it because Zelensky's just like a politician from Ukraine. He's like, whatever, I don't give a crap whatever's going on in America. If you want me to go dig up dirt on Joe Biden, I'll go do it for you. I don't care.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's funny because the inverse of that is true too. The left, now that since the left has been so pro the Ukraine war and anti-Russia, the left is all like, oh my God, Zelensky's a hero. They're lionizing him. They want to build a statue of him, even though Zelensky was literally willing and like a day away from doing Trump's dirty work. And announcing publicly on CNN that he was going to open up investigations into Burisma, so Trump could use that to beat Joe Biden over the head with. Even though Zelensky was about to do that and then only didn't because at the last minute the heat got so much on Donald Trump that he had to release the foreign aid before that, and they essentially canceled the thing, because then that would be used as evidence against Donald Trump in the impeachment trial if Zelensky actually did go on TV and said that stuff. The people on the left forget all that.
Yeah.
They don't care.
People have a short memory, man.
They don't care. It's just whatever the narrative is at the day. They just, it's like the people on the left now all of a sudden supporting Mitt Romney, even though they called him the devil, when he was running against Obama. It's very funny to me when you see the Matrix and you see how quickly, people's opinions shift on individuals depending on whatever the circumstances are, at that time.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Same thing with Chris Christie. Now let's like Chris Christie, oh, he's such a hero.
Okay.
Jimmy Dore pushing this, like they impeached Trump because he wouldn't give weapons to Ukraine. Like, I'm gonna throw a Jimmy Dore at Jimmy Dore here. You're like, Jimmy, you're lying, right? Like, you have to know. You have to know that is a literal lie. You have to 100% know that you are just lying out your ass, because you should know that Trump had literally zero problem giving that money to Ukraine. And nothing to do with the ideology of, I don't think we should be giving material support to Ukraine. It was, I'll give you this money when you say you're going to open investigations in Burisma. It was very clearly a quid pro quo. So don't tell me that there was some ideological thing happening here for why Trump, didn't want to give money to Ukraine.
Well, he's saying that the reason why the deep state went after Trump was because he wouldn't bomb countries.
He said that they impeached him because he wouldn't sell weapons to Ukraine. But that's not true. He was impeached because he was illegally using the power of the presidency to, prevent foreign aid that was lawfully his directive to give to Ukraine, to give to them on the stipulation that he wanted to use it as to dig up dirt on Joe Biden, essentially.
Look, I sat on this live stream and I listened to you debate impeachment for 8 hours straight.
I know.
So, I know everything there is possibly to know about impeachment.
Right. But Jimmy has to know that. I'm going to throw a Jimmy Dore at him and say he has to know that, and he's lying.
Okay.
And it's that. So that's
just are you defending Trump as somehow being a person who is? I don't understand. I don't stand your argument at this point, so man. What are we talking about?
Okay, so there's.
I want to understand what the content of your argument is, because one can, in fact, bring critique to bear on the system as a whole with the two corporate wings. But somehow, what do you say to trans and gays and lesbian brothers and sisters in terms of their rights? So
that's again. Joe Biden is responsible for the mass incarceration, not Donald Trump. Who is more responsible for black and brown people being locked up and America being the largest penal colony in the world? Is it Donald Trump or would it be Joe Biden? By the way, this conversation is a loser for your campaign.
Mm-hmm. It's pretty funny, huh?
This interaction is so wild. So it's funny.
He's like, Cornel, we probably shouldn't talk about this.
Right. So Cornel West asked him, he asked him a question, which I'd be interested, but then he ruins the question and he gives Jimmy an out, which Jimmy doesn't take. Because he asked the question like, well, wait a minute, are you defending Trump? What's happening in this conversation? But you can also call, them both evil. But what do you say? But then I'm like, okay, that's kind of interesting. I'm curious, is Jimmy defending Trump? Is Jimmy supporting Trump here? What exactly is Jimmy's position here? But then he throws in what do you tell the LGBT community, right?
Right, yeah.
Like as if there's some kind of trans genocide happening and that has something to do with Trump or some ridiculous argument there. And then Jimmy's idiotic response, instead of to just pivot against kind of the woke LGBT issue, is to say, well, listen, Joe Biden is locking up black and brown people across the country. I don't know if you know this, Cornel West, but Joe Biden is personally going from state to state, locking up black and brown people all across the country.
Yeah.
And you're like, what? And then he's like, and by the way, we shouldn't even be talking about this because talking about this makes you look bad. Which to me reeks of Jimmy Dore doesn't have a good argument and wants to change the subject. Isn't that how that plays to your ear?
Oh, exactly. That's exactly how it plays. Yeah. We should move on. Well, yeah. Also he's kind of putting the thumb screws to Jimmy Dore and saying, look, it appears to me that you are sucking up to Trump here. I wasn't aware that you, a lefty, were like a giant Trump supporter on your show here. Tell me more about that. I want to understand that argument more.
Right.
And it feels like that's exactly why Jimmy Dore is pivoting away. He's like, oh, this is like, let's not talk about this. This is a bad thing to talk about on my show.
Yeah, and this is why I was curious. That's a great point. I was curious earlier when I said I'm wondering how many people on the right watch Jimmy's show, because I wonder if, because he was friends with Dave Smith and all stuff, even though they should be completely polar opposites politically. Even though Jimmy Dore thought Jimmy Smith thought Jimmy Dore thought David Smith was in favor of a public option.
Right. Yeah.
Which is insane.
Right. Obviously,
Okay.
Dave Smith is a giant libertarian.
Right.
So.
And there is this perception, I don't know if it's true, but there's a perception that Jimmy Dore essentially has amassed a large right-wing audience by only specifically criticizing the left and kind of hand-waving away the right. Now, I don't watch enough of Jimmy's content to know whether I would agree with that characterization or not. But I'm wondering, watching this conversation, if that would be true, that would kind of explain a lot of Jimmy's weirdness here and hesitancy to go on this topic, because if he personally doesn't like Donald Trump, he thinks that he has a bunch of right wingers in his audience, he's not going to want to spend a lot of time attacking Donald Trump. So he's going to try to be like, no, it's Joe Biden who's the real fascist.
Yeah, that could be going on here. I don't know the situation, so.
But if that's the case, I mean, if he's going to have Cornel West on his show and he's going to make this argument to Cornel, this is why this interaction is weird too. He's like, I'm going to invite Cornel West on the show and I'm going to tell him that you're doing a stupid thing here with your messaging. You need to talk about how Joe Biden's the real fascist. Okay. Or the bigger fascist. Donald Trump's a fascist, but Joe Biden's the bigger fascist. That's Jimmy Dore's argument.
Right.
Obviously, the first question you would think would be the response is, well, what is your argument for that?
He asked him that.
Right, but so then why is Jimmy nervous about this? That should be this conversation that they're having right now should be the expected conversation that they were going to have. It shouldn't be nothing that Cornel West says here should be catching Jimmy off guard at any point in this conversation. This is exactly where you expect the conversation to go.
I mean, I think obviously if Cornel West is running as a third-party candidate on the left, I mean, taking this political advice from Jimmy Dore is just political suicide. What's he talking about?
Right.
I'm supposed to do a campaign ad and talk about how Trump is not that bad? What the fuck? What are you smoking, Jimmy?
Right.
Are you high as can be?
Well, yes, and this is why people are saying it, and I agree with them. They're like, what exactly is Chris Christie's plan here? Because it just seems like it's suicide to just run hard against Donald Trump if you're a Republican.
So Chris Christie was saying that he's number 2 in Iowa now, just behind. Well, obviously Trump has a giant lead, but
I heard that. Yeah, I'm skeptical. I mean, Chris Christie thinks he's going to win each state one at a time. I'm just so skeptical of this happening. Unless Trump gets arrested and everyone turns on him. I think that's Chris Christie's only pathway to winning the election here.
There might have been a time when if you could win Iowa, you would get some kind of momentum and potentially win the primary. I think it's been a long time since any primary winner has won Iowa. It seems like the guy who loses Iowa always goes on to be the nominee. So I just winning in Iowa is a tough thing to hang your hat on at this late date.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember because this came up in 2020. They were saying that historically, actually, the second place person in Iowa had a better chance of being the president than the first place.
Yeah, Trump lost Iowa in 2016.
So maybe, hey, listen, maybe if Trump wins Iowa and Chris Christie gets second place, maybe it's a good sign.
Yeah. Okay. So look, Chris Christie should make that argument. That would be a good argument to make. He should say, I'm comfortable in second place. Normally, the person in second place in Iowa goes on to win this thing. He should say, I want second place.
Though usually it seems like in Iowa, the more extreme candidate wins, right? And so it's kind of, if the perception...
Really? I feel like the more moderate candidate wins in Iowa.
No, because didn't Bernie win?
Well, yeah, but the Democratic primary is completely different.
Well, who won the...
Normally in Iowa, it's like the Christian evangelical on the left, or on the right, rather.
Mm-hmm.
in the Republican primary.
Who won the 2016 Iowa
Yeah, who won it?
caucus?
Give it to us.
Let's see.
It was
Ted Cruz.
Yeah, see Ted Cruz, the evangelical.
Well, actually, that's wrong. Hillary did win, but like barely. She won by 0.9%.
Yeah, I think it was contested between her and Bernie, or Bernie,
Yeah,
right?
Bernie,
Yeah.
yes, her and Bernie, they were neck and neck in Iowa. Yeah.
Right. And I don't think it even came out till like days later. They just called it a push and figured it out later.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is why I wanted to watch this video with you, Sitch, because look, what is going on here? I'm completely bewildered by what's going on the Jimmy Dore YouTube channel here.
Well, he's completely detached from reality. What do you mean? We know what's going on. He thinks that his idiotic worldview is popular in the mainstream when it's obviously not remotely popular at all. I mean, you can have whatever position you want, but it's not you have to understand when your position is like far out, right?
Yeah, and there are, I mean, people run into this problem all the time. There is a perception online, and then there is a perception in the real world, and often those perceptions wildly diverge.
Yes.
And I do feel like every election season we kind of have a meme candidate that comes along that the internet is very excited about, that really doesn't stand a chance in hell in the real world. I've heard people make the argument that Trump was that candidate in 2016, but I just look.
I mean, to be fair, he started out as that candidate, but
I think the mainstream media rejected him and kind of tried to push him into that only popular online meme type candidate, but I think they were being delusional. I think obviously Trump is an international celebrity. He had a super popular television show for many seasons. He's world famous. I mean,
that's true.
I don't see how you could say this is the guy that everyone is talking about online. He's a real world person.
Right. What you're saying is like he was sort of like people perceive him as a meme candidate, but he had a name beforehand. He wasn't like Vivek or someone who came out of nowhere that no one knew about.
Totally.
Right.
Andrew Yang.
Or Yang, yeah.
The meme candidate. Yes.
Right.
Yeah. You get what I'm saying.
Cruz actually won a couple of these. He won Alaska,
South Carolina,
Oklahoma, Texas.
Yeah, look.
Kansas, Maine.
I'm surprised Cruz isn't in it now.
Idaho. I didn't realize Cruz won. I mean, Trump obviously won way more, but
how come Vivek is doing so bad in the polls now? I thought he was going to be I thought he solidified his place after the debate.
Because, well, I think he did really poor in the second half of the debate, and basically everyone's been gang stomping him in the media. So.
Oh, yeah. They pretty much have blamed him for all the mass shootings that have happened since the debate.
Yeah.
Crazy.
We'll see. He can come back.
Sitch doesn't believe in Tim Pool's Civil War or anything. It's kind of weird.
I never did.
Look, I think you should. I think it's time to re-examine the evidence.
Okay.
Sitting here trying to make the argument.
It could be a loser for you too, though.
Trying to make.
It's amazing, isn't it? Isn't it? Isn't it?
That's so good. Listen. This argument that I brought up to you, Cornel West, which obviously this is where the conversation is going to go, is a losing argument for you to even talk about.
Right, but look, he completely calls him out. Look, he's pointing at him.
Yes.
He's saying, this should be a losing argument for you too, mofo.
Yes.
This is insane. This is so good, Sitch.
Try. And by the way, this conversation is a loser for your campaign.
Look at this.
Sitting here trying to make the argument.
It could be a loser for you too, though.
Trying to make the argument.
You trying to make the case that somehow the Democrats are more fascist than the Republicans. The fascism cuts across the board. But
that's not how you say it, though. You say it's only Donald Trump. You don't say it cuts across the board. You call Joe Biden milquetoast, and you call Donald Trump a fascist. So you're not saying Joe Biden is a fascist, really?
I said there's fascist dimensions to the Biden project. You're absolutely right.
It's
but
like you're campaigning for Joe Biden almost when you're doing this. That's what it sounds like.
That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
But that's what.
Listen, I'm not comfortable saying Joe Biden is a fascist, but he is kind of fascist-y. He's like fascist light.
Look,
like,
there's a fascist dimension to it.
Yes. Like Joe Biden, he's gonna use his Biden blast to send you to the fascist dimension. Okay, like when I hear that, I'm like, that sounds like a guy who's really supporting Joe Biden.
Right.
Like, maybe, listen, I could be wrong. I didn't. Maybe Cornel West is actually really a big fan of like fascism. So when he says this, he's actually supporting Joe Biden entering the fascist dimension.
Just let me ask.
Yeah.
Do you think it's a good idea for Cornel West to call Biden a fascist just from a strictly electoral politics situation?
Well, from my personal perception, I'll give you my personal take, and then I'll give you my cynical electoral take.
Mm-hmm.
My personal take is that Cornel West should not be calling Joe Biden or Donald Trump fascist, because it's stupid.
Okay. Right.
Okay? And I don't think either of them are fascist. From my cynical electoral take, I think it makes sense for Cornel West to call Trump a fascist, because that's the big narrative that the left is pushing right now. And it's funny because it's so
he's
weird.
not going to get right-wing votes. So, I mean, what's he got to lose?
No. It's funny because, and I know it's just a coincidence, but I swear it's like as soon as we had that conversation with Sam Sedar, where I was like, you should really not call, the Republicans fascist. I feel like after that conversation, it's like suddenly exploded and they're all doing it now. Right?
Yeah.
Like I feel like it's increased tenfold after that conversation. I don't know what happened. But
that conversation made it happen. We spoke it into existence.
There you go. We secreted it into reality.
No, we created some psychological reactants that people were like, "What? I can't call people fascists. I'm calling everyone a fascist."
Yeah, it's like, oops, we accidentally made it. So I'm so sorry, everyone. Everyone on the left calling everyone fascist nowadays. That's really our fault for saying you shouldn't do that. I don't know if you know this. Yeah. Okay, we did a oopsie there.
I don't care, to be honest with you.
There you go. But no, I do think from a cynical political perspective, it does make sense for Cornel West to use that word. That's what the left's doing. They want to call Trump a fascist. I don't, Jimmy Dore's operating under, I think, a delusion that there's all these anti-woke right-wing voters that would be willing to vote for Cornel West of all people, which
it's stupid.
Nah. What? Like,
that's delusional.
Yeah, that is delusional to me. But it's really weird too, because like so they get into this whole argument. I think it's about to start about like Cornel West needs to stop calling people racist, and I'm like, have you ever met Cornel West? That's kind of like his thing is to talk about black issues and how racist America is. It's kind of like that's his I would say that's like the base operation that he's coming from. And it's so bizarre to hear Jimmy say, like, you shouldn't be doing that thing you're kind of famous for doing.
Well, he does it in a folksy way, though.
Sure. He says, my brother, He says, my brother, my sister. And it's like, okay, I guess, but he's still doing the thing. It's still doing the thing. I mean, if it's like you have Al Sharpton on your show. You're like, listen, Al Sharpton, I think you need to cut it out with, like, talking about race. You're like, but that's, like, his jam. That's what he's famous for doing.
Yes, his brand.
That's his whole brand. Yeah.
Right. Jimmy is basically telling him, you should be someone else. You should have a different brand.
Right. Yeah, like, you imagine, like, Jimmy Dore, like, has, like, Nick Fuentes on. He's like, Nick Fuentes, listen, you got to stop talking about the Jews. It's like, that's his brand. That's his whole thing. What are you like, what? He's like, listen, Nick, I think you'd be a lot better if you stopped talking about the Jews and black people. It's like, what? That's what he's known for. That's his shtick.
Right.
But I'm not saying you are doing that. I'm saying that's what it sounds like.
What it sounds like to you. That's what it sounds like to you. And you got a right to be wrong. You got a right to be right. It sounds like to you. But it doesn't sound like that to a whole host of others at all, though, brother. Not
Okay.
at all.
All right. Again, I'm
Not at
saying this out of love for you because I do have deep love for you. I have deep respect for you. And we agree on almost everything except the message of your campaign, right? That's the only thing. I would hope it would become even more focal. Well, let me just put it this way.
But are you suggesting that the message should be that Biden is a greater fascist than Trump? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying that you should talk about fascism or any of that stuff. I think you should.
No, but fascism is very real.
I think
you don't think fascism is real in the country?
We're living in it. We're living in fascism.
But I'm talking about escalating.
What's up?
I remember when there was a time where people on the right were like, I like Jimmy Dore because he's not woke. And it's like, oh, okay, he's not woke, but we're living in fascism. So,
sounds a little woke. Sitch.
Right. You can take that how you will, but
Sitch.
yeah.
Well, I mean, he's talking about it from a anti-establishment perspective, so I guess it's technically different.
Is it? The only difference
he's saying we're living in fascism because of the military-industrial complex, not because of white supremacy.
I guess.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what he's talking about.
Right,
yeah.
But it's like the only difference is, I mean, I guess, yeah, that, and he's saying, well, the Democrats are more fascist, which is like, okay, I guess, but like that. I mean, it's still pretty woke to me. Anyone who's
talking about the
duopoly,
you're talking about the military-industrial complex.
True.
That's what they're all talking about. Yeah,
but what is, anyone whose position is so far to the left that they think that we're living under fascism right now. Okay, that's woke.
Okay.
I mean, that's what woke is it not? It's pushing far left illiberal policies. Now, generally, it's around cultural issues, which he's not doing. He's doing more for like economic issues. So maybe he's not woke. He's just a Marxist.
What's up with people on the right who think that we're living under fascism? The Biden administration is fascist.
No, they don't say that. They say it's authoritarian. They don't say fascist.
Okay, well, I mean, I've heard some people say fascist. Biden's
on the
real
right
fascist.
Say Biden's a fascist?
Yeah, Biden's the real fascist. Yeah, of course.
They could be just saying that because it's like, well, the left says Trump's a fascist, so I'm just going to say Biden's the real fascist.
I'm sure that's the reason they're doing it. Yeah.
In terms of
it has since Biden became president. It certainly has escalated in intensity. They've censored everybody. They've crushed unions. They've started another war, and now they're saber rattling with 2 nuclear powers. I don't know how.
Look, there's his list for fascism.
They
jot it down.
They stopped a strike.
They stopped a strike. They
stopped free speech.
Yeah.
They started a war.
Right, military-industrial complex.
They started the war. They started a war.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, every night Putin's going to sleep. Okay.
Thank goodness America started this war.
I know. I don't know if you know
this.
I'm
completely innocent.
They had. Listen, America has the technology to shrink people down. Okay, like really tiny. And they sent a little tiny Hillary Clinton into Putin's bedroom
to whisper into his ear as he slept.
As they slept,
inceptioned him.
Yeah, she said Hillary Clinton goes up into his little ear. She climbs up his bed and goes in his ear, and,
sitting in his ear like a hammock.
Right, and going.
You're being cut out. Your whisper is being cut out.
Oh, it's because I'm whispering. I can't whisper because it'll cut me out. But she's like in his ear, going like, "Any minute now, Putin.
Yep.
What? Any minute now, Ukraine's gonna invade you. You have to invade first. Save Russia, Putin. Save Russia. Invade Ukraine." And she's whispering this into his ear as he's sleeping.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, if they have evidence of that they can show in a court of law, I'm willing to blame Hillary Clinton. I'm not going to blame America for this.
The deep state is going to cover up the shrinky-dinky technology, obviously.
Look, if you can get some evidence that the deep state had an involvement with Hillary Clinton, I'll accept this argument.
Oh, you think Hillary did it on her own? The Clinton Foundation has their own shrinky-dinky technology, independent of the deep state. And Hillary just did it because she's just an insane person.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm not sure. She was the one in Ukraine sharing around video lessons, right?
That's true. Oh my God, it all makes sense. She was like, I'm going to go to Ukraine. I'm going to teach the youth how to use Adobe Premiere. It's going to start a war with Russia.
perfect.
I don't know how worse it could get. And by the way, he still hasn't let people out of prison. He still hasn't given student loan. He's still denying us health care. He's an enemy of
making students pay back their student loans. Sitch.
Fascism.
Fascism. Sitch, this conversation's amazing.
There's nothing that says fascism like the president not using executive power to wipe away the debt that private citizens have incurred through their own choices. All right. Nothing says fascism like not doing that.
Nothing says fascism like presidential restraint.
Or, you could 100% criticize Biden for not pushing healthcare, which I criticize him strongly for. That was a huge part of his campaign, was that he was going to push a public option, and that all literally disappeared the second he became president. So I think it's completely justified criticism, except Jimmy, because Jimmy always has to take the worst position possible, has to transform a reasonable position, like Biden promised he was going to do healthcare and then didn't, and has not even made signs that he's going to do anything about it, to Joe Biden is personally the one stopping us from getting healthcare. As if the president can just, as fiat, just dictate. I just dictate healthcare to everyone with my presidential powers because this is what a non-fascist president would do.
I think if he could do that, he would do it.
Yes.
Yeah.
But that's an example of not being an authoritarian fascist, is the fact that he's not done an authoritarian move.
Look, I do think there are lefties that would argue against that. That they believe that Joe Biden is relying on the Republicans to stop him from doing things.
I have heard that argument. Yes.
Yeah, he would do. He would normally do.
Right.
Or because he doesn't really want to do, they give him an out not to do.
I've heard that,
things.
yes. Yeah. That's a dumb argument.
Right. I think if he could snap his fingers and do a public option, I think he'd love to be campaigning on that in the next election.
I think if he could do that, he would do that right before the election.
Of course he would.
I gave Americans health care. Where am I? I gave Americans the health cares.
Of course.
Come on, brother.
Be great.
You don't vote for me, you're dead.
Yeah, exactly.
That's not a threat. I'm just saying you probably died because you didn't have health care.
Exactly.
The worker and a tool of military-industrial complex in Wall Street. There's no bigger fascist in the country than Joe Biden. The reason why black and brown people are locked up, again, isn't because of Trump. It's because of brother Biden. And Joe Biden is proud of that. He brags about that. He brags about the crime bill, and he will never apologize for it. So I'm just letting you know.
You can see the look on Cornel West's face here, that he has realized at this moment that he is, in fact, talking to a crazy person.
Yeah.
It's starting to sink in.
Yeah.
This guy's nuts.
I like the idea of Joe Biden running around America, locking up black and brown people.
Oh, you like that idea?
I like the idea of that. That's what's happening.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I know he's talking about the bill from
most people would call
the 90s
fascist.
But yeah, I mean, it's like the 90s, it's like, we're in the height of, the 90s crime wave. And so we need to have some sort of, crime prevention, lockdown, something like that. It's like, no. That's fascism. That's fascism. Okay.
Joe Biden was behind the crime bill. Didn't Joe Biden call black people super predators or something?
No, that was Hillary, I think.
Oh,
yeah. But he hasn't.
He's buddies with her, though.
That's true. And he did listen. Joe Biden is in favor, or I shouldn't say was in favor of putting criminals in jail at some point. So, he is a fascist.
Just tell me, do you agree with me on the look on Cornel West's face? Is he like, I mean, he's doing this kind of look up and to the side thing. Like, how am I supposed to respond here when I got this crazy person sitting here in his underwear screaming at me
with tinfoil on their head?
Yeah, no, I feel like that's kind of what he's like. Oh my God, this is a big mistake.
You should listen to this guy scream at you in his underwear. He knows how to help you win the presidency.
It's just not coming off that way to me. It's not coming off. Look, I'm gaining huge respect for Cornel West in this situation. because I feel like Cornel West seems a lot more reasonable standing next to Jimmy Dore.
Well, okay, we have to be careful because it's
Mhm.
like anyone seems more reasonable standing next to Jimmy Dore. Okay. That
Yes,
doesn't mean
but
that Cornel West is reasonable because he's
Look,
not, but
But the fact that he got himself standing next to someone that makes him look not crazy,
okay.
you
Right.
got to admit that's a wise move, especially if you're as far left as Cornel West is.
You're right.
Yeah.
Maybe that was the
He looks like a
play.
moderate by comparison.
That was the ploy. He's like, listen, here's the goal.
Look,
here.
remember Alex Jones and Kanye West?
Yes.
It's the same situation.
Oh my God, you're
Kanye
right. This
West
genius.
is making Alex Jones look reasonable. Who can do that?
Oh my God, you're so right. You're a genius. I never saw Cornel West is a
Yes.
genius. I never saw this. This was it. This was the maneuver.
This is it. I'm telling
We'll
you.
call it the Jones maneuver.
Look, I hope I wish Brianna Joy Gray would respond to this. Has she responded to this yet? She's got to. She's got to respond.
I didn't check.
She's like a huge Cornel West fan. Yeah.
Didn't they talk about? Well, I don't know if they talked about this interview, but didn't they talk sort of about?
I've not
Cornel
heard
West
her,
in the Kyle Kalinske interview, didn't they?
I've not heard her speak about this interview yet.
So. No. But they talked about Cornel West in the Kyle Kalinske conversation, didn't they?
Of course they did. Yeah. Kyle Kalinske was beating up on her, saying, "Look,
right,
Cornel West is gonna get Donald Trump elected."
Right.
Which, I mean, maybe. I mean, look, I wouldn't bet against that. Would you?
I mean, it's more likely than the opposite.
Brianna Joy Gray was tweeting out about how third-party candidates they're not really spoiler candidates. They're often painted as spoiler candidates. And I thought, is that true? And I went and looked, and it seems to be kind of accurate. I guess Ralph Nader was painted as a spoiler candidate in 2000, an election I'm very familiar with. And he wasn't really. I mean, there wasn't any place that you could point to that if Al Gore would have won his votes, it would have made a difference in the election. So it's hard to paint him as a spoiler candidate, even though people did.
I don't know if that's true, because I thought in Florida it was close enough. Like, okay,
so
the argument would
it wasn't.
be...
I looked at that
Oh,
specifically,
okay.
yeah. But I mean, you can look into it. There's obviously conflicting articles on the internet, but the overwhelming number of articles were in favor that he wasn't a spoiler candidate.
Well, yeah.
And the evidence that they gave seems strong. So,
well, you'd have to. It would depend entirely, because the argument to me would be, well, if the person who votes for a third party, if they just stay home and don't vote, then they're not a third party. Then it's not a spoiler, obviously. The question is, if the third party candidate doesn't exist, would they vote for the Democrat or the corresponding Republican? Because this argument was also made for Clinton when Clinton ran against Bush Sr., right, with the Ross Perot, saying that Ross Perot was the spoiler candidate that helped Clinton win.
Well, that's the election that I think you can make an argument that there was a spoiler candidate. Yeah.
So, according to the numbers, the election in 2000 between Gore and Bush, I don't know, this is according to Wikipedia, so maybe the numbers are wrong, was so close that Bush only beat Gore by 500 votes in the entire state.
But in the count, well, does it matter by the county, or it's just?
It doesn't matter by county at all.
Right.
It's by state.
Right. So he could get 530 votes anywhere in the state?
Yes. And so...
was there 530 votes for Gore?
You mean for Nader?
Nader, yeah.
There was 97,000.
Okay.
So
look, the internet is trying to really downplay the fact that Ralph Nader was totally a spoiler candidate in 2000.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. So it depends. I mean, I think it would be reasonable to suspect that at least 500 out of the 97,000 people might have voted for Al Gore instead of George Bush.
Yeah. No. Yeah.
So there you go.
Yes.
I mean, I do think it's a real issue. again, if those people are going to stay at home and not vote, then it doesn't matter. It depends how close it is. If it's really super close, like it is obviously with Gore, or if it's really close, like it seems to be in the last election and these other elections, and these like swing states where it's so close, I definitely think, Cornel West could definitely tip the balance just enough to help Donald Trump.
Yeah. No, it's a sketchy situation here.
I'm curious if Trump's going to come out and be like, I love Cornel West. He's a great guy.
Of course he is, because Trump is cunning like a fox. He knows I might get some Cornel West voters. Why would I want to screw that up?
He's going to say, Cornel West, my brother.
Yeah, exactly.
I love that guy.
We'll see, won't we?
We'll see.
I really want your campaign to pick up traction. This is the opposite way to do it. Who's ever advising you sounds like an infiltrator.
But why you keep saying advise me? I'm thinking for myself, brother. I'm a free
I don't mean to insult
man.
you. That's not
just a question of advising.
Okay.
I don't ask who's advising you. You think for yourself. You're a free man too, aren't you?
You're right. You're right. Okay. I
Absolutely.
was trying to put it in a nice way.
I use that kind of language, my brother. You want to be respectful.
I'm trying to be respectful. That was my.
I appreciate it.
Okay.
I know it look like it's hard sometimes, but I appreciate it. But
we listen. We all know who's advising Jimmy Dore. Okay.
Kurt Metzger.
There's a little gnome that lives in his closet. That every night Jimmy Dore opens his closet and he turns on the light and he talks to the little gnome in a shoebox and he says, little gnome, tell me what America did wrong today. He said, let me tell you, Jimmy. Let me tell you about fascist America.
Look, I don't know who's advising.
And that gnome
Jimmy
is
Dore.
Kurt Metzger.
Look, I like Kurt. I'm friends with Kurt. So.
Yeah, I know you do.
Look, I can't.
Yeah.
My brother Kurt. Look, I want to back up a little bit here because I don't know exactly what he says.
He just said, he said, Jimmy said, whoever is advising you sounds like an infiltrator.
Right, I know. Look, I remember that part, obviously.
And then
Cornel West. Yeah. Cornel West does an amazing job. A Vivek job of walking, like de-escalating this situation. I really think he does.
He does. No, he does. And even though I don't like Cornel West, I do give him credit for.
Yeah, exactly.
Dude, for remaining, calm and talking to this insane person.
Look, Jimmy Dore's basically spitting in Cornel West's face, and he's completely calm and amicable about it. He's like, look, I'm thinking here for myself. You're thinking for yourself. Why you got to be such a dick?
Right.
But he says something here that I missed, and I just want to see what it is, because this exchange is very human, very important.
Trying to put it in a nice way.
I use that kind of language, my.
Don't use that kind of language. What are you doing here? We're trying to have a nice conversation here. You're being an a-hole.
You want to be respectful.
I'm trying to be respectful. That was my.
I appreciate it. Okay. I know it look like it's hard sometimes, but I appreciate it. But
it looks like what? Oh, it's hard sometimes. That's what he says. Yeah. I know it's hard to be respectful sometimes because you're a cocksucker. Because you're
I don't think that was the implication.
Because you're a big fat a-hole. But we're trying here. We're trying to be respectful. Jackass. Look, I got to admit, Sitch.
Yeah.
Adam's elephant would be all over the place.
I'd listen. Yeah.
Let's be realistic here. This guy's got maybe that's why I like it, because he's got this zen attitude towards this. You got Jimmy Dore spitting in his face right and left. He's like, be cool, brother.
Just imagine if you're talking to Jimmy Dore and Jimmy Dore keeps saying to you, he's like, Adam, I don't know what stupid books you're reading.
Yeah. Oh, of course. I'm going to be, look, I'm going to town. I'm not taking that bullshit. Realistically, you had the complete opposite position when he was on the show. You were the one that started yelling and calling him out. I remember.
I didn't yell at Jimmy.
Specifically.
I didn't yell at Jimmy at all. What are you talking about?
Yeah, you did. Oh,
I yelled at Kurt.
No, you yelled at Kurt, but you did yell at Jimmy as you basically called him a coward for running.
Yeah. Okay. Once he started to run away, Yes, because he was being a bitch.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
okay, to be fair, I said you're leaving. I said you're running away. I said it. I didn't start yelling. I was very incredulous at first. Okay. And then it was that interaction is very interesting.
Look, we'll bring
because-
up the clip later. We can. There's no
Right.
reason to debate what
Well,
happened.
no,
I
we
mean,
don't. There's nothing to debate because the interaction was very interesting. So it's like he's gonna run away, and I'm like, what? You're running away? And then Kurt, who I think feels like he has to, like he's gonna get in trouble. He has to defend Jimmy here. Like starts jumping in, trying to jump down my throat.
Yeah, I remember that. It was great.
Right. And that's when I started yelling at
It was
Kurt.
amazing YouTube.
Yes. And then Jimmy went for the door. So,
Yeah. Cornel West is doing great.
We just have disagreements on these things.
Again,
If I undermine the campaign for you, then you free to have your own view and vision, and people are free to listen to you and be persuaded or not. And I've got mine. I'm listening for your insight. Absolutely right. No doubt about that.
So let me just say this. So the point of running a third-party campaign is to offer an alternative to the two major parties, to bring together disaffected members of those parties, along with independents and others who feel alienated from the political system as it exists. And the best way to do this is by running on economic issues that unite us, but which neither major party is willing to address because they're both beholden to the same powerful corporate interests. The Democratic Party long ago abandoned the working class in favor of beating the drum on cultural issues, and now that's all the Democrats have to run on. So if voters are looking for a party running on trans rights and calling Donald Trump and his supporters white supremacists, they can already vote for Democrats. The role of a third party is to focus not on the identity politics that divide us, but on core economic issues that unite us along class lines, like Christian Smalls did at Staten Island. Do you think he led with LGBTQ trans rights and white supremacy, or do you think he organized along class lines? That's what we have to do. You have to organize, meet people where they are. So what is your plan to organize along class lines, or are you going to keep talking about white supremacy and all those identity politics, which are there, not from the ground up, from the top down, to make sure we stay divided? What is your plan to organize along class lines?
So it's interesting because if I actually agree with that, or most of that if you're going to be a third party candidate, you probably would be beneficial for you to not run woke. And because the Democrats are going to run woke. And I don't think out-woking them is going to help anybody. So I actually do agree with that assessment. I don't know why Jimmy didn't start with that. And the fact that he's going the whole everyone's a fascist thing completely undermines his argument.
Yeah, that's my take right there.
Because he's like, well, I'm not going to call everyone a white supremacist. I'm just going to call them a fascist. I'm like,
which,
okay. I mean,
ironic considering how this conversation began.
Exactly. And it's like, is it real? Like, people who are disaffected Republicans or disaffected Trump voters, are they going to respond like, well, I like this Cornel West guy. He's not calling me a racist. He's calling me a fascist. Like, is anyone going to perceive that?
Yeah, it's laughable. It's totally laughable. Yeah.
Like, if Jimmy had said this conversation, he's like, listen, you shouldn't call anyone a fascist. These people aren't fascists. They're just people who have different views. And I do think that pushing identity politics is a losing battle. I'd be like, okay, speaking my language, Jimmy, you could be on something. I don't think he'd still have a shot at all of winning. But I do think it would show, I think it would have an important impact on America if you had a third party candidate who I think has no ghost of chance of winning. But if you had a third party candidate who is kind of like pushing economic issues only, threw away identity politics, threw away the hyperbolic language of fascism, and was not pushing wokeness at all, and they were able to galvanize some level of support, I do think that would have an important impact on our country, and people would look at that and say, maybe maybe the woke stuff is being overestimated in the media.
I mean, this is what Andrew Yang ran on.
Right.
This is basically Andrew Yang's campaign. Economic issues, throw away the woke stuff.
He kind of did.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I think it'd be better if it was a black candidate because it's hard to call them racist.
Right.
Because they did. I mean, they threw that stick at Andrew Yang. They said, "Listen,
Yeah, he's a
all
white
the-
supremacist, but
all
that
the-
look, just because you're black doesn't
true,
immune you from that.
the black face of white supremacy." Yeah, but it
Right.
makes it harder. It makes it more absurd on its face.
It does. Yeah, of course.
But yeah, it was just unfortunate because if all that message that I agree with from Jimmy is undermined by his ludicrous position on everyone's a fascist, which I would argue is just another form of identity politics.
Exactly.
Well, I appreciate again the clarity and candor of what you have to say. We have profound disagreements, brother. When I organize around white supremacy, I'm not making some utilitarian calculation. I'm speaking as a black man who comes out of a tradition that's been terrorized and traumatized by white elites. And that does not in any way mean it takes me away from class issue. Class issues are crucial. Class issues are fundamental. But it doesn't mean that I'm putting up with white supremacy. One of the problems is that you get too many folk who want to talk class, and can't say a mumbling word about white supremacy, police brutality. Can't say a mumbling word hardly. Or when they do say it, you call it identity politics as if it's not connected to class. I'm hitting these head on. I'm standing with the...
That's a good face. That's a perfect. Look at that. That's a great pause.
Jimmy is making such like the disapproving groans and shaking his head. No. Jimmy's just basically just pissing all over Cornel West here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Look at that. That's such a good freeze.
I know. That's smug, right?
That's the disappointed, smug Muppet face.
Right. Wrong. I mean, he's basically mumbling wrong under his breath.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I just don't understand how you're talking to Cornel West. And you're like, hey, Cornel West, can you like lay off the black stuff? Like, what are you, how did you think this conversation was going to go?
Oh, yeah.
That's kind of what he was known for. Like, it's strange to me that Jimmy had this perception. Like, what was Jimmy's perception of Cornel West before this conversation? He said he was a big fan.
Yeah, supposedly he knows him really well.
Almost every time I've ever heard Cornel West talk on any other show, a pretty big substantial chunk of it, not the whole thing, but a pretty big substantive chunk of it was about race issues.
Yeah, of course.
This is so strange to me. Isn't that, wait, what does he teach?
Look, it was obviously the campaign and election of Barack Obama was fascinating just from a cultural perspective. Because Obama ran not really as a black candidate, where all of the candidates that had run before were really running as representatives of the black community. So Obama did this thing where he's like, really didn't want to focus on race being an aspect to his presidency. Everyone knew it was, but he didn't make it the focal point of his campaign,
which helped him.
Obviously, most people believe it did help. Right. Cornel West is not doing that. I mean, I'm wondering. He said something. I'm running as a candidate that's been terrorized by white elites. Do you think white people are going to vote for a candidate that feels that they've been terrorized by white people?
I mean, if you're not racist, you would.
Dude, I don't. It's like I don't know. That's a weird.
Yeah.
Kind of a weird perspective. Yeah.
So it says he taught at Princeton from 1988 to 1994.
Cornel West?
Yes. He was the director of the African American Studies program.
Right.
1988 to 1994. And then it says after that, he taught African American Studies at Harvard Divinity School. And then after that, he returned to Princeton and founded the Center for African American Studies in 2006. And then he went back to Harvard Divinity and again was in charge of the department, or was part of the Department of African American Studies. It's like his entire career as a teacher has been in literally been in African American Studies. And you're like, listen, can you stop talking about black stuff, please? What did you think was going to happen? What was this conversation?
Look, it's not impossible for him to play Obama in the presidential election.
It kind of is, though. It kind of is.
You think it is?
Yes, because Obama was not a public figure, who went on all like Bill Maher and all these talk shows before he ran for president. He was a state senator, and then he was a junior senator. He was a politician. And so, it's not like Cornel West. Literally, there's hours and hours and hours and hours of footage of him talking about, black issues and how we live in white supremacist country and all this woke crap. He can't just pivot away from that. I'm like, well, what the heck? What do you mean? This has been your entire career up until this point.
People are going to pull that out, and he's going to have to respond to it in the same way that Obama was forced to respond to the pastor that said all the incendiary stuff.
Yeah, but there's a huge difference between saying like you used to be part of some church where some pastor said a bunch of crazy shit,
and you were the pastor.
You were the guy. Yeah, you were the pastor saying the crazy shit.
Look, I totally agree. I totally agree. But nobody's calling him out on that stuff here. He's just saying new stuff.
Right, but that's why I don't understand. Like,
look, you could you could run a presidential campaign.
Yeah,
he could someone could pull a clip out from his class or whatever, where he's just saying crazy, insane stuff about white supremacy and blacks being oppressed and whatever. Okay,
right.
And he could say, look, when I'm teaching a class at Princeton on African American studies, there are different things that are appropriate to say than when I'm running for president of the United States.
Mm-hmm.
It's a different context, and obviously, if I'm going to be president of the United States, I have to take everybody's perspective into mind in a way that I don't when I'm teaching African American studies, and my whole goal is to share the African American perspective. He could say that.
So Cornel West was arrested in 2014 for protesting the shooting of Michael Brown in Ferguson.
Mm-hmm. Michael Brown turned out to be... Michael Brown was the guy that tried to grab the cop's gun and...
Yes, and charge him.
Yeah.
And Michael Brown was the original hands up, don't shoot, which turned out to be 100% fake.
Right.
Yeah. It says, Cornel West describes himself as a non-Marxist socialist.
Mm-hmm.
And he previously served as an honorary chairman of the Democratic Socialists of America.
When did Michael Brown happen? Was that during Obama?
Yeah, 2014.
Because that goes against what we were saying earlier about why isn't the press jumping on this situation now with the cops? I mean, look, Michael Brown is not the situation with the 6 cops that beat up those 2 black guys and shot one of them in the mouth.
Well, no, so
that's way worse.
It doesn't go against what we were saying, because I think they were pushing, like the Michael Brown thing was interesting as to why that blew up. But that's different than saying, well, under Trump, they intentionally looked for as many of these instances as they could to kind of like blow up all these police shootings, because they wanted to paint the picture that like, living as black under Trump's America is dangerous. Racist. And then under Biden, because the threat of Trump still looms, right? Under Biden, they kind of like talk about it a little bit less. So like, maybe we shouldn't push this stuff. Right?
So basically, they blew up the Michael Brown thing under Obama because there wasn't the looming threat of Trump at the time.
Yeah, no, in 2014, they didn't think Trump was going to run for president. Right. Well, and there's another thing too, which I think a lot of people on the left finally acknowledged, which was what David Shore pointed out, which is if you look at the data, whenever there's these big riots, especially these big race riots, they almost always end up voting Republican as a result. And I believe that after the BLM protest, all the areas that had a lot of the protests and the burning down property all shifted far more Republican than they'd been in the past. And so I wonder too if like that kind of sunk in with a lot of left-wing journalists. And so they've
all read that report.
Yeah, so they're concerned. They don't want to blow up these stories because they think, oh, this will cause another BLM situation, which will end up getting Trump elected.
Right. Yeah, no, maybe they've Maybe they're taking that into account. Wouldn't surprise me.
Mm-hmm.
Those devious journalists. It's true. Don't laugh.
I don't disagree.
I've heard the left-wing media. I've heard the media is biased towards the left, the mainstream media.
I think
you ever hear that?
Listen, that's a crazy statement. Who would ever believe that the mainstream media is biased to the left, Adam? That's ridiculous.
Really?
What a ridiculous thing. Who would ever suggest something so silly?
I mean, a lot of people think it's just true.
No. You just have reverse TDS.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah, it's what it is. I'm very intelligent.
Look, I do think
Yeah.
that a lot of legitimate criticism of Donald Trump is being targeted as TDS, is being explained as TDS,
Yes,
which I don't think that's remotely fair.
Right.
Save the TDS accusations for Sam Harris, okay? When you're standing on firm ground, okay?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Anyway, should we watch this video some more? What do you think?
The workers when
I just can't get over the Jimmy Dore smug head. This jackass. I invite him on my show. My amazing. His campaign could be blowing up tomorrow if he just listened to what I have to say. Isn't that what he's saying?
Yeah.
I feel like it is.
Listen,
I feel like that's 1,000% accurate.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's basically saying this dumb.
it comes to strikes. I'm standing with the workers when it comes to greedy bosses. I'm standing with the workers when it comes to obsession with profits and the needs not in any way being satisfied. But I'll never for a minute be silent or not raising my voice in terms of vicious treatment of Black people, indigenous people, gay brothers, lesbian sisters, or trans. It's not an either or. And that's where you and I have a deep, profound disappointment. So if I see, for example, if I watch your show and I notice you hardly say a mumbling word about white supremacy because it's some kind of identity politics and I'm against it, but I don't want to talk about it. I only want to talk about what people hold in common. Well, Black people are not going to hold it in common if you don't say a word about white supremacy, but maybe some of your white friends will. So who are you talking about when you're talking about in common? Are you talking about just a majority or what, my dear brother? I will never, ever in a million years not talk about vicious legacies of white supremacy, male supremacy, homophobia, transphobia, and others. But class will always be very much at the center. What brings you and I together is what? Our fundamental solidarity with working classes, not just here, but around the world. But oftentimes when I hear about your show and you say, well, you know, these identity politics issues get in the way. No, it's 100%. Not getting in the way. They're not getting in the way.
100%. They're used by the Democrats, that's all they have to run on. And when you say that stuff, you just sound like a Democrat because that's all they have. So if
exactly
you
wrong.
need,
if the talk about the dignity of Black people in the face of vicious white supremacy makes me sound like a Democrat, you got the wrong earplug.
Okay,
you're not listening clearly, because if you can't hear the critique of Wall Street, if you can't hear the critique of militarism, if you can't hear the critique of his foreign policy in Ukraine, and all you can hear when they talk about white supremacy is identity politics, then something's wrong with your earplug.
Did he just say? Did you hear him say crazy?
Did Jimmy Dore say crazy?
I think Jimmy Dore said crazy under his.
Right, let's see.
The critique of militarism. If you can't hear the critique of his foreign policy in Ukraine, and all you can hear when they talk about white supremacy is identity politics, then
I don't know why he said.
I think he says crazy.
I heard
crazy.
Let's see if the transcript says anything.
Definitely. The transcript didn't pick that up. We barely picked it up. I don't know. Look, I'm not betting on what he's had to say there. It's interesting because I think the Democrats would be more competitive if they dropped the woke stuff.
Definitely.
But to think that like Cornel West is going to be the moderate candidate to the. Yeah, exactly.
Well, he doesn't want him to be moderate. He wants him to be a classical Marxist candidate.
So a class reductionist is what they call it.
Yes, he wants
right?
them to be a class
Yeah.
reductionist Marxist. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That seems more moderate compared to the white supremacy, critical race theory. I mean, that stuff seems more far left to me than someone who's just focusing on the working class. That seems like a more moderate position.
I mean, it depends, because some people, there are, which is Jimmy's argument is that, you have a bunch of Democrats who are like hyper woke culturally, but then are all, still capitalist economically, which
Right.
is true. That is definitely true. And that is definitely, I think, what's kind of dominated the Democratic Party. And I do think it is for cynical reasons, 100%, which we talked about a million times on the channel.
They're neoliberal, but they're virtue signaling wokeness.
Well, I'm not going to say they're neoliberal, because they're not, because neoliberal means libertarian.
Right, but they are.
It's silly to call the Democrats the party of libertarian economic policy.
Okay, I mean, people would.
Yeah, leftists will call them neoliberal. Or
They're
people
for unregulated free markets.
Yeah, the Democrats are for unregulated free markets.
No, they're for regulation, obviously.
Right, exactly. No, so I think that's fair to point out, but I don't know if I would call that more or less moderate than someone who wants to abolish private property.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're both extreme. They're both very extreme positions to me, and they're both crazy positions to me. So no. It's interesting to me, though, kind of what draws people to these conclusions, because I don't think Jimmy's, I could be wrong. I don't think he was guided to this position by being a class reductionist Marxist. I don't think that was the starting point that kind of drove him here. I think to me, it feels just like he's just against whatever the mainstream is, but he's still on the left. So he's kind of ended up in the position of being a class reduction Marxist.
Right.
And then Cornel West, obviously, highly motivated by Black issues.
But I mean, you and I both agree that the Democratic Party should knock off the wokeness.
Yeah, obviously. And I think if they did, I think they should, just because I think it's morally correct to knock off the wokeness.
Right.
But I do think that they would fare much better politically. As I said, I mean, if there was a candidate that came out, I don't think a third party candidate can win, but if there's a Democrat candidate that came out, hopefully a minority, hopefully Black, came out, said very clearly, wokeness sucks. We need to start caring about, the workers, kind of like what Jimmy said, caring about like the working class again. I think that guy would get, or girl, would get a crap ton of support.
I do too, and that would send a message to the Democratic Party. There's something going on here. We should follow suit.
Right.
Jimmy Dore is enlisting
Cornel West,
one of the wokest guys on the planet.
Right.
Yeah, it's just that's why I don't understand why is this even happening here.
Yeah, I don't know. It's weird.
Yeah.
Well, because the issue is that Cornel West he's like he was literally chair of the Democratic Socialists of America. So he's like both a cultural Marxist and an economic Marxist. And so Jimmy's like, can you just be the one flavor of Marxist I like and not the other flavor of Marxist I don't like?
Right.
Something's wrong with your earplug, though, bro. Something's wrong with you. Okay. We just have deep disagreement with that. But
it's disappointing.
It is what it is. You are profoundly disappointing in that sense. But I still love you, brother.
I still love you too.
Oh, look at that. I'm so disappointed in you. I'm so disappointed in you. But I still love you. I still love you, Adam.
Right.
I'm disappointed in you, Adam, but I still love you.
It's harsh. That's harsh.
I'm not angry at you, Adam. I'm just disappointed.
Right. Yeah. Well, I haven't done any. Look, obviously, I haven't done anything wrong. It's weird here. I don't know that either of these guys have done anything wrong anyway. I just say they're arguing over strategy.
Well, they just have bad positions.
Yeah.
I still love you too. I know you. I know I don't disagree with what you're saying. I'm talking about having a campaign. I'm not. So.
But the campaign is not about utilitarian calculation either. I don't look at Black people like a utilitarian calculation. I can't say nothing because these people over here somehow are alienated. I'm telling the truth. I'm fighting for justice. And if people feel as if to talk about white supremacy is alienating, then they're going to be alienated. I'm talking about my mama. I'm talking about my daddy. This ain't no abstract dialogue about politics in the Machiavellian sense. Not at all,
so
my brother.
What?
Based Machiavelli reference.
Well, so now I'm curious because he said, so Jimmy said, and maybe he'll clarify. He said, I don't disagree with you. We're talking about the campaign. So does that mean that Jimmy does agree with all the woke stuff, but he just thinks it's bad to campaign on it?
I know that's the implication, isn't it? I was wondering the same thing.
That's why he's
why like,
Cornel West was like, it's not utilitarian. What are you talking about?
When Bernie caught,
we marched together for class politics. We marched together because that's real. But if you think that talking about white supremacy is just identity politics, we got deep disagreement. That's all.
So
I'm sorry to go on, and
no,
you're very kind to let me go.
No,
on.
go right ahead. No, go right ahead. I don't. And honest, everything I'm saying here coming from my heart. I want your campaign to succeed, and I want you to have the strongest campaign possible. But Bernie caught on because he would always, if he was given a cultural question or an identity politics question, he would always bring it back to class and economics. And it doesn't, well, here I was talking to one of Bernie's campaign managers, and this is what he said. Yes, I personally agree white supremacy is one of the causes. But if I lose two potential allies because they roll their eyes and stop listening before I get to their concerns, I've already lost. The civil rights advancements, women's rights, the environmental movement, they didn't happen because people like my dad voted Democrat because that stuff mattered to them. It happened because Democrats appealed to them on economic issues, and a lot of the Democrats they voted for because of economics also happened to vote for that other stuff. And it doesn't work in the inverse. So I'm just giving that to you.
Right. No, I understand. But you can see again how.
So it's interesting because with like Bernie, I do think that's sort of true with Bernie. Bernie, of course, but in 2016, that was kind of like, that was really before peak wokeness. Like that's when wokeness started. Like it was, it was starting to ramp up 2014, right? So
yeah, that's a good point.
I'm not sure how helpful that was because in 2020. I mean, Bernie went pretty woke in 2020. Do you remember? Like people were like, wow, Bernie's kind of become significantly more woke. He seemed like he kind of sold out.
Yeah, I do remember that.
So I'm curious, a lot of this stuff is timing because I'm curious if Bernie, Bernie's too old now, but like if Bernie did come out in 2024 trying to primary Joe Biden and it was like 2016 Bernie, I'm curious as to how that would play out. I think he could have success there if he was younger. I mean, he's if he was the age he was in 2016. I am curious there could be something there.
I disagree. Keep in mind, bro. Civil rights movement was not because of white folk doing X or Y. It was because it was a social movement led by black people in the South that was multiracial, but led primarily by black folk, and neither party would have done anything without that social movement.
100% right. You're 100% right. No doubt about it. And I think
but that's my tradition. That's my tradition. How can you talk about?
No, I love to hear you talk about all that stuff, and that's good for a radical black activist who's representing his community. But I'm just trying to impress upon you that there's better ways to run a presidential campaign. And so that for a black radical activist, that's great. That's honey. But for someone who's trying to appeal to a wide swath of people, disaffected Republicans, independents, people, that's a death for that campaign. That's my opinion. That's just...
Listen, it's death for the broader America to run as a black radical. But if you run on the everyone is a fascist ticket, that's going to get people real excited. Okay.
It's a giant contradiction.
You're going to get all these disaffected Democrats and Republicans really excited when you say Joe Biden and Donald Trump are fascists. So you should vote for me.
These two positions don't seem that different to me, even though Jimmy's in favor of one and against the other. Well,
it's funny because, as you said, I do think most people do read fascism coded as white nationalist. So for the average person, they're not going to see a big difference between calling everyone racist and calling everyone fascist.
Right. Yeah.
Well, we'll have to see, but keep in mind, though, brother, that one, I've never ever said that all of the followers of Brother Trump are fascists. I said he's a neo-fascist Pied Piper. His followers, 1 out of 8 went with Bernie, 1 out of 12 went with Barack Obama. He's got a heterogeneous, diverse group. And I can speak my language of truth and justice as it connects to capitalism, imperialism, white supremacy, male supremacy, transphobia, whatever it is. And there's going to be some people who listen, and there's going to be some people who don't.
Well, there you go. Look, Trump supporters aren't fascists, but Trump is a neo-fascist, and he's playing his little pipe.
Yeah.
And they just hear this. They hear the siren song of neo-fascism. Like, I'm on board with this.
You're not a fascist. You're just too stupid to realize that Trump is a fascist. Big difference.
But this is not just a question of political calculation and Machiavellian reflection, brother. This is about the quest for truth and justice. You got to be real. You got to be authentic. I'm not listening to consultants who tell me to use this particular kind of language with this group and this kind of language with that group. That is the essence of managerial bourgeois politics.
Oh,
I reject it.
Sit down, Jimmy Dore.
My God, brutal. Look at that.
He's like, I don't need any consultants like you, bro.
That's the essence of being a managerial bourgeoisie.
Right.
Bougie booze.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
With this group and this kind of language with that group. That is the essence of managerial bourgeois politics. I reject it.
So I heard you say one time that someone asked you that same question. Why don't you call Joe?
What?
Why was there a massive cut there?
I don't know the answer.
What do you think happened?
Either Jimmy Dore had to run off stage in a rage that he was called the managerial class bourgeoisie, or someone had to go to the bathroom.
Oh, okay.
That'd be my guess.
I think someone blew up. It was wiped from the internet.
He said, "You call me managerial bourgeoisie?" He flipped the table over, broke the microphone.
Exactly.
He started cursing out Cornel West, started calling him an N-word.
Right. Yeah, exactly. He drops a couple M-bombs and then he's like, listen, we're going to edit that out.
And for some reason, after all that, Cornel West is like, you know what? I'll stick around.
Right.
Managerial bourgeois politics. I reject it.
So I heard you say one time that someone asked you that same question. Why don't you call Joe Biden a fascist, but you call Donald Trump a fascist? And one time you said that it was because Donald Trump criminalizes and demonizes his political opponents, and that's what fascists do. Well, of course, now they've been trying to criminalize and put in jail Donald Trump, Joe Biden's #1 political opponent, just like they did in Brazil and Pakistan. And so the global elite is doing this to anybody, and they'll do it to you if you actually become a threat. They will criminalize you. They've already started to call you right-wing and white supremacist yourself. And that's the game. They'll call you a sexist. They're going to call you, your followers are going to be sexist, violent, racist, and white supremacist. All that. You've already been called a right-winger by the establishment. So that's the game that they play. And what they're doing right now is trying to throw in prison anybody who the donor class doesn't want to run and is going to win, they'll throw in prison. They'll do it to Bernie. They russiagated Bernie. They said all his followers were sexist and racist and violent. They said the same thing that they say about Trump. And they would have criminalized Bernie and put him in jail if he had a spine and he would have stood up to the establishment instead of folding into it. So
it is disturbing. You want to talk about the danger and destruction of our truth-making, sense-making, truth-sensing, maybe, not truth-making, truth-sensing institutions.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty bad that by simply taking a position of just being against whatever the general consensus is, can net you a reasonable amount of good takes.
I know. Yeah, exactly.
That's pretty depressing. You can just say, listen, I'm going to take the opposite position of whatever the mainstream narrative is. And like, okay, you'll get like a 50, maybe even a 60% hit rate on decent takes there.
That the mainstream media is wrong that much is just a testament to how far we've fallen as a society.
I know. That's pretty bad.
It is.
It's pretty
it
awful.
is.
Yeah.
And there are people that still have faith in that media.
I know.
Just kind of even scarier.
I know.
You got to double check everything these days.
Yeah.
It's important, I think, that people call out what's happening right now. I don't like Trump one bit. I oppose almost everything he says. And but he called for ending NATO, so I join him with that. And I'll join with anybody to do good and nobody to do wrong. Okay.
Same here. I'm with you at that. I'm with you on that too.
And so what's happening right now is what they usually do in third world countries, but they're doing it right here.
I'm curious because so Jimmy Dore says he just said he disagrees with Trump on almost everything except for ending NATO. He's called him a fascist, Donald Trump a fascist, but he still thinks that the charges in Georgia about the whole fake electors thing is an attempt to criminalize your political opposition. And I'm curious as to what the basis of if Donald Trump is someone that you hate and you think he's a fascist, what is the argument here then, I guess?
I don't know. What do you think it is?
I don't know. I don't think he ever explains it. I think Cornel kind of like asks him to explain it. I don't think he ever does. Like, what are the facts of this case that Jimmy takes issue with?
Well, I mean, I've listened to the phone call, and I think it's going to be tough to convict unless they have other evidence other than the phone call.
It's not the phone call, though. The phone call is a minor part of the case.
Okay, so what other evidence do they have?
The majority of the case, when I looked through the indictment, seemed to be about them creating the fake electors and getting people to sign off on the fake electors and then handing off those fake electors to Mike Pence on January 6th. Or trying to hand them off to Mike Pence on January 6th.
So it's some sort of fraud? Yeah, no, look,
right.
I'm not down with the fake electors nonsense.
Yeah.
Although I've heard many people on the right say that this is standard practice and it's been done a million times before. I haven't looked into that, so I don't know how much credibility there is to that.
So argument. I haven't heard that. I heard in the Brianna Wu Tim conversation, he said well, the Democrats did this in 1960 with the state of Hawaii. And it's true. There was some contentious, it was JFK versus Nixon, and there was a contentious election. And while they were having a recount, the Democrats electors for Hawaii did the same thing. They signed off on some kind of paper that kind of made it look like that they were the electors chosen by the state, when at the time that they signed the paper, they were not the electors chosen by the state. However, which, by the way, should still be illegal. Okay. But I would wager that the reason that those guys were never charged was because, number one, when they did do the recount, they did find, I believe in Hawaii, they did find JFK won the state anyway. And then JFK ended up becoming president, and him being president wasn't reliant on the state of Hawaii anyway. So, but to me, it's a really weak argument to say well, 60 years ago, someone did something illegal and they weren't charged, so that makes it okay now.
Well, I don't know. Was it illegal then, though? That's the argument that they're making, is it wasn't illegal.
Well, they never got charged, so it never went to court, so there's no precedent created. It's hard for me to imagine. I don't see how it couldn't be illegal.
Okay.
I mean, should I be able to come to your house, Adam, and say, Adam, I am from the government. I'm here to repossess your house. Here's a piece of paper that grants me governmental authority to repossess your house.
Yeah,
when
no, that
I
would
don't
clearly
have that
be fraud. Yeah.
Right. When I don't have that governmental authority and that piece of paper I just typed up and is fake.
Right. But the argument they will make is that sometimes there are multiple sets of electors because there are discrepancies in the election that are still being worked out, and they are basically getting their ducks in a row because they don't know which way the election is going to go. That's the counter argument.
Yeah, but so the problem with that is I believe there are 7 states where they had these alternative electors.
There you go. Alternate electors.
Right.
That's what they call them. They're not fake. They're alternates.
Well, it's funny. They actually called them fake. And then they said, well, maybe we should call them alternative. Right. there's actually
the
like
Trump people did this. Oh my god,
Yes,
it's
there's
just
like an
such a comedy of errors.
there's like an email, I forget who, between some Trump people saying they were literally calling them fake electors themselves. And like, well, maybe we shouldn't call them fake electors.
Did they really?
Yes.
Oh, they're
Yes.
so going down. They're so going down.
But so there were 2 states, I don't remember which ones, who the electors involved were smart enough to say, listen, this seems really shady and possibly illegal. I want you to make sure you write on this piece of paper that this will only have weight or will only be valid if it turns out that a court finds that there was fraud, or the court finds that, there's some, legal mechanism in which these things can be, justified or utilized.
This happened in the 1960s or now?
No. This happened in 2020.
Okay.
2 of the 7 states that they did this, 2 of the states, the electors were smart enough to ask for this kind of extra stipulation.
So they have that document?
Yeah, it says on the document itself, it says something to the effect of, this will only be
null and void.
Yeah. Right. If blah, 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 blah. They created some stipulation. Right?
Null and void if we get caught.
Right. Yeah. Now, to be fair, I don't know legally if that grants them immunity from possible something, but it grants them more than nothing. Right.
Well, yeah, they at least they can show something to a judge going, look, we weren't trying to commit fraud here.
Right. Yeah, exactly. But and supposedly there's evidence that the Trump campaign was vehemently against adding that language. And they only add that language in those 2 states because essentially that was the only way they could get the electors to sign off on this stuff.
This is crazy.
But 5 of the states, they didn't have any of that. So the idea that you can just write on a piece of paper that you have the authority of a state to be the elector of that state when you literally don't, that is a lie. And at the time it's a lie, and you're signing a piece of paper that's a lie. I don't know how you can just throw your hands up and say, well, it's just common practice that there's alternate slates of electors. No, there isn't. That's not true. You can't just write on a piece of paper. As I said, I can't write on a piece of paper, I'm from the government and I have the authority to repossess Adam's house, when that's not true.
Why is it
you can't just write on a piece of paper.
Why you can't write on your house?
Yeah, right. You can't write on a piece of paper. You can't just walk up and write on a piece of paper, hey, I have the authority of the state of Georgia to vote for Donald Trump, when you don't have the authority of the state of Georgia to do that.
Mm-hmm.
And then try to hand that to Mike Pence. You don't have. How is that not fraud? That's just very clearly fraud.
Yes. Yeah.
And so it's just the argument is a very weak argument.
Yeah. I concur.
Donor class doesn't want Donald Trump to become president, and he will if he's allowed to run. And so they did this. They did they're now 4 different indictments, each one more ridiculous than the last. And here, RICO, the Georgia anti-racketeering law, is being used to charge Donald Trump. And now the reason I bring this up is because they're the same people that did that to Donald Trump are using the RICO charges to go after activists from Stop Cop City. So let me just give you the story and then you can comment on it. So
Sure.
Georgia prosecutors.
Do you know anything about this story?
Stop Cop City, somewhat.
I only looked into this a little bit before this because our good friend FD Signifier
Right.
put out this weird tweet about it, and I was like, what? But he never responded. So he posted this from the Stop Cop City indictment.
Okay.
And here, I'll read what the indictment says, and I'll read what he says, and you try to explain it to me. He said, okay, in the indictment it says, the notion of anarchy, being grounded in an anti-authoritarian mindset, primarily targets government because it views government as unnecessarily oppressive. Instead of relying on a modicum of government structure, anarchy relies on human association instead of government to fulfill all human needs. Some of the major ideas that anarchists promote include collectivism, mutualism, mutual aid, social solidarity, and these same ideas are frequently seen in the Defend Atlanta Forest movement.
Okay.
Okay, what does that paragraph sound like to you?
Sounds like hippie commune bullshit.
Right, but what does it sound like? What does it sound like the purpose of the inclusion of that paragraph was in the indictment?
I have no idea.
Okay. It just sounds to me like they're just describing and defining anarchy and anarchy philosophy.
Okay.
I mean, how else? I don't know how else to interpret that paragraph.
I mean, it's
They're just explaining what anarchy is. Yeah.
Yeah.
So FT Signifier,
What is he saying
he says,
means?
this is a real excerpt from the Cop City RICO case. I don't know if anyone realizes how dangerous this is.
Didn't strike me as dangerous, no. Why would it be dangerous?
I don't know. I asked him, I said, I don't understand what the danger you're referencing here is. And there was no answer.
Right.
There's a bunch of his followers tried to answer me. They said, they're saying that mutual aid is illegal. That's not what it says. They're saying anyone that involves themselves in mutual aid is going to get arrested by a RICO charge. That's not what it says. Like, it's just, it's wild to me how people cannot, like, the the reading comprehension of the general public is just so disappointing.
That is true. Yeah.
I should say the reading comprehension of people that are politically biased is so disappointing.
Well, they're reading it to ferret out something that they can use against their political enemies.
Right. Well, it's just annoying because FD vague posts about this danger, and it's like, what are you talking about? What does that even
question.
mean? I don't know. Maybe we'll find out.
Unlikely.
Oh no, then he later tweeted out. This is funny. He later tweeted out, I won't say much more about Cop City RICO case for my own safety. I don't know what that means.
Oh my goodness. Look, I laughed. If something happens to him, I'm going to feel horrible.
Okay. I just implore people to actually read over the indictment and look at some of the charges in it. It's self-evident what is happening. Please continue to support organizing efforts in Atlanta and abroad. And my video on Monday couldn't be more timely as response to why this is happening. So I don't know. Maybe I'll have a video on it. He'll explain whatever the heck he's talking about. But
I think he's got like 7 or 8 channels. So.
Oh yeah, who knows?
Might want to look around.
Yeah. Well, it's not Monday yet, so we'll see.
Have filed racketeering charges against 61 people accused of involvement with Stop Cop City, a protest movement against a controversial Atlanta police training facility.
Oh, so this article he's reading, this Daily Beast article, is an insane level of Antifa propaganda. I was reading this article, I was just blown away.
Daily Beast is insane.
Yeah.
I can't read Daily Beast without getting a brain hemorrhage.
Right. So this situation, I'll give you kind of the rundown because it's going to give you a very biased rundown, was, you probably heard that they're building this police training facility in Atlanta, Georgia, which you would think if you have a problem with policing, that should be a good thing, right? Police need to be better trained, right?
Yeah.
Police
Accountability City, they should call it.
But no, of course, because these people don't actually care about police training. They just hate cops and the idea of police officers, and they want the police abolished. And when they said defund the police, they meant it.
What? I mean, they all backpedaled on it as if it was just a complete misunderstanding.
Oh yeah, we just meant to reallocate funds to social workers or whatever.
Start Therapy City.
Yeah. So essentially, they were building this training facility in Atlanta. They called it Cop City, and this bunch of far leftist and Antifa kind of people have begun protesting against this. And part of the way in which they started protesting against this was like, this thing is in the middle of nowhere, it's in some forested area. So they started to live in the forested area next to wherever this is being built to protest it. And one of the days kind of escalated where they broke through some of the barriers of the construction, and they started throwing Molotov cocktails and fireworks at the police officers that were guarding the facility. And they started burning down vehicles that were being, construction vehicles and, and parts of the building and all this other stuff.
So they're getting training immediately.
Yeah.
Like on the fly training.
Right.
From an invasion.
Yes, exactly. That's a great point. Yeah, it's a great point.
How did it go?
And so, yeah, so did
anyone get George Floyded in this exchange?
Well, okay. So after this violence protest happened where they burned down a bunch of stuff relating to this facility being built, the police said, okay, we can't let these people live in the woods anymore. Okay. So they started to crack down on all of the protesters, and they kind of went and they rounded them all up and they were kicking them all out of the forest. And one of the people was in a tent, because they're all living in these tents in the forest. and they're all part of this Defend the Atlanta Forest movement. It's funny because like when I was reading through the Defend the Atlanta Forest movement, they're like super ultra hippie, like no one deserves this land. This is the forest's land. It's the land of the forest, like, you know, the ultimate hippie dippy.
I just look, if you got a sweet deal going, a sweet rent-free ride hanging in the forest, why are you attacking Cop City? I mean,
these
that's
people
the
were
big
not
question.
living in the forest before. They're living in the forest just to protest Cop City.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought this was like their homestead.
No, and actually, they actually got into physical altercations with like poor and homeless people that were living in the forest.
Okay. Oh my!
Like,
so they're leaning on the marginalized people. They're like, look, this is my free ride, and you guys are messing it up.
yeah, there's at least one incident I read that was like some person was like trying to go into there to like scrounge around for scrap metal or something, and they were like, "Get out of here!" They're pointing guns at him, and they were telling him to get out.
Wow.
But no, yeah. So they're in there to defend this stupid this forest, and they're just and to get rid of this police training center. And so when the police are kind of like pushing them all out, rounding them all up, there's one person in a tent who refuses to leave, and so they start shooting like pepper balls in the area to try to get them to vacate the tent, and that's when the gunfire starts.
Okay.
And
wow.
So what the police say,
a pepper ball turned into gunfire.
Well, so what the police say happened is that the person in the tent that they pepperballed came out and shot at them.
Right.
And there is a police officer who got shot by this guy. He didn't die, but got shot by this guy.
Okay.
And they pulled the bullet out, and their forensics does match it with that guy's gun that he did have supposedly on him at the time.
Look at this. Forensic evidence.
And that guy, that gun he had was registered to him from 2 years ago. So it's not like they just dropped the gun there.
Sounds like he's a shooter.
Right. Now so the police immediately shot the crap out of this guy. Like, just annihilated him. Now their response is to say, no. He had his hands up and was peacefully accepting arrest when the police just executed him for no reason. And then the police accidentally shot their own guy somehow in the gunfire.
Okay. That's to account for the shot. Well, how did the police shoot their own guy with his gun?
I don't know.
Oh, maybe that's the gun they planted on him.
Well, it's registered to him from 2 years ago, so that'd be difficult.
Who does the registration?
The government. Oh my God, they set it up. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Now, to be clear, maybe they're saying, well, that I don't know what. It's probably not. They probably couldn't match the round to the specific gun. They probably just match it like it's the same type of ammunition that the gun uses. So we'll say, oh well, you know, the police shot him by accident or something. But that's their argument is the police shot him by accident. It's kind of crazy because the Wikipedia has literal lies about the case. And it was interesting. I was looking at the discussion tab on the Wikipedia edit, and you could see that the main editor of the Wikipedia page for the shooting is obviously some kind of Antifa, communist, socialist infiltrator type.
Of course, it's Wikipedia.
Because the original autopsy said that the coroner said that they didn't see any gunpowder residue on the guy's hands. So everyone who was against the cops took that and say, aha, that would mean that he didn't shoot anyone. He doesn't have any residue on his hands. Though obviously people point out and said, well, the coroner just said he didn't see it. Like with his eyeballs, he didn't see it. They didn't actually run a test.
Oh, yeah, they didn't do the gun residue test.
Well, they did do the gun residence test after the coroner, and they did find that he had gunpowder. Now, to be clear, that doesn't 100% mean that he fired a gun, but obviously it's another piece in that position. So, and then, you know, the family did some independent autopsy, who they claim that somehow they could figure out by something related to the autopsy that he had his hands up when they shot him. And then the coroner for the state, or the autopsy of the state, said that it would be wildly irresponsible to try to determine, you know, the position of his body when he was being shot in that way, and that they didn't have anywhere near enough evidence to point to that. And then this gets compounded because these were state troopers, and the state troopers don't have to wear body cams. So all this is just, you know,
hearsay,
not hearsay, but it's all just speculation. But so anyway, so that's this case. That's what this case is.
Sounds crazy.
Right.
How long
Now,
ago was this?
this
When did
was
this happen?
See, this was this year, and it was on.
I mean, I just hear
It was in
everyone talking about.
March,
Okay, so
I
March.
believe.
Everyone's talking about Stop Cop City now, though. I didn't hear about this in March. I just started hearing about it.
Well, there's been more movement on it continually, and there's some movement about it recently.
Okay.
So,
Cool.
so and the Daily Beast is running interference with it, and now that because the indictment I think came out recently. Now the indictment, and it could be, I don't know, I don't know enough about the case. They've charged like some they've charged like a crap ton of people. They basically charged every person they possibly could that was involved with this organization, the Defend Atlanta Force organization, together with a RICO charge. And so people are questioning whether that's valid to do or not. You know, I'm looking through the indictment. I think, yeah, some of these people probably are way overcharged. I think you should separate the charges out. People that were actually there, people that are actually burning stuff down, people that are actually managing the fund. You know, I can understand them getting more significant charges than just other people that were maybe at the protest who should get some kind of charge, but I don't think it should be the same level.
Okay.
The list defendants suggests that the case implicates people who have already been arrested on tenuous evidence, like a legal observer who was jailed while monitoring protests, activists who ran a bail fund for other defendants, and a trio of activists arrested while handing out flyers with the name of a cop who killed a fellow protester.
So this is part of why this Daily Beast article is so dishonest. So there was there was a quote legal observer there who supposedly worked with the SPLC. A legal observer is a person who's supposed to go to these protests and is supposed to tell them, give some kind of guidance about whether their activities they're engaged in is legal or not. This guy was supposedly at the protest where people were throwing Molotov cocktails and burning shit down.
Okay.
I don't know what kind of legal guidance he was giving to people. I'm pretty sure people knew that burning things down was illegal.
Right. Was he himself throwing Molotov cocktails, or he's just there to supervise?
I don't know what evidence they have in that regard. They just say that he was there at the protest. They're just basically charging everyone that was at the protest.
Okay.
So I don't know about that. Obviously, being a legal observer doesn't give you magical legal status to participate. But, you know, people are complaining about it. The activists who ran a bail fund for other defendants, that is kind of important because part of the racketeering charge against these people is that they had this massive bail fund that they were this is the charge, is that people were donating to this fund not realizing what it was used for because they were pretending, so what the state is claiming, they were pretending that they were going to be involved in legal protest against something, and so they basically got hundreds of thousands of dollars from donations, and then they were using this to fund activities they knew were illegal and bailing out people from jail that they knew were going to be committing illegal actions.
Okay.
They did not actually say it was illegal for them to just have a bail fund or to bail someone out from jail. That's not actually an indictment.
What's your take on all this Stop Cop City thing?
I mean, it's all bullshit. A bunch of Antifa gobbledygook nonsense. You should want your police officers to get more training, not less training.
Right. So they're just they just see cops and they just can't help themselves. They have to attack.
Yeah. They're like bulls seeing red.
Right.
Essentially.
How dare they train officers?
Right. Or if they have some problem with like the type of training that's going on, they should be talking about what they think would be, well, this is the problem. What I think would solve the issue, because I think when you have these bad issues with cops, right? Obviously we talked about the case with like the actual corrupt cops in Mississippi, which is a completely different situation. But usually when you have these incidences with cops shooting or beating people, it seems to me to be a case of, human adrenaline gets kicking and people make bad decisions.
Well, I don't know that that's the situation with the Mississippi cops.
No. That's obviously not the situation. I said that's not the situation.
Yeah, okay, good. That seems premeditated.
Right. That was premeditated. I'm saying normally when you see these police shootings or these, police attacking people, it's because their adrenaline's all up and they're not thinking well.
Right.
They don't have good training on how to grapple people, arrest people without, maybe putting them in some sort of harmful position.
Right. Yeah.
And I would say that that's at these training facilities, that's what should be being taught, is how to effectively control someone's body without like causing permanent injury, how to, being in shape so you can do this, and how to control yourself so you don't get into this kind of adrenalized, crazed state. That to me should be what police training across the country looks like.
How to control your emotions, control your elephant.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. Control your elephant. So
we deal with that when we debate people, like we're training ourselves.
Right.
If we did it more often, we'd be better at it. If we lined up a bunch of people that were obvious bad faith grifters to debate 5 days in a row.
I don't know if we get better at it if we just slowly drive ourselves.
No. We'd be amazing at it by the end. We'd be Cornel West levels of Zen by the end of it.
Only if you go into it with the idea that that's what you're going to do.
This is why you go into the training with this in mind. I mean, that's the goal. Yeah.
Right.
I mean, obviously, being in a real life situation there's some difference there, because if you're in a training situation, look, I'm dealing with my buddies. The Antifa guys probably helped out because they're like, okay, well, this shit is really happening here.
Yeah, obviously, yes. Obviously, there's always going to be a difference between training and real life.
The Antifa people are so stupid. They go and engage. No, they go and engage with a bunch of untrained police officers, and some dude gets shot.
Well, no, the people were not untrained. The facility hasn't been built yet, so it's not like these were people training.
So
they're trying to stop the construction of this thing.
They're only building the facility.
Yeah, they're only building it. It hasn't been built yet.
These people are crazy, Sitch.
Right. Yeah, obviously.
What do they want?
They want police to be abolished, Adam.
Look, what they need to do is stop building Cop City and start building a big old jail. And just put all these people, just move them from the forest into the jail.
I agree with that. Because here's what's crazy, and I didn't know about this till I read the indictment. They talk about how
a jail and or a mental asylum. I don't care which, but go ahead.
In the indictment they talk about how, do you remember the shooting at the Wendy's where the guy
fell asleep in his...
Yeah, he was drunk driving.
Right. Drunk driving, fell asleep in his car in the Wendy's. They called the cops and they're like, look, there's a dude sleeping.
Yes. And the police showed up and he seemed totally reasonable. And as soon as they were going to arrest him for drunk driving, he kind of flipped out and he attacked the cops, and he stole one of those tasers and he shot the taser at the police officer.
Right.
And so the police shot him.
Right.
And you had idiots like, what's his face?
Simping for him. Yeah.
From the Daily Show saying, oh my God, couldn't the police have just done something else when he attacked them and stole one of their weapons? It's like, no.
Couldn't he have just done something else? I think that guy was on his third strike, which...
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, everyone runs when they're on their third strike.
Right.
It doesn't matter what you do.
But so after that incident occurred...
Have you ever seen an innocent person run from the police?
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. But anyway, so after that happened, and this was in Atlanta, the protesters burned down the Wendy's.
Oh, I remember that. Oh my God.
Like as if the Wendy's was responsible for this,
Some local businessman Wendy's, because they're all franchises.
Yes.
A bunch of kids lose their jobs because the Wendy's burned down.
Yep.
It's always insane.
Yeah. Yeah. And so they didn't just burn down the Wendy's. And this is the part I didn't know about till I read the indictment, which is kind of insane to me. You're familiar with the Chaz, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
I lived there for like 6 months.
They set up that autonomous zone in Portland, where basically a bunch of like gang members ran this area of Portland under the guise of somehow this is like better for Black people or something.
Yes.
The exact same thing happened in Atlanta. They set up a
autonomous
zone around the Wendy's.
No way.
Yes way.
They're camping out in the burn pit.
Yes, I couldn't believe it. I was like, how did I never hear about this? The media hiding stuff. I never heard about this. They set up an autonomous zone around the Wendy's, and according to the indictment, they said that essentially it ended up becoming run by like a gang. I think they said like the Bloods or something in Atlanta. I don't know. They said it was basically run by a gang, They said that multiple people, when they drive up to like, because it was like apparently blocking a main road or something, and people would just drive up there not knowing what the heck's going on, and they would point guns at people and tell them to like leave. They're not allowed to enter this autonomous zone. And apparently one mother drove through this checkpoint. They didn't say why.
No way. And they did something to her?
And so they shot at her and they killed her 8-year-old daughter.
Sitch. It's so sad.
And then so that's what, but this is what's insane. It took literally an 8-year-old. I don't understand what the hell is
for
wrong
the police
with
to step in
with these governors or these county commissioners or the police to be so utterly cucked.
They don't want the bad press. They want it just to go away on its own. But an 8-year-old girl has to die for that to happen. That's so sick.
You have a gang has basically grabbed control over a chunk of your city. I'm assuming it's a small chunk, but a chunk of your city around a Wendy's, and you just let it go on. And it went on for some substantial period of time until finally an 8-year-old gets shot. And that's when you have to finally, motivates you to move on this.
It's BS.
It's disgusting. It's totally disgusting.
But so apparently sad now. But why'd apparently you have to do that, Sitch?
But apparently that incident had something to do with the impetus to build this training facility in the first place.
Right. Well, I mean, it was
maybe to teach them to grow a spine. I don't know.
Right.
So obviously it's not the individual cops. It'd be some leadership that would make that decision. But anyway, all cops are bastards. You're not allowed to. There shouldn't be any cops at all. But anyway, let's hear Jimmy keep simping for Antifa.
Yeah, let's do that.
During protests, activists who ran a bail fund for other defendants, and a trio of activists arrested while handing out flyers with the name of a cop who killed a fellow protester. The RICO charges come as Georgia's RICO statute receives national attention. Donald Trump and a collection of his associates were charged under the state's severe RICO statute last month. The same grand jury that indicted Donald Trump on RICO charges also indicted the Stop Cop City defendants. Are you getting the game now?
I mean, doesn't that mean that
the Atlanta Journal-Constitution report?
Doesn't that mean that they're like based,
unbiased,
unbiased? Yeah. Does that mean they're not biased? I don't know. I don't see what the problem is with that.
Right.
Reported that on Tuesday, the Cop City Vote Coalition, a group that gathered more than 100,000 signatures to put the facility's construction up for a vote this year, condemned the charges as authoritarian measures by Georgia Attorney General Chris Carr. The group also noted that charging documents described the alleged racketeering scheme as beginning before the police training facility was even announced.
So to be clear, that guy that he's complaining about, Attorney General Chris Carr, whose decision it was to use the RICO and all this stuff,
right?
He's a Republican.
Okay.
So this completely undermines his entire argument. His entire argument is that this is some kind of magical conspiracy by the deep state Democrats to stop Donald Trump. And that's why the Democrats are more fascist than the Republicans. And yet the guy he's complaining about who brought these charges against this leftist organization is a Republican. Yeah.
Doesn't have to make sense, Sitch.
Oh, okay.
Just pay attention to the red text.
Okay.
Lauren Reagan, executive director of the...
And also it's hilarious to me that Jimmy is like, you can't trust the mainstream media. If the mainstream media tells you something that you don't agree with, you can't trust them.
You got to go to the Daily Beast,
which is a mainstream media outlet, is telling some fucking leftist Antifa nonsense. He's like, oh, well, this is a trustworthy article.
Yeah, all he does is report from other media. I don't understand how you can say the mainstream press is whack and I use the mainstream press all day to report to you.
Right. Or it just annoys me. You have to be, if you're going to be critical, you shouldn't be critical of the mainstream press, but just don't have your brain fall out when the mainstream press prints something that you want to be true. And that seems to be what everyone does. Oh, this news article says something I want to be true. Oh, the anonymous FBI source says something I want to be true. Well, I guess it is.
Right.
Like,
Well,
it's
I'm
hilarious.
skeptical of all this stuff.
Yes,
I mean,
as you
obviously
should
you got to go to original sources. Always is the best thing to do. You know, there's oftentimes real footage of the situation that you can look at. There's all these different situations that you can know what the facts are.
Right.
But in a lot of situations, you're dealing with just reporting. And I don't feel like I can really trust any of those situations.
Right.
Civil liberties defense.
You're going like to the indictments and stuff like that. So at least it's something that was curated for a judge to look at. So you'd think there's some sort of credibility to the evidence, right?
Well, so you have to be careful, because when you look at an indictment, you don't know. An indictment is written in a way that it's going to be very biased in the state's favor, obviously. So you have to be careful to not assume.
Okay, so you can't even trust that shit.
Right. Well, but it depends what the argument is. You have to be careful to not assume that what the indictment is alleging is true. But I was reading the indictment not to assume that. I was reading the indictment to understand what the heck these people were doing, which then you look and you corroborate it with other sources and say, okay, well, they did do this protest. There are pictures of them burning shit down. That is not really a question. Blah, 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 blah. But you can go to the indictment to see whether these charges that the Daily Beast is making are true, which are not. About, oh, they just arrested these people for handing out cards. They just arrested people for running a bill. All that stuff is a lie. That's not what they're being charged with. Now you might say, well, the state is wrong. Those charges are overblown, blah, 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 blah. And maybe they are, but that's what the court case will supposedly try to get to the bottom of.
Right. So reporting that now is jumping the gun.
Right. When you try to say, oh, well, they're being charged for X, Y, and Z, and they're not actually being charged for that, that's like, well, that's a lie. So,
right. Okay.
Fund, which has been working in support of defendants, said the scope of the case is designed to dissuade people from supporting the Stop Cop City movement. It's been very clear that Georgia's intentions and how they've conducted themselves regarding the resistance to Cop City has been to try and scare even above ground law-abiding participants from taking part. I think by roping in a legal observer and people running a nonprofit and running a lawful bail fund is absolutely intended to scare people from supporting this cause now and in the future.
I mean, I 100% think that you should be going, if people are running a nonprofit that is supporting illegal behavior that they know is illegal behavior, of course you should go after them. Why would you not? That's insane.
Right.
Oh, I mean, they're Antifa, so it's, it's okay then. They're on the left. They're leftist organization trying to burn down a police training facility from being built. So it's okay. They're a nonprofit. Like, just giving them the label of nonprofit gives it some sort of magical immunity shield or something.
So the Chaz is an autonomous zone. There was also an autonomous zone in Portland. The Wendy's autonomous zone was the third one. That was Atlanta, right?
In Atlanta, yeah.
Right. And
where was the Chaz? I thought that was in Portland.
The Chaz was in Seattle.
Oh, okay. There's always Antifa and autonomous zones everywhere.
But the Wendy's autonomous zone wasn't widely reported.
It was not. I'd never even heard of it until I read the indictment.
I hadn't heard of it either until you said it on this very live stream. So
yes.
I think some people might have been confused by that.
Oh, yeah. No. It was not the Chaz.
Right.
It was just a different one. Yeah.
Yes. It was the Wendy's burn pit autonomous zone that never got named.
I'm sure it had a name. I don't know what the name was, but
which an 8-year-old girl died.
Yes, was killed.
Right.
Was murdered because someone drove through this, area when they were not allowed to.
Right, because the criminals had taken it over, and the police, which I'm sure there's probably a giant lawsuit against the city for not maintaining law and order.
I would hope so.
Which is just like, it's so messed up because these cities don't have infinite dollars from the federal government. Cities collect dollars from property taxes, and they literally can go bankrupt. It's so sad. And then they have to pay out these huge judgments because of this nonsense, because crime is just not handled correctly.
Yeah, here's an article from the local Atlanta newspaper. The recently charges, and this is in 2021, recent charges announced against someone named Jaron Amari McKinney, the second suspect in the last year's killing of an 8-year-old Secoria Turner outside of Atlanta's infamous Wendy's, has regurgitated this nasty episode of the city's history.
Right. Yeah, sad. Very sad. But, obviously it's right-wing violence that we have to worry about in this country.
Yeah, but and it is kind of ridiculous too. None of this stuff gets talked when they talk about all the right-wing violence, which exists, and they ignore this stuff. So
Right. Yeah. No, it's completely one-sided.
they apparently said before this they stopped a bus, a MARTA bus. I don't know what MARTA is. They stopped it was just like the Atlanta bus. They just stopped the bus and they didn't allow it to go on a busy street. They stopped it at gunpoint. Like, so you can't come through here.
Oh. You see these videos of people that are caught in those situations, and it's so terrifying.
Mm-hmm.
You're trapped in your car. You're thinking,
yeah,
oh,
you're like,
man,
what is happening here?
They're
6
going to
minutes
Reginald
later,
Denny me.
It says there was a barricade. The driver tried to go around the barricade, which caused Conley, who's charged with murder, to start firing his rifle into the car blindly, and which struck the little girl in the head and killed her. Nice. Nice people.
All right, let's move on. This is depressing.
Yes.
In September of 21, Atlanta approved plans to build a police training facility dubbed Cop City by opponents in the city's South River Forest. The plans were controversial. Approximately 70% of locals who weighed in during a public comment opposed the facility, citing its cost, $90 million, its environmental impact, and its potential effect on over-policing in Atlanta. When the city moved ahead with the plans for construction, activists protested on the proposed construction site. Police shot and killed a protester, Manuel Tortuga Esteban Paez Terán, in January when they accused Terán of firing a gun. Subsequent autopsies have cast doubt on those claims. Soon after Terán's killing, police charged 19 more Stop Cop City activists with terrorism, despite many being accused of nothing more than misdemeanor trespassing around the proposed construction site. In a later crackdown, police conducted mass arrests at Stop Cop City Music Festival, accusing some people of...
Listen, I say the only way to stop these Antifa thugs from trying to burn down property is you have to arrest everyone that's at these protests, even if they're not the ones throwing the Molotov cocktail.
Yeah. Okay.
You can't trespass into private property and hoot and holler and stand around while people are burning stuff down and be like, well, listen, I'm not part of this. Like, you're helping provide cover for the people that are burning stuff down. And I said this about the BLM protests when they were going on. I'm like, listen, the first night that people go out there and they say, listen, we're just protesting peacefully against police violence. And then after they protest for police violence, a bunch of other people come and they riot and they loot and they burn shit down. And I'm like, well, okay, those protesters, they didn't necessarily know that was going to happen. And that it would be, so I'm not going to put that on their head. But the second night, those same pieces of crap come out and they protest, knowing very well that as soon as the night comes, their protest is going to create cover to allow people to burn and riot and loot. I say, screw those people. They're just as liable at that point because they know it's going to happen. It just happened the night before and they know it's going to happen again.
Yeah, we didn't have a big problem with property damage here in Los Angeles. I was watching a video, and it was around the time of the George Floyd thing, and we were having Black Lives Matter protests in various parts of the city. And the LAPD had basically created a blockade under this bridge. So they had an overpass and a bunch of cops at one end, and they kind of funneled all the people, about 250 people, under this bridge. And then they just locked them in there, and they gave every single one of those people like a $650 ticket for protesting without a license.
It's hilarious.
And we didn't have a big problem with property damage in Southern California because LAPD stepped up and took care of business. Yeah.
Right.
So,
right.
I mean, I was happy to see that. I was like, yeah, damn right.
Yes.
It's funny because, look, I should have saved the video because the video is hilarious. You see like a couple of them try and run out, and the cops are like, nah, you just stay here. We're giving all of you tickets tonight. Yeah. So it's got to really take the wind out of your sails to go protest after the second night out after you've got a $650 ticket, right?
Right.
Yeah.
That's what they all should have done then.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you. It's like you want to protest the first night, that's fine. But I mean, if a riot breaks out and a bunch of businesses get burned down and you show up the second night, no, you're like, look, you're contributing to the problem here.
Yes. 100%.
Yeah. Especially if it's some lame thing like this. It isn't even true.
Right. No sympathy.
Yeah.
Engaging in property damage at a nearby protest on the questionable basis that those people allegedly had mud on their shoes. The music festival was held in a forest. One of those legal observers was an attorney with the Southern Poverty Law Center and the National Lawyers Guild. Footage appears to show Thomas Jurgens being arrested while wearing one of the neon green hats that identifies NLG legal observers. We had some different...
They say that like being a legal observer, some magical shield that means that you just get to stand around while people commit criminal activities, apparently, so assuming he wasn't even part of it, and you're just, that's fine. You can just partake in a possible riot and you're like, listen, I'm a legal observer. Okay, it's totally fine.
Has Cornel West left the building or something? I mean,
that's a good point. This, like, he's reading this whole article, he's going through this whole stuff. Cornel West is just sitting there like listening to this. What is the point of all this nonsense?
If I'm Cornel West, I'm like, what the hell, dude? Like,
he's just doing a segment.
Like, get to the point.
Yes.
What am I doing here?
Yes.
You could have sent me this article ahead of time and said, hey, I want to talk about this situation.
Right.
This is like the height of disrespect here.
This is
just the height of disrespect.
Right.
And to assume that, look, Cornel West doesn't understand what's going on in the news. Look, if this is important, Cornel West knows about it. If it's not important, you should shut the F up and let him talk.
Well, he's trying to make an argument to the audience. Okay.
Yeah, that Cornel West is
soft on fascism.
I don't know. Look, this is ridiculous and frankly kind of boring. So
he does this twice.
Yeah.
He does this twice. He's talking to the Cornel West. He's like, let me take 5 minutes to just read you an article.
Yeah.
Difference is when I say we, I mean myself and the Attorney General's office about who should be charged with what they should be charged with, Boston told WABE. She added that Jurgens' case was one of the touch points of a number of touch points that ultimately led me to make the decision that I have made here now. The value set of our office is that I will only proceed on cases that I believe I can make beyond a reasonable doubt. The RICO charges also name 3 activists who were arrested this summer and charged with money laundering and charity fraud.
Yeah, let's get through this. Just going to read more of the article.
Yeah, we already summed it up. I mean,
right.
I know what's going on here.
Right. Blah, blah, blah. Defending Antifa. This is just going, the whole time, Cornel's just sitting here. Well, just going on and on and on and on and on. Reading this Antifa propaganda. But...
yeah, from the Daily Beast.
Right.
From the Daily Socialist.
It is not about enforcing the law. It's a desperate overreach in an attempt to discredit legitimate political opposition, and it won't work. That's exactly what they're doing to Donald Trump. That's exactly what they'll do to you. That's exactly what they'll do to Bernie Sanders. That's exactly what they'll do to me. They'll do to anybody who is a threat to the establishment. And
let me get a word in. Let me get a word in.
So I'm going to let you. So I just want you to. So
absolutely.
Go ahead. Take it where you will.
I like that Jimmy Dore was like, listen, they're going to go after me, everyone. I'm going to get arrested. Me sitting here shouting at my internet show. They're going to come after me. In fascist America. It's like, okay. I'm sure.
Okay.
I'm kind of sick of all these armchair socialists who sit in a room complaining about how we live in an authoritarian fascist dictatorship, trying to basically rile up their audience to engage in stochastic terrorism while they sit comfortably in a room making, thousands of dollars.
Right. But we're supposed to worry about them being a target of the deep state.
Yes, apparently.
I'm very glad that you're zeroing in on the struggle to shut down Cop City. I'm in deep solidarity with them. We're working together in the coming weeks virtually and so forth. But there's a logical fallacy, a rational gap in your attempt to compare freedom fighters against a vicious system in the name of everyday folk in ghettos, in hoods, and working class communities against the police versus Trump. Trump, I'm not in solidarity with Trump. I want him to have a fair trial. I'm not in solidarity with Trump simply because they use the same law against courageous, visionary freedom fighters against police brutality and police murder versus the same law against a gangster like Trump. Doesn't put Trump on a spectrum with freedom fighters, brother, at all. It doesn't put him on the spectrum at all.
This is such a weird comparison. It's like, so just because the Antifa people and Trump were both charged with RICO charges, they're the same? Question mark? Like, what is this argument?
Well,
That's
Jimmy
so
is like talking as he's talking to somebody else as if he doesn't understand the argument that Jimmy's making. So
that you mean
like he's misunderstood the argument.
Who has?
Cornel West. Look, Jimmy's talking.
Jimmy's argument is stupid. It's a stupid, insane argument.
Okay.
He's just saying,
the argument is, look, they use the same law against Trump as they use as these freedom fighters. The state is obviously fascist.
Just because they use a RICO statute, which basically means that if some person is involved in a criminal enterprise, that you can use that to hit everyone involved in some aspect or level of the criminal enterprise.
It's a conspiracy.
Right. It's not even the same charge. They're not hitting those guys. They're not hitting the Antifa people with, trying to solicit elected officials to do illegal things or creating fake documents or whatever. They're hitting them with racketeering, trespassing, burning down property, doing things of that nature. So it's completely different charge. He's saying, listen, they both got hit with RICO statutes, so therefore they're the same. That's like a baby argument.
Yeah, and let me just back up a little bit because it seems like Jimmy Dore is protesting either that argument or that the counter argument that Cornel West is making.
Versus the same law against a gangster like Trump doesn't put Trump on a spectrum with freedom fighters, brother, at all. It doesn't put him on the spectrum at all. That's the fundamental difference between you and I.
He said something like, "This is insane."
I couldn't understand what he was saying, but
in this case. But I'm glad you're talking about shutting down Cop City because we know it's planned to be in a number of other cities as well. When I was in Mississippi, it was a goon squad. The goon squad is shot through cities across the country. We saw it in Memphis. It's in Atlanta. It's in Chicago.
It is insane to compare that crazy situation in Mississippi to them building this training facility. Like, they're not going to build a training facility where they train people to go harass innocent black people and like beat them up and stick their guns in their mouth.
Well, that's the way they're going to cast it, though.
I guess, if you're delusional.
But the idea of you recognizing that the same weaponization against these courageous freedom fighters is somehow on a spectrum with Trump, I radically reject that. I want a fair trial, but I think he's probably done a number of things that warrants a serious fair trial with him going to jail, but we shall see.
So you're for prosecuting the last president after he loses an election. You think that's a good way to run a democracy? Because again, you don't see the connection that this is the donor class criminalizing anybody who they don't like, and they'll do it to you, and they'll do it to Bernie, and they'll do it to anybody else. And so you don't have to like Donald Trump. I don't at all, but I see what the game is being played here, and you don't see that game being played. You don't see this game, really.
I see the game the same.
So this is weird because is he saying that he seems to be saying that the charges against Trump are trumped up, and
that is the argument he's making.
But is he saying that in the Antifa case as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. He's saying that it's funny. Jimmy, we have the full gambit here. Okay. Jimmy is saying no one should be charged.
Mm-hmm.
He's saying Trump shouldn't be charged and the Antifa people shouldn't be charged. Cornel West is saying only Trump should be charged, not the Antifa people.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm saying everyone should be charged. We had the full spectrum of positions on this. I guess we're
Right.
just missing out on the person that says that Trump shouldn't be charged and the Antifa people should be charged. That's the only thing we're missing. I'm
Well,
sure
that's
someone in
probably the
audience
typical Trump voter. Yeah.
right, can attest to that. So
Law against the Proud Boys. I wanted a fair trial. I wanted to make sure they're treated, but at the same time,
they're doing
the fact
to the
that they are being weaponized. But see, I think your support of Trump is deeper than you acknowledge. You keep saying, I don't like Trump. I don't like Trump. How can you compare Trump with freedom fighters against police?
I'm not comparing. I'm not comparing that. I'm saying
yes,
that
you are. You
I'm saying no. I'm not. I'm not.
Of course, they're going to use it against anybody who.
It's the government. Okay.
This is a problem. You can never make this argument because people will do. You're comparing this to that and get completely offended by the fact that
right.
He's lumping Trump and Antifa into the same category. When that's not really what he's doing in the argument, but the people's brains cannot get away from that association.
How would you describe what he's doing?
Well, you can't make this argument because of that.
No, I understand, but I'm saying, what would you describe Jimmy's doing then?
That instead of, well, he's making he's making the case that the government is corrupt and that the government is going after everyone. But as soon as you start listing the parties that the government is going after, and you list Antifa and Trump side by side, people's brains are immediately going to lose the first argument, and they're going to jump to the argument that says you're putting Antifa on the same moral plane as Trump.
Right.
And they've completely lost the original argument.
Well, it's funny because, big part of this conversation is Jimmy trying to talk about what he thinks Cornel West should do to have a better platform to win an election. I can't perceive there's a big electorate out there that's on the Donald Trump and Antifa are both the good guys.
Of course.
I don't think there's a big chunk of voters that are like, I like Donald Trump and Antifa. Those guys are both based. I could be wrong, but I don't think that's a big group of people.
Yeah, no, this is crazy.
Well, but to be fair though, or to be somewhat counter, or I guess to be fair more to Cornel West's position here, Jimmy's argument is a fallacious, goofy argument, because you can make the argument where you say what you were saying, Adam, about saying, well, the government is corrupt, so they're going after both the right and the left.
Right.
Because,
you're putting the right and the left on the same moral plane.
Right.
Oh my God. I can't believe you would do that. I'm going to cancel you immediately. I mean, this is what happened in the Gina Carano situation.
Yes.
This is exactly what happened in the Gina Carano situation.
Which is kind of like that. Here's the problem. Jimmy's kind of trying to make that argument. He's trying to say that there's some sort of duopoly, deep state, and they're going to go after both the left and the right. They don't care about the left or right. They're going to go after both of them if they go against some kind of duopolist dogma, right? That's the argument he's trying to make.
Of course, yeah.
But the problem is he didn't make that argument. He just read he just said, they're going after Trump for RICO charges, period. They're going after this Antifa group, blah, 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 blah. Therefore, they're the same. And it's like, well, but how are they? They're completely different cases with completely different situations that have completely different fact patterns. You can't just say they're both RICO cases, so they're the same thing. That's retarded.
Oh yeah, totally.
So like he's not, because the argument, like if I was there, I'd be like, well, Jimmy, how are these comparable? Like, what is the comparison here? Like, give me the logic here to compare these two vastly different situations to each other.
RICO.
I guess. Like, it's stupid.
Deep state.
RICO. It's like Hitler liked water. You like water. Oh my God, you must be Hitler. It's like, come on.
Sitch, we really should play at the deep state more, man.
Deep state.
The deep state is good and terrifying. It's attention grabbing.
The deep state. The deep state.
It's thought provoking.
It is. It is.
I wish my stream partner wasn't such an establishment shill.
I want to go deep in your state, Adam. Okay, I don't know if you know that.
Oh my God. I'm not sure how to take that.
Lucifer the Doberman for 20 Canadian. Thank
Look,
you.
he just lets it.
I'll just let it hang.
Glad.
There.
Look,
Okay.
if you're talking about my psychological state, obviously.
Right. Lucifer the Doberman for 20 Canadian says, I took the step daughter kayaking this morning, and now I'm cooking a huge family dinner. I'm glad you guys have to watch this insanity since I watched it live. Wow, it's unfortunate for you. Sending love from Vancouver Island. Also, A-Team reigns supreme.
Woo!
There you go.
Thanks.
Also, Loser Doman for 2 Canadian says, smash that like button. That's right, smash.
Yes,
the like button.
of course. We got to get the smashing of the like
That's right.
button going.
Sulla for $20. Thank you, Sulla. Says Nixon didn't pick them unilaterally. He asked Congress to approve the Democratic electors ununanimously. Plus, Congress could get involved because Hawaii couldn't resolve it before the safe harbor date. That didn't happen in 2020. Yeah, no, that's a good point. And part of the argument to say that that's not comparable to this situation is because even though they did create the electors, which I would argue simply the creation of the electors is illegal, there were differences in terms of, Nixon, who ironically was the vice president at the time, much like Pence, only as for his own election, he did ask Congress to vote to accept the though I don't remember if it was even, there were like 3 electoral slates. There was the Republican one, there was like the fake Democrat one, and then that they weren't really authorized to use, and then there was like the real one after the recount. And I don't remember if they used, I'm assuming they used the real one. So there are differences in the case. I don't think it's comparable, but people are still going to do it.
People are going to make that comparison. They can't help themselves.
Right.
That's amazing that you don't see this. It is unbelievable that you don't see this.
It's unbelievable.
Such a loser for you.
This opportunity to show
I'm not going to make an argument. I'm not going to tell you why it's the same. I'm just going to say this is a big loser for you. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, it is.
deep differences, very deep differences though. But you do what you got to do, and I'm doing what I got to do, and I learn from you. And I hope you can learn a little bit from me, but we shall see.
The biggest story of my lifetime.
More cuts, guys. Not sure what's being cut out here.
Yes.
I feel like they had a conversation after this talk, and we're like, hey, there's some things that I'd like you to edit out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Lucifer the Doberman said he watched this live, so maybe he saw some of these parts.
Yeah. Was there anything interesting happened?
Yeah. Did this happen live, or was it recorded and it was premiered?
I don't know.
Yeah.
If it wasn't Russiagate, which led directly to the Ukraine war, and I said it was going to.
Wait a minute. Did we skip something?
To show the deep differences, very deep differences though. But you do what you got to do, and I'm doing what I got to do, and I learn from you. And I hope you can learn a little bit from me, but we shall see.
The biggest story of my lifetime, if it wasn't Russiagate, which led directly to the Ukraine war. And I said it was going to in 2017 when they did this. And I told everybody at the Young Turks, they're going to use this to start a war. They're going to use this. And they did. And so here we are.
Wait. Okay. Hold on. Hold the phone for a second. Okay. I think you can make the argument. I've made this argument that the Russiagate stuff definitely cemented the sides of the Russia-Ukraine conflict in terms of how a lot of Democrats and Republicans would perceive the conflict. I think you can make that argument. How did Russiagate start the war?
Yeah, that's a little out there.
Like, so them investigating whether Trump had a Russia connection made Putin invade Ukraine? ?
Well, Putin had already invaded Crimea.
Right.
Long before Trump ever got into the equation.
Yes.
Yeah.
So this is the second invasion of Ukraine.
Right.
What is the connection there? What is the argument there? This is insane position.
You have to ask Jimmy Dore.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll go back and look. He said he made this argument to the Young Turks, so maybe they know.
That this would cause a war?
Because I felt like I felt like if we went back, his argument would be the US is going to use the Russiagate scandal as an excuse to declare war on Russia. I'm guessing that's what he said.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, which first of all is stupid because the United States doesn't want to get into a hot nuclear war with Russia, obviously. But that didn't happen. Russia, of its own free will, invaded a neighbor.
Mm-hmm.
So that's America's fault.
Obviously it's not America's fault.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
We are. And so what I want to the second biggest story is probably the COVID lockdown, if not the biggest. And so many people who were supposed to be out in front on this dropped the ball. People like Noam Chomsky. So here's the Green Party, what they said. They said the Green Party, which you're running with, the Green Party of the United States Steering Committee strongly supports the use of vaccines, vaccine mandates, and quarantines as part of a comprehensive public health effort to curb and eradicate the novel coronavirus pandemic that has swept the globe since early 2020. The whole thing was a hoax. And
the pandemic was a hoax, Sitch, just FYI.
So it's funny. So there's been I was against the lockdowns, I think, to some extent.
You think?
No. That's not what I was going to say. I was going to say one thing,
Okay.
and I changed my subject matter in the mid sentence. So I was against a lot of the response to COVID stuff. But I think COVID was real. It was a real virus that was affecting people. People really got sick. People really died. It wasn't a hoax. So I was kind of didn't know what he meant by this. And I don't know if he says it here or he says it in one of the other videos I watched. Jimmy's position on this is kind of completely insane. He says the COVID lockdown was intentionally done by the government at the behest of big business to destroy small businesses.
Right, I've heard that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a stupid position.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
The easiest position is, you know, they were
They
worried
panicked.
about their constituents. Yeah, their
Right.
constituents dying in mass.
Everyone panicked. That's what happened. People panicked and they made bad decisions, as people are wont to do.
Right.
You know?
Some people I don't think Florida didn't lock down, right? Or they did.
No, they did. Every state locked down, but Florida opened up quicker than other states.
Right. Yeah. Which was a smart thing to do, I think.
Sure.
Yeah.
And to even
California did exactly the wrong thing. And
Right.
I've seen people get our position wrong. Neither
Mhm.
Sitch nor I were in favor of mandatory vaccinations.
No.
Yeah.
My position was if the vaccine actually prevented spread, there would be an argument to mandate it, but it didn't. So there was no argument to mandate it whatsoever. And the mask thing seemed to be pretty negligible to me in terms of how much it would actually stop the spread. So
Yes.
I wasn't in favor of either of these things, but
Neither was I.
right. But people have a very binary view of the whole thing.
Yeah, they're like, if you don't think COVID was a complete hoax, then you're in favor of everything on the
right.
every
I know.
crazy
It's just-
notion on the Democratic side, which
I know. It's just whatever. But now to be fair though, we don't know what would have happened. There were some areas of the country, probably didn't need to happen, nationwide, but there were some areas of the country that they probably would have had massive capacity problems with their hospitals because they already were having massive capacity problems in some of these big cities. So I don't know what would happen if those cities didn't do lockdowns, but that could have been determined on a local, each local area could have made that determination, I guess.
yeah, no, they would have been. I think it would have been better. I think the
Mhm.
lockdowns were a giant mistake.
Maybe. I mean, they obviously went on too long. So
here's what the Black Caucus of the Green Party said. They said the National Black Caucus of the Green Party of the United States strongly opposes the use of forced vaccination via mandates and the discrimination that is being generated around these policies. Lockdowns, mandates, and passports are the major issue of the day, with millions of people protesting against them worldwide. In fact, what has become known as the medical freedom movement is arguably the biggest and most diverse international movement in world history.
Is this still going on?
He's still top. By the way, Cornel is still there. He's just reading off of, like, he read off this super long article. Cornel West talked for like 20 seconds. He didn't. I don't think Jimmy Dore is remotely intelligent. I've never heard. Here's the thing. I think I disagree with Kurt. Wildly disagree with Kurt. I think he's completely conspiracy brained, but he is intelligent in terms of his ability to connect like a million different things that are all crazy, but he connects them by some tenuous logic that requires like an intelligence and quick like wittedness to do this. When I never hear Jimmy like make any like remotely intelligent arguments. He just is like, I'm going to read a story at you. And then when you don't agree with me, I'm going to go, oh, you don't agree with me? Now let me read another story. You don't agree with me?
This story was very intelligent.
Yeah, it's like, what? Make an argument. Holy crap. Don't you just reading shit to your guest, your interviewee.
Yeah, making other people's arguments, other people doing the thinking for you. It's funny that he accused Cornel West of that. I don't know where you're getting who's advising you.
Yeah.
We know who's advising you, Jimmy. It's the Daily Beast.
Right, exactly.
You're downloading all your thoughts from the Daily Beast.
Yes.
No wonder you're crazy.
Yes.
Very sad.
Vaccine mandates and vaccine passports are among the most vile, unconstitutional, immoral, unscientific, discriminatory, and outright criminal policies ever forced upon the population, and goes against everything the Green Party stands for under social justice. These policies are coming from an out-of-control government at the behest of the pharmaceutical industry. The mainstream media and social media are also working in lockstep to censor any and all doctors, scientists, and investigative journalists who have an opposing view or who even question the current mainstream media orthodoxy. Workers are being forced out of their jobs, many with medical exemptions from their doctors. Students are being denied entrance to educational institutions. Needed medical treatment is being denied. Medical privacy is being violated. Constitutionally protected rights to movement and assembly, including the right to travel, are being threatened. Rights to normal societal participation are being decimated. It is
okay. Well, first of all, as I completely disagree with vaccine mandates, I have no problem with complaining about all this stuff. But let's go through this. I don't want to hear him just read this article to Cornel West. Look at this. It's just going on and on.
Or coerced. Individuals should be allowed to protect.
I mean, why couldn't you just say, hey, I'm not in favor of vaccine mandates or mask mandates. What is your position on this, Cornel West?
And then say the Black Caucus of the Green Party is also strongly against vaccine mandates. What do you say to them?
Yeah, how would you respond to them?
Right.
What is the point of this, Jimmy? You're driving me crazy here. You've got him for 45 minutes and you're spending 20 minutes of it reading articles to him.
He's going to tell him how to run a campaign at him. You don't understand.
What's the dealio, bro?
My brother. What are you doing?
This is just, oh man, this is so weak sauce.
Heal themselves in a manner that best supports their medical spiritual beliefs. So, I just wanted. I don't understand why you aren't outraged by that. Do you share the sentiment of the Black Caucus of the Green Party, and have you talked to them?
Before I let him respond to this, it's funny because when Jimmy was complaining about Cornel West's appearance on Anderson Cooper, his big complaint was that Anderson Cooper kept cutting off Cornel West and not letting him speak, and that Cornel West would not bully his way into the conversation and just say his piece. And Jimmy played a clip of himself on Tucker Carlson where he was saying, this is what you have to do. And it's just a clip of him talking to Tucker Carlson, and Jimmy Dore just goes on one of his unhinged rants for 5 minutes about how everything is America's fault, America bad. And he goes on his 5-minute rant. He's like, this is what you got to do. Just rant for 5 minutes. And it's funny because that's all he's doing to Cornel West is he's just not letting him speak. He's just front loading him with all these stories and a million information, talking over him, blah, 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 blah.
So he's basically doing the same thing he's accusing Anderson Cooper of doing to him?
Yes.
irony. Oh my
Yeah.
God. Irony is like caviar for the brain.
Though to
I
be,
love it.
though to be, I hate to be charitable to Jimmy, but he hasn't super interrupted him really. He's let him respond. He's just goes on these long rants that are like completely useless.
Those CNN spots. I mean, what are they? 6 minutes?
Right.
5 minutes?
They have a lot
Like,
to, yeah.
it's brutal. At least he's got him for 45 minutes here, but
Right.
I just think this is insane. Like, we would never invite a guest on and
Just
read
read
them
a
an
bunch of
article.
articles of them.
I
'Cause
mean,
the
we
thing is,
might
like,
read
so-
some quotes.
Right. Like when we talked to Sam, I front loaded him with a bunch of stuff and then we had the conversation.
Right,
I
yeah.
made my argument and then we had the conversation. And then when we were bring up articles, it was because we were arguing about the fact of the article.
Because he was asking us to bring the articles.
right. And we were arguing about some kind of fact. It wasn't like, let me read you someone else's opinion for like 10 minutes and then ask you why you're wrong for not having this other person's opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Like, just say what your opinion is, Jimmy. You don't need to read someone else's opinion.
Yeah.
Well, one thing, it's good to have a Green Party where you have a variety of different voices that are clashing and the tensions are very real. I think there's no doubt that the pharmaceutical company has played a disproportionate role in shaping public policy. I think the kind of concerns that you and RFK Jr. and others have certainly are well grounded in that sense. On the other hand, we know there's been a whole host of vaccines in regard to other kinds of illnesses that are much more effective. The question becomes making sure, and one of the things I want to do, I want to have a truth commission to find out exactly what was the level of corruption that took place during these years, be able to see not just the text, we know the books are out there, but to have a truth commission so that we can see what voices were marginalized, what voices were pushed aside, and make sure it never happens again. I resonate with the spirit of what my green Black brothers and sisters are saying, but the Green Party itself does allow this kind of disagreement and so on. But I'll say this though, brother, I know I got to go, but I must say, see, this is where you and I do in some ways live in different worlds, because as crucial and as important.
Look, did you see Jimmy Dore's face?
Yeah, he
Like, as soon as he
was
said we live in different worlds, Jimmy Dore's like, what?
he was so happy about the truth commission about the vaccine stuff. He was like, "Oh my god,
I know.
oh my
He's
god."
like, yeah, he's like waving his hands in the air and
Yes.
stuff. Look, I made a connection here.
Yeah,
And
if
then
you're
as
just
soon as he
listening,
says, go ahead.
if you're just listening, Jimmy Dore like was like shaking his hands in exuberation.
Yes. Thank
You know.
goodness.
Yes.
Our savior, who's never going to win the nomination and never going to win the general, is agreeing to do the thing that we want him to do.
Right.
Big W here, right?
Yep.
But then did you notice as soon as he says, in a lot of ways, we live in a different world, Jimmy Dore was like, what?
Uh-oh.
You didn't see that? Watch
I
it.
did
I know
see
I
that.
got to go, but I must say, see, this is where you and I do in some ways live in different worlds, because as
Oh, maybe it's just, no. Maybe he did it beforehand.
He did before.
Yeah.
crucial and as important as the issue of vaccines and the COVID situation was, when you say that's probably the most important issue in your lifetime or in the last 25 or 30 years, in light of all the wars, in light of what Palestinians are going through, in light of what workers are going through, 63% of them are living paycheck to paycheck, in terms of all the vicious attacks of the police and the murders and so forth, yet this vaccine issue is the most important thing. I say, okay, that's my dear brother Jimmy. He's got a right to raise his voice. I'm not going to in any way push it away, but I just live in a different world. As important as vaccines have been, if I had another chance, I'd be leaning much more with the Black caucus. But when I think of the weightiest issues, vaccines does not come immediately to mind. It just doesn't. That's the kind of world we live in, brother.
Okay.
He's basically saying white privilege. Is he not? I mean, it completely sounds like that. This is white people problems, man. I'm trying to live.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of, that's part of it. He listed off like, half a dozen different issues he thought were more important. Wars, white supremacy, police violence, labor, blah, 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 all this stuff.
I got the cops knocking on my door 7 days a week, and you're pissed about having to wear a mask.
It's funny because after this, Jimmy's interpretation of this interaction is very bizarre. He characterizes it as, "Oh, I was so on board with him when he was talking about like a truth committee for vaccine stuff, but then he immediately followed it by saying he didn't care about that issue."
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, well, that's not really what he said. He said he cared about it. He said it's just not his like top priority.
Well, and I just I find it bizarre that the Democratic Party is trying to drum up interest in COVID still. Look, my understanding of it is every single common cold that we have now began as a pandemic, as a novel coronavirus that kind of comes into existence and acclimates itself to being less lethal and more contagious. And now it's going to be a common cold. People still are going to have these coronavirus tests floating around, but they're going to catch versions of it that are not near as lethal, but they're going to act like they're just as lethal because they had this pandemic experience. They're going to be like, oh my God, I got COVID.
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
so that's just the reality of what we're going to be living with. And the idea that this is like, we should all be losing our minds because there's a new cold virus.
Right.
It strikes me as insane.
Well, are they pushing? Is it the Democrats pushing it again, or is it the media pushing it again? Because I know they're all like, "There's that new strain," you know.
Yeah, I
it's
see
gonna be
that.
so bad. Like I don't know who's pushing what.
I see people talking about COVID is not going away, and they seem like germaphobes to me. Yeah, guess what? COVID is not going away ever.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
It's one of like 14 or 11. I don't know how many there are, but I got this take from Z-Dog MD. I don't know if you ever watch his videos, but he's a doctor, and he basically said, you know, this is how all the common colds that we have in existence today that we all live with. Flu is different than cold. Cold is a coronavirus. Flu is something different. They synthesize some flu vaccine every year to vaccinate elderly against the various new incoming strains. But the cold strain doesn't change. And evidently there's like 11 or 17. I don't know what it is, but this one is going to become part of those. And ultimately it wants to survive. So it doesn't want to kill you. It just wants to hang out.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully that's the case.
But if you do a COVID test, you're going to be testing for the COVID-19 coronavirus. And you're going to get positives that are going to come back. And people are going to be like, oh my God, I'm going to die.
But this is the problem. It's like, because the media is built on outrage and fear, they're really pushing this, oh my God, COVID's coming back, everybody.
It's back.
It's back. You better get ready for masks again. Oh my God, you better get your booster shot. It's back.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Of
course, the pharmaceutical companies want to sell you a booster shot.
Right.
Because they spent billions developing this book.
Of course.
Yeah, of course they want you to take it over and over and over again. It's not going to save you from the other 10 coronaviruses that are floating around.
Right.
So, I mean, what's the point?
And there was some claim, I want to be clear, I haven't looked into this, so this claim could be completely bullshit. But there was some claim that there was some study that said that they found that getting the COVID vaccine hurts your body's ability to fight off any infection afterwards. And if that's true, I'm going to be very pissed off.
I know.
As will many other people.
I know. Well, yeah, all of us that took that got vaccinated. Yeah.
Yeah.
And all the people who are unvaccinated are going to be on Twitter rubbing it in every day.
Right. There you go, nanny boo boo.
Yeah. And I guess more power to you. So, look, I if I had it to do over again, I'm sure I wouldn't have taken the vaccine. Obviously, hindsight being 2020, you don't have the advantage of hindsight when it's happening. I do think the media hyped it up way more than they should have. And I mean, I got COVID and it kicked my ass for like a month, but I was vaccinated, so I don't know that it would have been any different. It's hard
for you to know if it would have been better or worse without it.
Of course.
There would be no difference, maybe.
My wife got COVID and it was no big deal, and she's vaccinated, but she had a booster shot recently before she got it, and I didn't have the booster shot. And I also, like, my wife was saying, my wife was basically like, you're going to get the shot. That's it. Like, basically insisting that I get the shot so that she could sleep at night, which I mean, I can respect that. But if hindsight being 2020, I just would have like snuck off and I would have signed the card myself. Oh, look, I got the shot. Well,
I mean, unless you know it's going to hurt you, it doesn't matter, right?
Wouldn't it be funny if look, I'm on my deathbed?
Yeah.
Nah, I couldn't tell her.
You're like, listen, I never got the COVID vaccine.
I know.
That's why you're dying of COVID right now, Adam.
Look, I couldn't tell her. I would take that secret to my grave.
Oh my God. No, you tell me. Tell me. Like, listen, Sitch.
Well, look, that's the thing, because I would have told you. Look, I wouldn't have said it on the show, obviously, because I'd worry like it would get back to her. But I would have told you, and then you'd have to deal with your dead friend. Tell me you wouldn't tell her.
I'll be at Adam's funeral. I'm like, listen, Mrs. Friended, I want you to know something.
He never
got the COVID shot.
Oh, man.
And then she's going to look at me and said, oh my God, he died of COVID. The bastard. And I'm like, really? I didn't know.
Yeah. This is great.
Makes sense.
This is great headcanon. Yeah. I'm hoping, because I do see these stories about how all the people that got the COVID vaccination are going to die in misery, in total misery.
That's not good.
Well, if your body can't fight infections because of the COVID vaccination and you get some infection, I mean, it literally could kill you.
Sure, but I'm saying if there is some detrimental effect, it wouldn't presumably last forever because the COVID vaccine didn't last forever.
Well, I don't know.
Okay.
I mean,
I guess we'll find out.
Yeah. Just hypothetically, if that's the situation, then.
So, I mean, again, I don't even know if any of this is true. I just saw people claiming it, and there's some study people throwing around, but I didn't look into it. And there's a lot of bogus studies being thrown around this issue. So,
Well, and people
I wouldn't take it. Yeah.
People want to say nanny boo boo. So people are incentivized to look for those situations.
Of course.
Yeah.
Right.
We'll see.
That's been,
Well, here it is. The black business owners collapsed by 41%. Black business because of lockdowns. Do you care yet?
Well, no,
70,000 workers in one state were fired because of vaccine mandates. When are you going to care? Do they all have to be trans? When are you going to care about these workers? When are you going to care?
Wow.
There you go.
That's the moment right there, huh? Look, he's pissed.
Yep.
When are you going to care? Do they have to be trans for you to care? Wow.
It annoys me when people they do this. It's so annoying. And this is one of the most common ways that these political pundits argue. They don't actually make some kind of philosophical argument. They just throw a bunch of like random facts at you. It's like someone they have like a box of puzzle pieces, and each puzzle piece is some fact to their argument. They just dump all the pieces out in front of you. They don't arrange it in some kind of picture, some kind of pattern that makes sense. They just dump it on your lap and say, idiot, look at all my puzzle pieces. You don't agree with me? And you're like, what am I supposed to do with this trash that you just dumped on my lap?
It's true. Even worse, they'll throw out one puzzle piece. They'll be like, look, this says so much.
You're like, what does this say?
I mean, I have not seen your yarn collage, so I'm not exactly sure what this means.
Right.
This random photograph that you're throwing at me is supposed to be the smoking gun.
I know.
What are you going to care about this?
They have to be trans for me to care.
You don't care. You don't care. Why don't you care?
How could you say something so ridiculous? Oh, this is.
Oh, beautiful.
Look, we got to rewind because I can't. I'm pausing because I'm just.
Go to the beginning of the breakdown.
This is so insane. Look, this is what happens.
Yeah.
When you read an article for 45 minutes when a guest has to sit there on his hands. Of course he's going to be pissed. What the hell are you doing? Invite me on your show and read me a goddamn article? I'm serious.
You should be
I'm
happy,
serious.
Adam. They read it for you because you have difficulty reading it yourself.
Look, and he's literally got 5 minutes to respond to this.
Yes.
And then he's throwing insults at him as he's getting ready to wrap up.
Yep.
Listen,
I love you, my brother.
This is bad faith beyond. This is horrendous behavior. Yeah. Complete disrespect for Cornel West.
Which I find amusing, but
okay, I backed it up. Look, I'm not going to pause. Let's get this clean. Ready?
1% black business because of lockdowns. Do you care yet?
Well, no,
70,000 workers in one state were fired because of vaccine mandates. When are you going to care? Do they all have to be trans? When are you going to care about these workers? When are you going to care about? What are you going to care about this?
They have to be trans for me to care.
You don't care. You don't care. Why don't you care about this?
Why would you accuse me? Of course I care about it.
You're saying it's not important.
I didn't say it wasn't important. I said it was not the most fundamental issue in my lifetime the last 30 years.
Forced medical experiments? Forced medical experiments that the scheme.
Where is the nuance?
Oh my God.
Where's the complexity?
So you missed this story and you're not interested in getting it right.
You agree with Jimmy Dore.
So you missed this story and you're not interested. Well, Dr. West, I wish you the best. You know I love you. You know.
How the fuck? What a fucking piece of shit. After all that, you know I love you. Listen, after I just totally bad faith you, slap you around, read these articles to you, oh, but you know I love you. Like, no, shut up. Grow a pair of testicles, okay? Don't do this snaky beta male bullshit of like, let me stick the dagger in your back and then say, oh, you know I love you, by the way.
Yeah, this comes off as completely disingenuous.
And it's insane because there are like the disagreement. I hate people who talk like this. This is like every interaction on Twitter. People don't just ask you a question. Like,
no, they have to put some subtle jab in there, some personal insult.
Yeah, they have to put an insult in there, but then they have to assume your position, which you've never even stated. So he gets in this. So Jimmy gets all triggered because Cornel West says that he's on board with having some vaccine truth commission, but he doesn't agree with Jimmy that it's like the most important thing to ever happen in 30 years. Okay. So the question would be like, if you weren't an idiot, the question would be like, oh, well, wait a minute. To be clear, you're saying if you were a president, you would do this thing, right? You're saying you would do this. Your only contention is you just don't agree with me saying it's the most important thing that ever happened. And then see what he says. Because if he says yes, then what is the point of getting into some long protracted argument with him that, no, this has to be the most important issue. If you don't agree with me, this is the most important issue of all time, I'm just going to insult you and be an asshole to you.
Yeah, I mean, obviously him saying that, implying that the only thing that would make Cornel West care about this is if it was trans people.
Right.
I mean, that's a personal insult all the way.
Obviously. Yeah.
So he's both misrepresenting his argument and he's, sneaking this just completely underhanded personal insult and against him.
But it's pointless. If Cornel West, obviously he's not going to win the election, but theoretically, if he could win the election, if he's going to literally enact the policy Jimmy wants him to enact, why does the virtue signal about it being the most important issue versus some other issue, why does that matter?
Look, I don't even think Jimmy Dore. Look, if we asked Jimmy Dore to order these issues, I don't think Jimmy Dore would say this is the most important issue.
Well, he said it.
It's ridiculous.
He said it was. I don't know.
COVID is the most important issue over Ukraine, which is still going on.
Right.
That just seems laughable to me.
I mean, I would have agreed. I don't watch the show enough. I would have thought he would have put labor issues in America far greater than the COVID lockdowns and things of that nature. But I don't know. Maybe he's totally brain broken on that stuff.
Yeah, I don't.
I mean, a lot of people, were saying it. All those people have, they're going to pretend like they didn't have this position. Mm-hmm. There was a big argument for a lot of people, and I can almost guarantee you, without even knowing, that Jimmy Dore was one of these people who made the argument that the COVID lockdowns were really once the COVID lockdowns were in place, the government was never going to let that power go. They were going to lock it down and it was going to be permanent, right? We heard this. People made this argument. And
Look,
then
if
what
that's
happened?
the case, that's the number one issue. Okay.
Right, but
I am not locked down currently, and I
Yeah,
don't
but guess
anticipate
what?
being locked down in the future.
Guess what? That never happened though. There were the lockdowns, and then they went away, like everything in reality. It was not some massive conspiracy by the government to keep everyone locked down forever. It was not a massive conspiracy by the government to impose martial law. It wasn't some massive conspiracy by the government to, I don't know, do whatever the million
The
conspiracy
toilet paper
brain
thing, that was a conspiracy, though.
Right.
Obviously,
Yeah,
right?
there you go. There you go. It was just no. People were panicked about the situation. You can argue about whether you think their panic was merited or not. And then the COVID lockdowns ended and life continued. And we're still here.
Well, there
And so-
are some
but-
maniacs talking about lockdowns again, and we need to do lockdowns. And
yeah,
I
but
just
has anyone
people
taken
are
those people
laughing
serious?
at them.
Yeah, that's what I'm
No.
saying. No one's taking that stuff seriously.
they are laughing in their faces,
Right.
which they
Yeah.
should laugh in their faces
Right.
because they don't. All the people who've come out and said, "Oh, follow the science," evidently missed the memo of the science I just laid out 5 minutes ago.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. But the problem is that all those predictions about how the COVID lockdowns were going to, enable the government to do all these horrible things that didn't happen. There's not it doesn't matter.
Did we get another Patriot Act out of it? I think
Yeah,
the
there's going to
stuff
be
that-
Patriot Act 2.0. We heard all this.
Did we
crap.
get any of that stuff? I feel like
No.
we didn't, though. Yeah.
Nothing came of it.
Worst
Literally
things
nothing
came
of
out
it.
of September 11th and came out of COVID.
Yes. But it doesn't matter. There's never a kind of
Mea
reflection
culpa.
period
Yeah.
to say, well, okay, maybe I was wrong. Maybe I over exaggerated, hyped up something. So
Look, if Jimmy Dore wants to do an article, wants to do a story on COVID and talk about how 41% of black-owned businesses went under during COVID and we should do something about that, fine.
Sure.
That's something going forward. But
I don't think it should be based on race, but sure, if he wants to make it based on race, he can.
look, I agree, obviously, and it
Right.
completely goes against Jimmy's argument that we should be setting aside identity politics in the election. So it's odd that he's framing this for Cornel West like we should care because it's black-owned businesses, because it's literally going against the argument he just made, that Cornel West should not embrace identity politics for the election. But setting that aside,
Mm-hmm.
just COVID stories in those kind of contexts, I think are fine. But this whole COVID is coming back and you should be scared.
Right.
Look, why are we even talking about COVID? I guess, I understand if people have legitimate beefs. You lost your job because of COVID. I get it. I totally get it. Talk about COVID in that kind of context. Fine.
Right. Yeah, there are going to be people that are whether they're germaphobes or they're just so ingrained in the tribal narrative, they're going to be like, oh my God, we got to bring back masks and lockdowns and blah, 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 blah. There's always
Right,
gonna be those
exactly.
people. You just
The
tell them to fuck off.
Republicans. The
Right.
Republicans.
Mm-hmm.
The Republicans are not taking COVID from 3 years ago seriously.
Meanwhile,
Mhm.
in China, they have facial recognition software on your digital ID. So when you use the train, it scans your face, like in remember the movie Minority Report?
I
Wherever
do. I
you
love
go,
that
it
movie.
scan your eyes. They're doing that in China right now.
Yeah.
But by the way, America is the real authoritarian,
Right.
fascist, Orwellian dictatorship. China, that's fine. Right.
Right.
Just ignore China, literally doing all the horrible things.
Right. Don't they do it here with your phone? Your phone scans it for them, and
Your
just the
Phone
corporations.
scans your face.
Yeah, to do some people have the facial recognition to unlock the phone.
Oh, yeah, but the government doesn't have that.
The government asks the companies for that information. They just give it over to them.
Yeah, but what do they get? I don't know. What do you think they're going to do with that?
Know where you are.
I don't know. Okay, it has nothing. Wait, it has nothing to do with your face. If you're saying, can the government track you by your phone? Then yes, obviously, sure.
Okay.
I don't know. That has nothing to do with saying you have to have facial, there's got to be facial ID software everywhere you walk that's just constantly monitoring you.
Look,
when you're
I'm
not
just-
accused of committing a crime,
I'm
Okay.
just messing with you, man.
Okay.
I'm just messing with
Well,
you.
you say it, but you know there's some like fucking retards that are gonna think it's the same thing.
Of course, that's why I'm saying it.
Okay, thank you.
They do, obviously.
Okay. Thank you.
Look, that was fun. Let's get back to the people
Get
yelling
back
at
to
each
it.
other.
Okay.
Why did you pause it all? Look,
Yeah.
he's on a tirade.
Okay.
Oh my God, that's so good. Look, I resisted putting one of these in the thumbnail because I just had a respect for Cornel West.
No, fuck it. I have no respect for either of these people. You should put this. This should be the thumbnail.
Jimmy, how dare I called you brother?
Listen, I love you. Okay, I just dropped my pants and farted in your face, but I do love you.
I called you brother.
Well, I mean,
you shaked me in this interview.
To be fair, this is sort of the brotherly love you'd expect, right?
I called you brother. How dare you shake me?
This is how I would act with my brother when we were growing up, probably. So,
really?
Sure.
You bastard. You bastard.
I was a little bastard. Yeah, that's true. You have any siblings?
Older? No, I'm an only child. Obviously.
Wow,
Yeah.
look at this guy.
Look, I had no one to beat up on.
Little,
that's why. Look,
only
that's why
child.
I'm all about the love. Okay.
Yeah.
Sitch here.
Okay.
Sitch here had to fight and claw his way for mommy attention.
Not really.
Look,
that was
I
never
had
my goal for anything.
I was bestowed with plenty of attention, so I didn't have to claw my way for it.
It's funny. I actually
is it older brother or younger brother?
Older brother.
Older brother. Yeah.
I remember.
Oh, that's horrible. You were a dick to your older brother.
Yeah, well, listen, I was way more a bully than him, so you know, I was probably more the asshole in the relationship.
Because he got plenty of attention before you came along.
No, it wasn't that. It was just our personality types. He wasn't a bully personality type, and I was a little shithead. I mean, I still am, to be fair, but
a little bit, yeah.
It's funny. I remember watching.
It's fun for the show. I mean,
that's true. I remember watching an episode of Rugrats when I was very young.
Mm-hmm.
If you guys are like Zoomers, Rugrats was a cartoon show, or a Gen Xer. Rugrats was a cartoon show about little babies going on misadventures, and there was an episode about how like there was these twin brother and sister, and there's an episode about how they would get mad at each other because the parents would show affection, or they perceived the parents were showing one child more affection than the other, as you were pointing out, Adam. And even this is how I knew I was destined to be an enlightened centrist. Even like 5-year-old Sitch is watching this episode like, these kids are stupid. They should be mad at their parents for being assholes, not at each other. But I never understood that emotional reaction with like the kids getting mad at the siblings for the parents fucking up when it's the parents' fault.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't. It's stupid.
What's going on there?
Tell them to stop it. Don't be an idiot.
Who wrote this episode? Was this before wokeness?
No, that's the very common emotional reaction, because you want the attention and emotional love of the parents, so you're not going to be mad at them. You're going to get mad at like the sibling for drawing that away from them.
Yeah.
So,
do you know that's there's a giant field of study on birth order?
Yes.
Yeah.
I have a lot of the second child tendencies. I mean, I don't know how much I put stock into the whole birth order.
Yeah, obviously a lot. It seems very palm ready, astrological type stuff, but
I mean, you have a lot of only child traits, so.
Oh, of course. Yeah, I know. I know.
So I don't know, man. There's could be something to it.
Yeah. Maybe. Remember, I think Tim Pool's Civil War has more credibility than...
Is Tim Pool an only child? I don't know.
I don't either.
He has a brother. He has his reactor as his brother.
Oh yeah, you're right. I mean, we definitely. I mean, Tim Pool and I have to be sharing some genes because he looks just exactly like my dad. So, It's kind of crazy.
Dad got around, okay.
The resemblance.
Where you might
Well-
be like, where was your dad X many years ago?
Do you think that when you see people that look like you're a family member, do you think, they have to have some of the same genes in there, obviously?
I don't think I've ever seen someone that I thought looked like a family member of mine.
Really?
Yeah, I've never had that
Oh.
experience.
Hmm.
So you say like everyone looks like your family member, so I don't know
No,
what's going
just
on
two
there.
people.
Okay.
Just Lance and Tim Pool.
Yeah. You said multiple more, babe.
I mean, just Lance and Tim Pool.
Yeah, okay.
I keep track of who looks like
Bunch of
beloved
doppelgangers.
family members.
Yeah, okay.
Maybe we can have a conversation with Tim Pool about generations theory now that I really know where he's coming from. I was surprised. None of it really, I mean, it was obvious that when he did the talk with Brianna Wu, it was obvious that he had some, like this, he is talking in the context of generational theory in a way that it never clicked for me until I read that book. And now it's like so obvious.
Because you understand what he's talking about.
Yeah, exactly. And I can completely track his arguments and go, yeah, there's evidence for that. There's evidence for that.
Right.
But he never cites it or brings it up.
I never finished the conversation because I was getting super triggered by it.
Mm-hmm.
It's literally painful for me to listen to the conversation.
Oh, yeah.
I had to stop. So I didn't even get to the part where they talked about generational theory.
They never talk about it explicitly. But he'll make references. There's a portion of it where he's talking about, and he's making the simplest point in the world, and Brianna cannot just acknowledge the point. It's like, it's painful because he's saying that there are two cultures that cannot even communicate with one another, and that somehow that needs to be resolved, which is just, I mean, this is generational theory, right? There is going to be...
Was he talking about generations? He's talking about left and right.
Well, you don't think there's a generational component to wokeness? Maybe
there is. No, I think there is, but I think the left-right divide is stronger.
In the context of generational theory, it is the majority of it is, well, no, they don't really link it to the generations. Like one generation is one culture and another generation is another culture. They don't, the different generations can take either side of the culture, but they say there is kind of this cultural mood that evolves late in the 4-generation cycle, and there is kind of a splitting of culture in the way that we're having now. Obviously happened during the Civil War, obviously happened during the Great Depression, and that those two cultures need to resolve between one another, and the way that they have resolved in the past is one culture becomes dominant and the other one becomes subservient, usually for the next 40 to 50 years. And I am constantly thinking, which culture is that going to happen with? Obviously, look, we've kind of staked our claim that we don't really like woke culture, and that the idea that woke culture is going to become dominant for the next 40 years probably strikes people as pretty terrifying, like especially in our audience, right?
Right.
So
it is terrifying. That's
it
true.
is, yeah. But I mean, in the context of generational theory, not impossible, because the whole idea is the situation that creates the conflict is like this radical individualism. And society has to come together under some shared ethic. And that shared ethic will be more enforced in the same way that, values were dominant and enforced culturally in the 1950s, right? In the 1940s and 50s. That's what we're headed into, the 1940s and 50s period. And this is why a lot of us are rebelling against wokeness, because they're trying to use the same kind of 40s and 50s enforcement mechanisms to enforce this culture that all of us are like,
it's awful.
Yeah. F you. I'm not, like, this isn't my culture.
Right.
You know, my culture is individualism.
Right.
So I don't, it's kind of scary when you start looking at life this way, this situation. I mean, it is fascinating for me, who loves to find new ideas and kind of look at the world through these lenses.
Mhm.
And when I listen to Tim Pool, I got to tell you, Tim Pool was just trying to make this really simple point that we're in a situation. He's basically trying to prove what I'm saying. He's saying, look, there are these two incompatible cultures that exist now. And it's so ironic that he's making this point to Brianna Wu, because Brianna Wu is incapable of even understanding one of those cultures, even incapable to some degree of perceiving one of those cultures, right? She's totally in the leftist like culture, to the point where she thinks, I mean, she has a complete caricature of right-wing culture that I would say is completely inaccurate. So when Tim Pool is making this argument that, look, there are these two cultures here, and those two cultures can't even communicate with one another. And I think Tim Pool definitely can communicate with both cultures. One of the things that makes it interesting when he has a conversation with Lance, or he has a conversation with Emma Vigeland, is that he's talking to people who can't perceive both cultures, and he has a advantage, a cultural advantage to them, because he can perceive their culture, but they can't do anything but caricature his culture. And that's kind of interesting for people who do understand his culture and potentially both cultures. One of the interesting things about the Anna situation is Anna is kind of coming into this realm where she can perceive both cultures now. And everyone's saying, oh, this is like you're turning on us now. How can you perceive their culture?
So you're advocating for the Tim Pool standpoint epistemology theory?
Well, I know that you're saying that in jest.
Yeah.
I don't
necessarily disagree with you.
How is it? Look, for those of you who don't know, standpoint epistemology is the idea that because I have some lived experience, I have some true knowledge of the world that you might not be able to understand. Like it's laughable, obviously, because we have to have some objective truth about the world.
There's a second element to it, which I was relating to, which is that, so under standpoint epistemology, the idea is that because we live in a white-dominated culture, everyone who's not white understands what white dominant culture is, but a white person will understand like the black experience. So if you're black, you have the extra knowledge of being able to understand white culture and the white dominated sphere, as well as the black experience and the black culture and the black sphere.
Well, I get it.
So that was a joke I was making.
That's true to some extent. I don't have a lived experience of conservatism. I didn't grow up conservative. Like, I don't have a bunch of conservative friends.
I understand.
I learned about it in a book.
I know. And I understand the argument you're making with Tim. And I think it's true. And we'll talk about this because we're going to watch stuff during the week, and I'm sure we'll probably watch the whole conversation. It's 3 hours. I'm sure we'll watch excerpts or sections of the Tim Brianna conversation.
Well, she never admits that there's these two cultures and that they can't. One of those cultures is going to become dominant. One of them is going to become subservient. And I'm listening to that going, okay, this is generation theory. I know exactly what he's talking about. Okay. And before I wouldn't have known that. Yeah.
Right. I think we'll talk about this when we watch it. I think Brianna's two big mistakes in the conversation. Well, she made many mistakes. The two big mistakes, overall mistakes, is I think anyone who's on the left that goes to talk to Tim Pool, they're going to feel like they have to fight him. And you have to be careful there because you're going to get debate brain mode really easily. And she was as opposed to like listening to what they're saying and questioning it, it's very easy to get into debate brain mode and just try to, and go off on these like stupid tangents, which she did. But number two, most people on the left that criticize Tim, they don't understand him.
Yes.
They basically perceive him as like, well, he criticizes the left more than he criticizes the right, so therefore he must be on the right. He must be a secret right winger. And Brianna was kind of doing this whole game of like, he's on the right. He's on the right.
Trying to expose him.
Right. And they don't understand that that's not what's going on. Tim is not on the right. Tim is not someone who perceives the world on the left and the right, at least from my experience and my opinion of him. He's someone who perceives the world much closer to the heterodox versus anti-heterodox view, or the establishment versus the anti-establishment view. And I mean, he's, he seems like he's a person who's been kind of anti-establishment his whole life. And the anti-establishment used to be like the left-wing position, and now it's not.
Right.
And so I think that's kind of the main lens that's kind of dominating Tim, and all these people on the left that complain about him won't understand him if they look at it from a left-right perspective as opposed to an institutional versus an anti-institutional perspective. And that's kind of what trips them up so much.
Well, I know the guy is a total workaholic, and I mean, it would be a big ask to have him on the show, but I mean, I'd be fascinated to talk to him about this stuff. So
sure,
I might try to.
I think it's highly unlikely. He works so much and he has his own show.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, I can give it a shot.
Yeah.
You don't,
Sure.
you don't know unless you ask. And
Right.
I think
yeah.
it's obvious that this thinking is interesting to him. It was interesting to me when people have this critique of the Tim Pool Civil War, but they're making that critique from a completely just ignorant perspective. So now that I have somewhat of a more informed perspective on it, I think you can have a better conversation about it because you know what questions
right.
to ask.
Yeah, maybe. No, I agree with that. Obviously,
I'm not just dismissing out of hand.
Sure.
Like when he was having that conflict over, okay, one of these cultures is going to be dominant.
Right.
And I mean, that's an interesting conversation.
Well, it's funny because like in a theoretical, hypothetical, if he did come on the show, which I'm skeptical of because of his time, but if he did, it would be very funny because you're like, you'd have half the conversation is you talking about all this culture war stuff with him. The other half of the conversation is me raking him over the coals for all the fact claims he's getting wrong.
Well, I mean, that's cool. He's cool with that.
That's
I mean,
I know. I'm just saying, like the thing that was the reason I literally had to turn off the stream was because he was saying all this stuff that was just so wrong, just like literally factually wrong, getting very basic facts about the indictment stuff wrong, like wildly wrong. And Brianna had no clue what he was talking about at all.
yeah, no.
And she wasn't even like challenging it or questioning it. She's just kind of trying to pivot to. Like she had like her talking points that she wants to pivot to. And I'm just like, look at this, like, oh my God. And this is part of the problem why you should have these conversations, honestly. Because if someone says something to you, like they say, oh, Tim, he kept saying, like, oh, they're going after Trump's lawyer, like Jenna Ellis. They only indicted her for giving legal advice, right? Now, if I'm me and I'm in that conversation and I'm having an honest conversation, I'm like, is that true? Because if that's true, I would agree that seems really messed up. And so my question would be like, well, if that's true, that's messed up. But is it true? Like, let's look at the indictment, bring it up. We're talking for 3 hours, bring it up. And then you bring up the indictment, you find out that's wildly untrue. That's not why she was indicted for that at all.
She doesn't know what to go to. She can't.
No, but you just asked the question. I didn't, because when he said that at the time, I'm like, wait a minute. I'm like, is that true? I don't think that's true. If it's true, I would agree with him. That seems insane. So I just look it up right then and there and go, oh, it's wildly untrue. Okay. She was directly involved with actually soliciting electors to sign off on, the fake electors and to overthrow the ballots. The idea that she was just giving Trump legal advice is just so wildly misinformed. I have no clue where Tim was getting this from. And he said he got it from reading the indictment. Why would you just ask the question but that's the problem, is because people, they go in these conversations, they have like, they're so afraid of being shown to be wrong that they don't just ask a question like, well, is this true? Can we look at whatever you're saying? So instead they just pivot to like their talking points that are, stupid.
Her entire social group is only interested in her going on the Tim Pool show to pants Tim Pool publicly.
Yeah,
that's
but if she would have,
they care about.
Right, but if she would have engaged in the conversation, honestly, that would have been an amazing pants Tim Pool moment. That would have been a huge win for her. If she said, well, if that's true, that's crazy. Like, I agree with you, Twin. No one should go to jail for just giving their client legal advice. Let's look up the indictment and see. And they look it up and it's like, no, she's just completely wrong about that. And then that would have been a big dunk for her. Right. But she didn't, because she was just doing the talking points slop. Right.
Yeah.
As opposed, because you have to at least acknowledge, say, well, if what you're saying is true, then I agree with you. That would be crazy. But you don't even want to give that because you're more concerned with not finding whatever's true, but winning the argument.
Yeah, it's so ironic because, you know, you'd be able to do that. And the last thing we want to do is like dunk on Tim Pool. Like that's not our goal.
Well, I don't want to dunk on him. I just don't want him to say shit that's just like wildly untrue.
Yeah, factually incorrect.
I mean,
yeah.
he was, because he said this about Jen Ellis. I'm like, this is so untrue. He was defending Jeffrey Clark. I'm like pulling my hair out. I was like, Jeff, because we did the whole
Jeffrey Clark was the EPA
the
attorney.
Enron guy that we watched the whole January 6th committee hearing about, and I was like, oh my God, I was so triggered. I was like, what are you talking about?
Look,
Please,
Sitch, I don't
stop.
Why do you get so triggered over that stuff?
Because he's just saying, it triggers me when people are saying things that are just blatantly untrue, easily fact checkable, like so easily fact checkable, and he's saying it he's saying it with like really broad authority to a massive audience of people who are just eating this stuff up, and it's just such obvious misinformation. Like, you can disagree with the charges, you can have a disagreement about whether you think that people should be charged for the electors and whether it's acceptable and blah blah blah. You can have that entire argument that can be based on your opinion, but don't just say bullshit about the facts of the case that are just factually wrong. Jenna Ellis was not indicted because she gave legal advice to Trump. Jeffrey Ellis was not indicted because he gave legal advice to Trump. He was the guy that drafted the fucking letter in the first place that said that they wanted to send out to the states telling them to throw out the electors and to sign off on the fake electors, making them real electors.
Yeah, that's why he got indicted.
Yes, that he wasn't just giving legal advice, and it's insane to characterize their involvement as if they were.
Trump was going to appoint him head of the.
He said make him the attorney
general.
DOJ,
yeah.
Yes.
Appoint him head of the DOJ in exchange for him sending a letter out to all of the states claiming that there was massive election fraud and that they should certify
when they had no evidence, when he wrote those words, when he wrote the words that the federal government had massive concerns, or whatever language he used about it, for election fraud, that was a literal lie. And the Attorney General Time said that was a lie. I don't know what he was talking about. He just made that up.
So the people at the DOJ confronted Trump in a meeting and said that there would be a mass exodus, that half the employees at the Department of Justice would resign immediately if this guy was made head of the Department of Justice.
And they sent that letter out.
Right.
The letter he referred to as a suicide pact, because everyone involved with this letter would get arrested.
Right. And so Trump...
Which they fucking did, which he was right.
He did. Yeah, no.
That guy was 100% correct.
So that, so Trump backed down. He did not replace the DOJ head with this other guy. It was a contentious meeting. And I remember the funniest thing was at the end of the meeting, Trump felt bad for the guy that he was going to put in charge of the DOJ just to send this letter out. And they asked the head of the DOJ, the current head of the DOJ, which is actually some interim guy because the real head resigned already, remember?
That was Barr, yeah.
Yeah, Barr resigned already. So Trump turns to him and says, "You're not going to fire that guy, are you?" Do you remember this?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
He says, "You're not going to fire that guy, are you?" And the guy goes, "He serves at the pleasure of the president. I don't have the power to fire him. You do."
Yes.
And Trump says, "Well, I'm not going to fire him." Look, you were just going to make him the head of the DOJ.
Well, no, it's funny because he technically did.
Why would you fire him?
He technically did make him head for like a couple hours because the
way
really? Because remember the way this all started was Jeffrey Clark.
Oh, you're right.
He comes into, I forget the guy's name, it was like Rosenbaum or something, at Rosen's office, and he's like, "I'm the head of the DOJ now," and he's like, "What the hell are you talking about?" And he's like, "Trump made me the head of the DOJ." He's like, "Are you saying I'm fired?" And he's like, "Yeah." And he's like, No, I'm going to talk to Trump directly. I'm not taking this." And then they go and they argue for like 4 hours to basically get his job back. And Trump's like, "Okay, fine. You can get your job back."
Oh, that's so good. See, this is why I'm telling you. Now Trump knows all of that stuff. He's like, wait a second. I could have fired the head of the DOJ a long time.
Well, he technically did, I guess. I mean, if you appoint someone to take over their position, is that not de facto firing someone?
Isn't that kind of implying that you can fire anyone in the department though? Because he was some lower person in the DOJ.
No, he was the the assistant. There's like the attorney general, the deputy attorney general, and there's the assistant deputy attorney general. The assistant deputy attorney general. He was the assistant deputy attorney general.
Tell me this: if the president wants to fire a lowly secretary at DOJ, Can he do that?
Well, I think he could direct someone to. I don't think he has the direct authority to. I would imagine. I don't know. Maybe he does.
Yeah. See,
when you say secretary, you mean like literally a secretary?
Yeah. Yeah. Anyone.
Right.
Yeah.
Can he fire the janitor at the DOJ?
Look, we've had this conversation about whether or not he can stack the Department of Justice with loyalists and use that as an institution to just go after political rivals.
Right.
Maybe maybe go after Jimmy Dore for just being a dumbass.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. Jimmy, I heard you said I was a fascist. How do you like this jail cell, fascist?
But I defended you. I defended you like the Antifa people. You saying I'm like Antifa? Get in jail.
Get in the jail. Go into the jail.
Yes.
Go into the insult Cornel West jail.
Right. Anyway,
okay, we need to get back to this video. Yeah.
Not interested in getting it right.
Agree with Jimmy Dore,
so you missed this story and you're not interested. Well, right, Dr. West, I wish you the best. You know I love you. You know I support
you and your precious wife and your you stay strong, though, brother.
Okay, I wish you all the best. I love you. Thanks for coming on. I really do wish you all the best. And I just wish you had a clearer message to reach people, but you don't. It's muddled and it's a loser.
Wait, did he not even
he called him a loser.
He didn't even let him respond. He just said your message is muddled and a loser. And then it just ends?
Yeah.
Ugh.
So Dr. Peter McCullough, who we've had on the show.
Okay, now what's he shilling here?
I don't know.
I think he's shilling ivermectin now.
Is that what that is? Spike support?
And who was the leading guy pushing back on the COVID narrative. And he's one of the leading doctors in the world, the most cited in his field, the most referenced and most published.
Sounds like fringe to me.
Very fringe. So he has joined the wellness company to create a real change in healthcare. They offer everything from live.
What is this spike support? Is that because of the spike protein? Is this
guessing
the countermeasure? If you got vaccinated, here's the cure.
The spike support? Oh, wait. Here it is. Dr. Drew. Dr. Drew spike support.
Dr. Drew Pensky? Or a different Dr. Drew?
It's Dr. Drew.
Like the Dr. Love Lines guy?
Yes.
Nice. Did you see the thing that Scott Adams tweeted out about Ukraine stuff?
I did. I have to make the video now.
Are you still listening to him every day? He seems insane now.
I missed a couple of days.
Oh, okay. I clap back at him. I didn't tag
I didn't see
you.
your clap back. I saw there was some fucking guy who tagged you and then didn't tag me and was like, you need to bring this up to Sitch to get him to admit he's wrong, or is he gonna weasel out of it? I was like, what, you fucking bitch? Why don't you tag me if you're gonna fucking come at me?
I know, I saw that.
God.
I responded with the same video that I responded to that guy, to Scott Adams.
Yeah.
But when I responded to Scott Adams, I said, these are all paid actors.
Look at you.
Yeah. I said, look, so Scott Adams posted some smoking gun about how they're all up in the Burisma thing.
Right.
The Hunter Biden is corrupt. And
it's a smoking gun that's actually a water pistol. Yeah.
Look, I'm sympathetic to Hunter Biden is corrupt. I think that's probably true.
Well, he is corrupt. That's not the question.
Whether or not Biden is corrupt or whether or not Biden, look, the thing that they want to hang their hat on is Biden tried to fire Shokin to cover up corruption between him and his son. That's the claim.
Well,
right?
not to cover up corruption. That he wanted to fire Shokin to protect Burisma because Burisma was paying his son.
Okay. That's the narrative.
Right.
And they've got some evidence that everyone in the EU and the world wasn't gunning for Shokin because that goes against their narrative. But there's these videos from Ukrainian news and stuff about protests in front of Shokin's office and how the Ukrainian people are just bitching and moaning about how this guy's got to go because he's corrupt.
Mm-hmm.
So I just posted one of those videos and I'm like, look, these are all paid actors and this is all fake, total nonsense.
Right.
And I said that later this week, Scott Adams was going to post the guy who wrote the script for the news program for all the actors. So that was going to be his smoking gun.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
I don't think it's actually going to be coming though.
I posted why. I don't know if it's worth getting into.
Not really. I mean, nobody ever the people who it ranges in our audience from people who don't care to people who care too much but are against us.
Right.
So
it's just annoying to me that when you look at the New York Post is so shitty. And like when I'm reading this article, it hits all the classic dishonest journalist things where they frame something in one very specific way, but then when you actually read the things that they're quoting, it doesn't match the framing. And you realize that the framing is like holding up the entire story. And when you actually look at the source material is not there. And you should be entirely skeptical. Because here's the question. If you have an article saying, here's some report, we found some magic report that makes our argument, we're not going to show you the report. Take our word for it. We're just going to put one-word quotes from this report and tell you that it makes our argument. Like, what the fuck is that? That's so sus. Why would you ever believe that in your entire life? Just because it tells you something you want to believe, you're going to trust it?
Yeah, well, that's how people work, Sitch.
Yes.
Look,
put the report up there.
Can I believe this or must I believe this?
Right. Put up the report. Let me look at the report to make sure that what you're saying is true. Because the quotes they lifted from that report and what they said did not match up. And I was like, well, this is so sus. So I left the response to this guy. I left a nice response.
I didn't read it.
It was a very long response, but I left it.
I love those long tweets, man. Keep them coming.
Unfortunately, Andrea Backhouse, he kind of responded, but in kind of an attacky way. So I think that turned Scott off. He actually complained about it on his video.
Did he really? You got mentioned?
No, not me. Andrea Backhouse.
Who's that guy?
He's a guy that Scott follows and used to listen to because he would, provide pretty good fact checking to the stuff. And so, but not because he responded with a video he responded with an article that was about how super ultra corrupt Shokin was. But he kind of had a sarcastic quip when he did it. And then Skyham's response, which I thought was kind of foolish, was like, well, this is some Ukrainian newspaper that I've never heard of, so I'm not going to trust the publication.
Yeah, I saw that.
And I'm like, well, you can look it up. I mean, you could look at the claims and then, do some digging to see if they match up with some other things, as opposed to trusting the New York Post just saying, trust me, bro, we're not going to show you the source, but trust me.
I do think questioning sources is ultimately soy as fuck because you got to look. I mean, it could be a messed up source, but still be accurate information. You got to look at the information.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You can question a source. You can question a source if your goal is, I'm going to question a source. Let me look up, see if there's some confirmation from
dismissing it out of hand is the problem.
To just say, I'm going to question the source. I'm going to dismiss it. I'm not even going to attempt to do any research on it. That's okay. That's just cope.
This source cannot be trusted. Well, some people even go further and are like, because it's this source, this information has to be untrue.
Right. Yeah, listen, you can be 100% skeptical of a source, but go look it up yourself, right? Unless it's like the New York Post, which is why I do criticize them, because I can't look it up because the source that they're citing doesn't exist out in the world.
Right.
They have loan access to this magic report that says this thing, and they're not going to show anyone else. It's like, okay, well then, fuck you. Like, get stuffed.
Exactly.
Anyway.
Exactly.
I throw the bathroom. I go to the bathroom.
I get to read a super chat.
You get to read a super chat.
I'm very excited.
You get the honor of reading.
I get to read super chats. Yes. Oh my god, I'm so stoked right now. Okay, Jack of Spades is a member for 17 months, and he says, "Help! I keep parasocially sending money to niche internet micro celebrities to ask them for life advice. What should I do about that? I mean, my advice would be to send more money. I might be one of those. I might be one of those niche micro celebrities. So look, I could be biased in this situation. I'm gonna tell it like it is. I say, keep doing it. Ostracy for $10 says, I was wondering if you guys were going to cover the Brianna Wu on Tim Pool stuff. Also, Sitch, did your research on Enrique Tarrio make his sentence seem reasonable, or is it crazy as it seems? So I don't know about the Enrico Tarrio situation. I guess we'll wait for Sitch till that to come back to talk about that. I do, obviously we talked a little bit about the Brianna Wu on Tim Pool stuff already. So, and I guess maybe we'll talk about it more. I think during the week we were going to cover, there's this crazy interview with, I guess, the Breaking Points staff, Crystal Ball and Sauger. I don't know Sauger's last name, but they did an interview with Chris, I want to say Chris, the hardball guy, Chris Matthews, and kind of really tear into him. It's an amazing interview, kind of crazy. So I think we're going to cover that. And there was something else, but I can't recall what it is. Maybe the Brianna Wu Tim Pool is it, but I feel like there was something else. I don't know. Lucy Lemonbug gifted 5 memberships. Thank you. I think we already thanked you at the beginning of the show. Mark Twain's Revenge gifted 10 memberships. I don't know if we thanked you, but thank you now. I will oh, you're back. Okay.
I'm
perfect.
Back.
There is Ostracies asking about Enrique Tarrio.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know about?
So, okay. That's funny because I tweeted out so Enrico Tarrio got some like huge sentence for the January 6th stuff, and everyone was like freaking out because it was like 20 plus years. And
okay,
the reason it was,
this is Zip Ties guy. I do know this.
No, this is not the Zip Ties guy.
Okay.
There was a bunch of people that got like 20 plus years involved with this. Enrico Tarrio was the guy who's the head of the Proud Boys.
Mm-hmm.
And he got hit with this charge, this massive conviction. He's sentenced to 22 years in prison, the longest, I believe, to any of the January 6 people. And I believe, my understanding is that the reason that all these charges are so long is because they hit them with this terrorism modifier. And people are complaining because my understanding, this is their argument is, I didn't research this, was that this is the first time the terrorism modifier has been utilized on people who did not like blow up or plan to blow up or do something that extreme.
Right.
In terms of like physical violence.
That you would classically define as terrorism.
Right. And then they kind of double were complaining because he wasn't even there in person on January 6th.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason he wasn't there was because actually he was arrested, I believe, of committing some crime like the day before or the previous day, where he took, I believe he stole or took a flag, some kind of flag from a church or something, and burned it. And they kind of arrested him for destruction of private property. And part of his bail, my understanding, part of his bail was that he couldn't be in DC. Okay. And so he wasn't there on January 6th. And so people were complaining.
But he wanted to be there, so he was there in spirit.
Right. So people were complaining about kind of saying that the charges were ridiculous.
Right.
Now, I saw a lot of people complaining about this, and I kind of tried to look up what the exact information was, what he was being charged with, and what him and the other Proud Boys were being charged with. And so I wasn't finding a lot of it. I'm assuming it's out there, but I wasn't really finding it. So I kind of asked on Twitter, I'm like, well, what, like, someone give me this information. Some people actually did send me articles that kind of went through some, decent amount of information. Essentially, I still haven't really dug deep enough into it to form a strong opinion on it. My position would be essentially, so my understanding is that we'll start with Enrico. My position with him would be, if all the plan was to go there on January 6th and to just exist and to just protest, and then once they're there, things shit kind of hits the fan, I don't think it's fair to charge him with that at all.
So you think it should be premeditated to get something
to get this extreme of a sentence, yeah.
Okay.
But if they have evidence that they went there planning to go into the Capitol, right, and break into the Capitol and stop the vote and cause some kind of violence or something, that's different. Then I'm like, okay, well, then I'm more inclined to say, well, then he should be charged because he was planning for them to literally do this operation. And so I think my opinion would be kind of hinge mostly on, did he plan for him specifically? Did he plan for them to go into the building or not? What exactly was the plan that they had set up the day before or the previous week or whatever? What exactly was their plan?
What's the plan?
I think the state would have to show that they had a to get Enrico, since he wasn't there, they'd have to show premeditated that he, wanted them to go into the building. Now, there was some thing that everyone was bringing up about the fact that he sent out some text message telling them not to leave at some point. Once the riot, / insurrection / protest, everyone cast away, it got started. I don't know to me that I feel confident enough that hits him with that big charge. I'm not really comfortable on that. I think there does have to be an element of premeditation for him specifically, or something else.
Hard. Everybody's got like a different framing.
What'd you say?
Everyone's got like a different framing.
Yeah.
It's like,
now with the other guys, to me, so the other guys were there, and so to me the question becomes, what exactly did they do? Because the claim against them, which again, I don't know if this is true because I haven't done anywhere near the amount of research to feel confident to make this assessment or not. The claim against them was
so weird.
What?
A Sitch. I don't understand why you have to do all this research to feel confident.
Because I like having it for. That's why it was annoying me. Everyone's like freaking out about this shit, and I'm like, I just have no informed position, and no one else does either. They're just making all these assumptions.
Don't you watch Vosh videos? Come on.
Well, that's why I feel more comfortable saying, if X is true, this is my position. If Y is true, this is my position.
Right.
Because it's like I don't know which set of facts is true. But so with the other Proud Boys. So the claim against them was essentially that they were the ones that intentionally started people breaking into the Capitol. That
really?
The claim against them, and there's some video that the Washington Post and New York Times put out, which obviously is biased, so necessarily wouldn't take it on its face value. The claim against them is that the state has some evidence that they were the ones that pushed the first barricade down at the first entry point, and that things were peaceful until they did some action that got everyone riled up and got everyone to start breaking into the Capitol. And then after that they went to a different access point and they did the same thing. Everything was peaceful, and then the Proud Boys showed up and they pushed down the barricades and they got everyone agitated and they got everyone to break into the Capitol in the second area. Okay. Now, to me, if that's true, if that is true, that everything was totally peaceful, everyone's just chilling, and then these agitators come in and they get everyone riled up and they get everyone to break into the building, then I say, fuck them, hit them with some massive charge. I'm totally fine with that.
Right.
If that's not true and they were just there and they were just part of a mob that broke into the building, then I think the charges were way too high.
Right.
So to me, the claim about whether they really started the incident off on these two different locations and everything would have been fine without them. Like, if you're going to tell me, which I think is what the state was trying to make the argument, if you're going to tell me, and if it's true, obviously, that without the Proud Boys being there, January 6th would have literally just been people protesting outside and nothing but no violence would have occurred, then obviously they deserve those charges, in my opinion. If that's not true, then they don't deserve those charges.
Cool.
So
I mean, that's a
my
good
take.
That's a good way to look at it, right? It's got a, some element of premeditation. If people get caught up in a mob mentality, obviously it's a much different situation than if they're planning an insurrection, as everyone is calling it.
Or just agitation.
Right. Yeah. Do you buy into this notion that people keep calling it an insurrection because they want to use the insurrection label to get Trump disqualified for the 2024 election? Do you buy that?
So it's funny. I actually got into an argument with someone about that.
Okay, good. I want to hear your perspective.
I think it's a stupid argument. I forget what amendment. It's like the 14th Amendment. I don't know, some amendment where it's like you can't, if you're charged with insurrection, if you are been hit with insurrection, you can't run for president or something. Maybe it's not an amendment. Maybe it's part of the Constitution. I don't know. Something about you can't run for president and be hit with insurrection. The problem is the way it's written in the law, it doesn't really stipulate like who declares you. It doesn't say if you've been convicted of insurrection, right? Or charged. It just says if you've done an insurrection. And I think this was written at the time because it was about the Civil War, about the Confederates that broke off during the Civil War. And so there wasn't really a question about who did what, because it was kind of very obvious who did what.
Everyone was in agreement.
Right. So there wasn't really a question about like being charged with insurrection. I think
in this day, it's like, who did an insurrection?
Yeah. And I think to make that argument against Trump is stupid, because unless a court found him guilty of insurrection, I don't know how you could levy this at him. You can't just say, well, it's my opinion he did an insurrection, so therefore, I mean, that's a stupid argument.
Well, can't they say that he was found guilty of insurrection in the Congress?
By who?
The January 6th committee.
Well, you could make that argument, but that's not legally binding. I would say that's kind of nonsensical.
Okay.
I mean, I'm sure there are Democrats have made that argument.
I know. I was going to say, Democrats making nonsensical arguments?
Right.
Politicians making nonsensical arguments?
I would argue that even though the law
Have you seen the snowball argument from
I've seen the snowball
climate
argument.
change?
Yes. I would argue that even though the law doesn't stipulate that a court of law has to find you guilty of insurrection, that I think based on how all of our laws generally work, where a court of law does have to find you guilty of something, of some kind of crime or something, that law should be interpreted as like a court has to find you guilty of insurrection, not just like some random body in the Congress just deems it so, that has no actual authority to do anything about it.
Yeah, if they made some crazy legal theory and took it all the way to Supreme Court, the conservative Supreme Court would totally shoot it down. So.
Yeah. I think that argument's a waste of time. I think it's a stupid argument, and there's no way that it would actually do anything, because Supreme Court would just slap it down.
Good. I want to start ignoring that argument then.
It's a dumb argument. It's a really dumb argument. So
good. I was worried my $500 was not going to be safe.
Well, now if I don't know what the time scale, but like if the federal January 6th, well, actually this doesn't even matter because they didn't even charge him with insurrection. They charged him with fraud. So actually there's currently no threat of him being charged with insurrection by anyone.
Mm-hmm.
So, which I know a lot of Trump people have brought up as defense.
Yeah.
So the whole insurrection argument is just thrown in the trash can. It's a stupid argument.
Good. People keep making it, and I keep thinking,
no, it's dumb.
What am I supposed to do with this?
Dumb.
Cool. I am up to Rex Vectum. Gave 10 gifted subs.
Thank you, Rex.
Yeah, thanks.
I like the zoom in you have on Jimmy's face.
Yeah, what is his face? What expression is that?
That's a disapproving Muppet face.
Do you like it?
I like it, yeah.
Just for our super chats.
General Hydra for $10 says, "Sup guys, I'm a populist conservative and I love you guys' stream. It's really funny and truthful on some stuff. I like Trump, he's not fascist. Biden." There you go. Well, thank you.
He's not fascist Biden, maybe.
Says, I like Trump, he not fascist Biden. So I don't know. I'll interpret that. We can interpret that however you will. I don't think
thanks
either
for the
Trump
super chat.
or Biden are fascist. But anyway. Massive Dingo for 12 months. Thanks so much for being a 1-year member. Massive Dingo says it's a European ideology. The idea it's white supremacy is absurd. There you go.
Right.
Yeah, I agree with you. I just think, but I also agree that people in America interpret it they interpret it as just another way of saying Nazi. So,
of course.
Dr. Diller for $5 says A team picked out a nice spot on the coast to dump car batteries.
Oh, yeah.
And is the only person on earth that still listens to dubstep. S-Class is the best class.
Well, I never listened to dubstep, so.
It's a lie. I think you still listen to it.
Still listen to dubstep.
Oh, you just started?
No, I never did.
You just started listening to dubstep? I can't believe this. Wow.
Never have.
You're so bad that you missed dubstep during the craze and you listen to it now.
Insane.
Wow. I don't even know what you kids are listening to nowadays. I'm assuming it's terrible, whatever it is.
I agree.
Resume step. Palace playing for 100 knock knocks says the more I learn of life is that AOC and Rachel Zegler, Snow White in 2024, are the same women out of touch with reality. Thank you, Sitch and Adam. Yeah,
Sad.
Assume you saw her comments.
I mean, I saw people complaining about her comments. I don't know that I actually saw her comments.
Fair enough. Yeah, she's saying something about how, like, we need to update Snow White. It's,
Oh, yeah, I did see that.
Women should save themselves. Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah. The message.
The message.
Yeah.
It's not for you.
Right, yeah. Well, look, I wasn't going to see Snow White anyway.
That's true.
I don't know about you, so.
No, I had zero desire to see Snow White.
Yeah. Snow White girl boss. Not my
Even if
cup
it was
of tea.
A complete live action version of the original, I would care not at all to see this. I never like Snow White. I will never like Snow White. It's a lame and boring story.
I mean, I think they could do something with it. I mean, if they did it with maybe a super hot, obviously of age, Snow White. Some of these cartoons you don't know, like the original Snow White, you find out, oh, she was 13. It's like, what? But yeah, Snow White and all, like, the 7 dwarves all have mech suits or something. Make it a sci-fi thing, right?
Adam wants Zack Snyder's Snow White. Okay,
I do. Yes, exactly. That's exactly what I want.
That is awful.
I mean, that could be amazing. Look, dwarves are very interesting to look at.
They're like Tolkien dwarves, and they'll have like mech suits,
right?
That they
but
built
they have
from
mech
the minerals,
suits.
that they.
So they're giants standing around Snow White. Snow White is dwarfed by these giant
by the dwarfs
mech suits. Yeah, exactly.
But the mech suits look like dwarfs. They have like the big beards and like the dwarf face on the mech suit.
No, look, do not.
And then yes, obviously.
Do not let Sitch do production design.
What are you talking? What are the mech suits going to look like? They're going to look like humans? That's stupid.
No, they're going to look like robots, like amazing robots.
What is a mech? Okay, no, it's got to have like a dwarf face on it. What do you mean? Mech suits always have a little like person face on it.
No.
What are you talking? What is the face going to look like?
It's going to be just a robot face, an amazing.
What does that mean,
face.
Adam? What is a robot face?
Robots have different faces.
Yes,
obviously.
they do.
Yeah.
Okay, so you think it should not have a humanoid face at all?
Well, maybe a little humanoid touches, but but cool.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think they should just literally be giant dwarfs, but like robots. Like the dwarfs look like themselves in a giant like gray dwarf robot mech.
Not feeling it, but
yeah, that's what they should do. And then they get beaten because the queen has a mech suit, but it's modeled after a human, so it's obviously much taller than the dwarf mech suit.
Oh, that would be good. See, now you're thinking.
And then when the dwarfs, okay, so this is what happens. This is the perfect Snow White for the modern age. And by the modern age, I mean 1990. So the dwarfs in their dwarf mech suits are fighting the queen, who has a queen mech suit that's just but it's bigger because it's human size. So the dwarves, they have a move where they're able to combine all their mech suits together to make a giant Power Ranger dwarf mech suit that's like
Yeah, see, I'm
bigger
down
than-
with that.
it's bigger than the Queen's mech suit, right? But then the Queen's mech suit transforms into a big ass dragon, and then
Yeah.
they have a fight, and we have Voltron versus the dragon, and that's Snow White for the modern age. And
Right.
Snow White, she is the one that has to pilot the dwarf suit once it combines, because they're like missing one person.
So is she still going to be a girl boss?
Yeah, of course she's going to be a girl boss. And
I
she's going
mean-
to transform. She's going to do a backflip, and she's going to like swirl around, and her dress is going to turn into like one of those skin tight Power Ranger outfits. And she's
Yeah.
going to like appear inside the mech suit, and she's going to be like piloting it. She's going to be like the central character piloting the mech suit against the Queen's dragon mech suit.
I got to admit, this sounds a lot more interesting than the diversity and inclusion message that they're going with this.
I mean, you can make her whatever diversity you want. I don't give a shit. As long as she's punching shit in a mech suit, right?
Of course. Yeah.
I mean, I agree. It kind of, when her name
But
is Snow White,
look, I'm saying,
make detracts from the issue if you're not.
I'm saying the Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs as it exists in this iteration is really
Right.
just about, I mean, they're not even dwarves in this. And I think one of them is a woman.
Yes.
Yeah.
Only one or two is actually a dwarf. So yeah, the whole
I-
thing's retarded. But,
Yeah.
um,
Needs work.
Kano for $5 says, not even 45 minutes. Those 22 seconds are for Trump. A-Team is the cream. S-Class is the almond-based latte. Boo, oat milk. Okay, the oat milk-based latte.
Yeah, I don't know what that means,
Adam is the soy.
but I do like cream, so
There
cool.
you go. Bra for $5 says, listen, how the heck is everyone not green yet? Where are all the memberships going? A-Team streams on Rumble, Zigachad. There you go. That's a good question, bro.
What's that?
What?
Where are the members? Yeah, where are the memberships?
Because there's
going?
always
That's a great
this-
question.
Right. All these green, everyone should be green by now. Still a lot of gray names.
Yeah, I know. What
How
was it?
dare.
A bunch of new people in the beginning, just checking out the stream for the first time, and then
Maybe.
skedaddled.
Twitter Socks for $5 says, Doomer really goofed the floof when he told chat to stop donating money. True.
Oh
It's
yeah,
true. Classic Doomer
That's-
goofing the floof.
Doomer's signature move.
Yep. To get us
Goofing,
money.
floofing.
That's it. Oh, you goofing floofing. That's right. There you go. I like this. Fed Zeppelin. There you go. He's a Fed and a
That is
Zeppelin.
great.
Fed
Yeah.
Zeppelin for $10. Thank you. Thank you for giving my my weekly Fed stipend.
Yeah,
Whatever.
your establishment shill money.
Yes, I get paid by the feds, obviously. Renoro Zorro for 2 months. Thank you so much. Says fascists thought they were socialist and democratic because people made up unions and unions made up the state.
True. Or maybe
So-
it's not true. I don't know.
Speaking of Renoro Zorro,
Yes,
you put out a tweet today.
I did.
You did.
Oh, what was it?
How do you not know where I'm talking about?
Did I retweet?
You said you watched and liked One Piece.
Oh yeah.
Renoro
that tweet.
Zorro is the name of the character from One Piece.
Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, you're right. It's a girl, right?
No, that's the sword guy, the guy with the three
Oh
swords.
yeah, you're right. It is the
Yeah.
sword guy.
Right. God, did you didn't really watch the
I
show?
mean, I
very
really
well.
did
Didn't even know
watch
the
it.
guy's name.
I mean, I was tweeting a lot during the show, but
Wow. So Adam watched the live action One Piece and
I watched
liked it.
three. I watched 3 episodes of it. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well, no, I watched like 2.5,
Okay.
but I thought it was pretty good. Yeah, and I did think. I mean, they had some character dynamics that I thought worked and were interesting, and yeah, they were likable, interesting characters. So,
Mhm.
and I thought the actors did a great job portraying the characters. So,
Right.
yeah, no. Did you watch it? I guess, but you said you
I
didn't
did
like
watch it. I did watch it.
You said you hated it.
I sent you a picture
Mhm.
that Sammy G drew
Okay.
about my opinion on it.
Should I
It's
bring
pretty
it up?
Yeah, you should bring it up.
Okay. Here, I'll do that.
I did watch the live action One Piece. What does everyone think my opinion on the live action One Piece was? Just guess. Adam's guessing that I hated it, apparently.
We have the first panel here.
Yeah.
It says, "Say it out loud." And you look really disgruntled.
Yeah, I don't want to
What's
say.
going? What's he gonna have to say out loud here?
Yeah.
Let's see. Let's go to the next panel here. I like the Netflix One Piece live action. Is that you saying that?
Yeah, I did like it. I actually liked it. Much to my shock, I actually did like it. Yeah.
When did you watch it? Were you watching at the same time as me? I watched it.
I watched it this week.
Okay. Yeah.
I watched it this week. I watched the anime and I could not, for the life of me, get into it. After watching 3 or 4 episodes, I thought it was like really not good.
So you went to the anime and then you thought, well, let me try the live action.
Well, I watched the anime, 3 or 4 episodes of the anime, like, I don't know, like a couple years ago or something, or a year ago. It was a while ago. And I was like, okay, let me watch the live action. You know, Sammy's pestering me. People are pestering me to watch live action. I watched it. I'm like, hey, this is pretty good. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
So I did. I liked it. Yeah.
Yeah, the characters, the acting was good. And there was absolutely zero wokeness in it.
Yeah, it was fun. It was a fun show. You know, I turned my brain off. I was not being critical of it at all. I was just watching it as a fun action adventure show with fun characters doing fun things. I was on board.
No preaching at me.
Yeah, it was nice.
No making fun of my politics.
It felt kind of wholesome. At the end, the big evil, it's kind of interesting. The big evil villain is trying to justify creating genocide because his people were bigoted against in the past. So it's kind of anti-woke from that perspective, I guess. I didn't really perceive it as that way until you talked about whether it was woke or not. I didn't really look at it from a political lens at all. I'm curious. I didn't really hear anyone complaining about it being anti-woke because it's very obvious that well, it's not very obvious. I don't think it was because it's Japanese people wrote this, but I could see a bunch of woke people being upset in how the big bad protagonist at the end would be like, they would characterize it as like Black people or something fighting their oppressors. So I don't know if woke people were mad about this or not. But no, I liked it. The anime had a glacial pacing that was just so off-putting, and the live action is like ultra condensed. So
yeah, they get right to it. I like that.
To it, yeah.
Yeah, I don't like to wait around. Give me an inciting incident in the first 5 minutes of the movie, and I'm just stoked.
So I'm on board. I might check out the manga, see if it's. I know it's like literally 1,000 over 1,000 chapters. So we'll see.
My goodness!
It's I think it's one of the longest running animes like ever. It's been going on for I think 20 years.
Do I have to get all of that? Do I have to get all 1,000 chapters, or can I just get like a little bit of it?
Well, it's funny. Sammy told me that I think it's been going on for 20 years, and it's almost over, and they still don't know what the One Piece even is.
No way. That's awesome. Right.
So I was like, wow, okay, it's crazy. But I do like. So I like this comic she drew. Because there's me admitting to her that I was teasing her saying that I was going to hate it. I'm admitting that I actually like it. I like that she's standing on a bunch of boxes.
I know. That's the best part.
See how tiny she is?
It's totally Charlie Brown.
Yes. I love
it.
Amazing. Shadow Man does like fun. Faith and S-Class restored. There you go.
Right.
There you go. Listen, I can turn off my brain every once in a while and enjoy some mindless entertainment.
Not be completely critical of every little tiny thing.
Yeah, I'm sure I could watch that and be very critical of everything.
How would a fruit turn him into rubber?
Well, okay, that would not be one of the complaints. But okay.
That makes no sense.
I am curious, though. So there could be a woke backlash or people complaining about wokeness in season 2. Because... well, there was some race swap characters, obviously, but you know how in the first episode, there's like the big fat woman who's the pirate.
Yeah.
So I believe in season 2 or whenever she's going to come back into the series, she eats one of the devil tree fruits, and she gains some special abilities, but the special ability makes her really skinny and hot.
Oh no.
And so I'm very curious if they're going to recast the actress and make it a really hot actress.
No.
Because then if they do, all the woke people will complain about that. But then if they don't and they leave her fat, everyone's going to complain about that. So I'm very curious as to what direction the show is going to go.
Maybe she's going to hit that treadmill and they're going to have the same actress, but
no
she's just gonna...
way.
Oh, it's so good.
They did actually.
Can you imagine?
I know. That would actually be amazing if they did that.
She's like super hot.
Yes, like wow, she lost like 150 pounds and she's hot now. But they did change. It's because I only watched the first couple episodes of the anime. They did actually change something about that character, I think, for wokeness though, which is that in the anime, like there's this obese pirate lady, and all of her crew has to tell her that she's like the most beautiful woman on the planet.
Right.
She's like very vain, and she thinks she's the most beautiful woman on the planet. They cut all that out in the live action version.
They cut it out for time though.
Did they though? Because part of the joke, I think, is that when she comes back all skinny and actually hot, she thinks she's less hot.
Really?
Even though she's actually hot, she thinks she's less hot.
Wow. So she thinks the crew is lying to her.
No, she just thinks she's still hot, but she thinks she's less hot than when she was fat.
Right.
So, or like obese, because it's just when she's fat, she's like obese. But anyway, so there you go. There's your One Piece. Turn off your brain. You might like it.
Yeah, enjoy. All right.
Kobe also gets hot. Many mysteries of One Piece. Okay. There you go. Okay.
What
Stug for $2 says we live in a duopoly.
Doo-wop. Oh, I get what you did there.
There you go.
Duopoly.
Yep. Duopadop.
Every time I bring up the duopoly, Sitch gets really mad. So I have to like
I do.
keep it on the DL.
Look, guys, smack at him in the face.
I know about the uniparty, but I just can't talk about it. I have to keep it a secret. Just between you guys and me.
Me smacking at him. Saying some stupid shit. Ah! Mark Twain's Revenge. Look at this. Our surrogate uncle, Mark Twain's Revenge, upgrading his membership to Order of the Enlightened, the highest tier. Or no, that's not the highest tier.
Simulation.
But it's a higher tier. So thank you.
Right.
Thanks so much, Mark Twain's Revenge.
Yeah, no, that's awesome.
Sella for $5 says whoever wins the GOP Iowa caucus is whoever Bob Vander Plaats anoints. It's pointless, but next year, Governor Reynolds might be the next kingmaker. Well, there you go. Well, there you go. The most dope for 10 months says Jimmy Dore, more like Jimmy unmoored from reality. He expected Cornel to agree with him uncritically. He's an elderly baby who just wants affirmation. Wow.
Yeah, I object to how that interview was conducted greatly. Just reading articles at somebody like didn't it kind of feel like a job interview where he's like, here's all my qualifications. Look, I'm doing all this research. I'm doing research and giving you valuable information on your campaign.
Hire me for your campaign. I want to be your advisor.
Oh, you're not going to hire me? Loser.
Listen, I want you to take a position that's incredibly unpopular to everyone. Okay. We're going to go for that slice of the electric, the pro Antifa, pro Trump voter. Okay. We're going to get all those people. We're going to scoop them all up. They're waiting right there for you. The pro Antifa, pro Trump voter. Get them. Leo 91 for 10 months says, quote, people don't change. You're slipping, Jimmy. and that I can handle just fine. But slipping Jimmy with Ukraine is like a chimp with a machine gun. S class is best class.
Ouch.
Oh, thank you, Leo.
That's not good. I've seen that video of the chimp with the machine gun. Doesn't
Have
end
you?
well.
Wow. Okay.
Have you seen the video?
No.
Oh, that's a classic.
Classic, huh? I've seen the chimp with a gun from Hellboy, but I haven't seen the video of the chimp with a machine gun. Renoro Zoro for $2 says, look up faithless electors. So faithless electors are different. Faithless electors are someone who has been certified by the state to be the official elector, but they say, you know what? Fuck you, voters. I'm not going to vote for who you told me to. I'm going to vote for whoever I want.
Yep.
And there's
And they switch their vote at the last minute.
and they switch their vote to someone else. Now, I think most states, I think over 30 of the states have laws in place, at least now,
Right.
that make it illegal for them to do this, but the other 20-ish so don't. So theoretically, they could do that. Now, that's different than the fake electors, because the difference is the faithless elector is someone who is legally certified by the state to be an elector, who just changes their vote. The fake elector is someone who is not certified by the state to be an elector of the state, but pretends like they are. So it's a different situation.
Do they, in the states where it's illegal, do they handcuff them when they come out and vote? They're like, look, you're under arrest.
I don't know if any state that it's been illegal in, if anyone's ever done it. Because usually it's like someone does it, and so then they make it illegal because they did it like after the fact. So I don't know. But
and then once it's illegal, nobody does it. They're like, oh, I can't do it anymore.
Right.
Don't want to get in trouble.
Yeah, because they're picked by the party. So usually what the faithless electors would do is they wouldn't vote for the other party. They'd vote for some, like, Hillary wins and then they vote for Bernie or something. So
yeah.
Now, I believe there were Democrats who were trying to pressure Republican electors who were in states where they could be faithless electors to say, no, Trump is so bad, switch your vote. And I don't know if any of them did. So El Caliso for 11 months. Thanks so much. So I just want to say thank you guys from saving me from the right-wing echo chamber, and thank you, Ben Shapiro, from saving me from the left-wing echo chamber. Well, there you go. Perfect. Look at that. Look at that.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
A lot of people will hear Ben Shapiro and they'll be like, oh my God, you're listening to a fascist.
Fishy.
Every time I listen to Ben Shapiro, though, he sounds pretty reasonable. I mean, I don't agree with him on a lot of the LGBT stuff. I think he's against gay marriage, but is kind of covert about it.
I thought he's not covert about it. I thought his position is, I don't think the state should be involved in marriage.
Yeah, because he's against gay marriage. But
Right.
I mean, if the state were to come out and ban gay marriage, I think he'd be like, oh, the state should be involved.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Maybe. I don't know the answer to that question.
Yeah.
I could foresee that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, listen,
if the state is making gay marriage legal, then I think Ben Shapiro's like,
right.
State should stay out of it.
I'll take Ben Shapiro any day. I'll take 10 Ben Shapiros over one Michael Knowles or one.
Oh, of course.
Matt Walsh. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Brian Bishop, thanks so much for joining. Discipline equals freedom. Thank you.
That's nice. That's a upper tier too. Welcome. Thank you.
CT for 4 Canadian. Thank you, CT. Stop giving us money. Says, Sitch, can I ban DOS? He didn't do anything, but he's not a mod. Can I at least time him out? You can permaban DOS. Okay, just get DOS out of here. Get DOS out of here. Get that nerd gone. Brian Bishop for $5 says, Adam, did your wife act in Carjackers for Jesus?
No. No, that cute girl is not my wife. I know exactly who you're talking about. There's a super cute girl in Carjackers for Jesus, but it's not my wife. No.
Because your wife's much cuter, right?
Of course, obviously. Yeah. 10 times cuter. And that girl in Carjackers for Jesus is pretty cute. I mean, you've seen her.
J-Mac, our surrogate father, daddy, J-Mac, for $20, says, I would never do that, Adam. Hell, if that turns out to be the case, I'll give you guys discounts on my pure blood transfusion.
What was that about?
If you need the blood, because our blood has been corrupted by that vaccine.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Yeah. Thank you, J-Mac. I appreciate it.
So J-Mac didn't do the vaccine? Look at that.
I guess not. Look at that.
Look at that.
He's a pure blood.
He knows. J-Mac knows.
We're mud bloods.
He's like, Dad, dang vaccine. Stay away from me. Hilarious. Thank you, obviously, for saving my life.
Dusty Settle for $5 says it's because he got injury from the vaccine that he claims is the biggest problem. Oh, did he? Did he get from a vaccine, or did Jimmy Dore take the COVID vaccine?
I heard Jimmy Dore say something on one of these follow-up streams about how he was vaccine injured or something. And I was like, what? Go into that a little bit. So that's why you're retarded.
I would have been shocked. I would have been shocked that he would have got the COVID vaccine at all.
Really?
So, yeah. I mean, does he seem like a person that would have got a COVID vaccine? Doesn't seem like that to me.
Well, I mean, he might have had to get it for work.
What work is that?
Comedy clubs and stuff.
Oh, for doing the comedy clubs?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess you're right, because he's traveling all over the place. That's a good point. He probably
I believe when I had dinner with Jimmy Dore, I had to use my vaccine card to get in.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
The vaccine card that I would have personally signed if I would have just.
Let's see. He said, I don't know, he's on Joe Rogan talking about it, but I don't see like
his vaccine injury. You're going to bring it up? Nice.
I'm not going to watch it, but I'm just curious if there's like what is the down low? Jimmy brings up the vax injury every chance he gets. Jimmy was pro-vaccine until he was injured. Really? Wow, that's interesting.
Yeah, give us
what was the extent of his injury?
Was it like?
Did his dick fall off? Like,
yeah, exactly. What's her name?
Right.
What was her name?
The singer.
She just came up.
The singer lady.
Yeah. Her cousin's ball.
Was it Cardi B's cousin?
Yeah, Cardi B's cousin got elephantitis of the nuts.
Or was it someone else?
Look, if you take the vaccine, you get elephantitis of the nuts. I mean,
wow.
I think I would.
Or was it Nicki Minaj? I don't remember.
Oh, it was Nicki Minaj. You're right. If that's the situation, I mean, I would tell Cornel West that. I'd say, listen, COVID injured me severely. This is why it's my number one issue.
Right.
I can't even sit down.
It says neck pain, sore throat, headache, and huge balls. I don't know if he actually say that he got huge balls.
Does it really say that? Are you looking that up online or something?
No, so Lucifer in the chat, he said he had neck pain, sore throat, and headache.
Oh.
And huge balls.
No, he's messing with us.
That's interesting. That is interesting. He was pro-vaccine until he got it. I would not have guessed that. That's fascinating.
Look at, oh, wait.
What?
Patrick Mulligan for 2 Canadians says, I can explain Dore as the official SNA Dore fan.
There you go. Patrick is the official Jimmy Dore fan.
I used to listen to Jimmy Dore's podcast pretty regularly, and I thought it's funny. It's very funny. So, I mean, I'm not really a Jimmy Dore hater or anything.
Well, listen, I'm sympathetic to someone that had a bad reaction to the vaccine. But if you had I don't know if all he got was, a sore throat, a headache, and a stiff neck for some period of time, unless it was some very extended period of time, I don't know if I'd call it a vaccine injury. I don't know if I'd be harping on it. How long do these symptoms last?
Yeah, I mean, when I got the second one, the first one, I felt a little funny for half a day, and I felt fine.
Right.
When I got the second one, it kind of knocked me out for a day. So, I mean, if you want to call that vaccine injured, hell, I was vaccine injured.
Right. Well, let's say it depends on how long we're talking about here. His injuries from the vax were like all the long COVID stuff.
Oh, wow.
Oh, well, I mean, that'd be bad if it. Jimmy said it lasted for a week. It only lasts for a week. I tell him though. Relax. His menstrual cycle never recovered. Stop minimizing that. There you go.
I mean, if he's got
There you go.
some sort of a claim in with his insurance company
Right.
or something, I don't know.
Yeah, I know some people had like really, really bad reactions to the vaccine, and I'm a lot more sympathetic than that than like, whatever he's talking about. I mean, I was kind of worried because I had literally no reaction to the vaccine, and I heard that's bad. I heard that's not a good sign.
That you had no reaction?
I had like no reaction
because you got like water or something.
I felt kind of tired for like the night, and then that was it. And I was like, well, I don't know if that's a good sign.
You got off easy. You didn't even take the vaccine.
I don't know. People were like, that's a bad thing. That means like your immune system's like broken. I was like, oh no.
Poor thing.
Oh, I see Das in the chat. Why is Das in the chat and not banned? Okay. Why is he not banned from the chat? Get him out of here.
You ban him.
It's funny if someone else does it.
Yeah, don't do it. I'm just kidding. DOS, don't ban DOS. DOS is cool.
Wow.
Vanessa in the chat says she had a sore arm.
My arm was sore, but I'm not really considering that. I mean,
oh, there you go.
Doesn't all vaccines give you a sore arm? It's not like a unusual thing. My arm hurt for like the day, and then the next day it felt fine.
Cool.
Okay. The Wooster for $20. Thank you, Wooster. Says academic agent drama has been ramping up this week. He appeared on Sargon's network to shill his new book. Look at that. And he attacked Nick Fuentes and right-wing Zoomers for being feds.
Wow.
That's hilarious. That's hilarious. Quackademic has been going more insane by the day, and there's no end in sight. LOL. Well, there you go.
Cool.
Beautiful. Wonderful.
I hope he delivers Sargon back to where he found him on the political spectrum.
I doubt it.
It's very, when you borrow something from a friend,
yeah,
you're supposed to leave it where you found it. Not in some new, crazy, far right place, right? I mean, you agree, right, Sitch?
Yeah, I agree. It would be nice, academic, if you could leave Carl back where you found him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Center right.
I thought,
and I'm not talking about the sensible centrist position.
That's
either.
true. That's true.
I'm talking about
the actual center position.
I'm talking about center right.
Right.
Yeah.
Whatever happened, I thought Quack said he wasn't going to talk to anyone that talked to us. I guess that went away.
Quack, is it?
He said that.
Are you saying? Yeah, of course. But
yeah,
I mean, who have
obviously
we talked to?
He was on Carl's show.
Oh,
so
yeah.
obviously that went out the window.
That was never going to happen.
Yeah. Okay.
Vocal Distance said he'd come on our show. He ended up responding to me in DM. So I had to get the blue.
Yeah.
I got the blue check mark again, so I could actually
Nice.
DM him. I was like, this is.
Before he comes on, I got to listen to his conversation with Distributus.
I only listened to half of it because it was so insanely.
Yeah.
What?
Insanely what?
Just, I mean,
insane, boring, crazy, wild, wacky, stupid, whoopy.
Yeah, I mean, they kept
those things.
Look, they kept talking about something.
Yeah.
And I did not know what they were talking about. It seemed very interesting. It sounded like someone lost their job. There was vague claims of racism.
That guy. Yeah. Right.
So, I mean, I bugged out because I'm like, okay, someone needs to stop and give the background context. I mean, we're real good about doing that because I understand there could be people listening that don't know the context. So,
Mhm.
but I went to Benjamin Boyce's DMs and said, "Hey, what the fuck are these people talking about?"
Right.
And Benjamin Boyce said, "Oh, look, here's an article." And I was like, "Oh." And I mean, the article's crazy. There's some guy who's an administrator at a Christian school, maybe a Catholic school or something, is running some social media account that's racist as can be, just bagging on the Jews and the blacks or
Nice.
black people and
As you do, right?
right. No, as you don't do.
As you don't do.
Right. But he posted a picture on the account that was evidently inside the school, and everyone's like, "Look at that! That's our doors."
Right. Like,
So
wait a minute.
yeah, exactly. So he got outed and fired. But I think Dave, the distributist, was kind of defending him. So I couldn't really latch onto the conversation that much.
Okay. Well,
but the article is interesting, and I mean, I think I tweeted it out. In the end of the article, the person says that we need to be as much against right-wing racism as we need to be against left-wing racism. The problem the person who wrote the article has is that left-wing racism is given a pass because it's anti-white,
mm-hmm.
and that
True.
we should
That
just be
true.
as a society against racism.
Yeah.
And that you lose all credibility if you're going to cover for racists
On the left.
On the right. Yeah.
Wait, on the left. What do you mean?
Well, no. The person is writing from a right-wing perspective.
I got you. Yeah.
They're in favor of firing this kid.
I understand.
Because they're saying, look, if we have this obvious secret racist working at our school, and we want to say, hey, the left is messing up because they're being anti-white racist. We lose all credibility.
Can't have, anti-black racist be running around.
Exactly.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. Critically Chibi for 20 Canadian says, "Gotta run, boys. Great stream. Adam, have you followed through on your Mob Psycho 100 journey? Great show about trying to control your elephant and coexisting in society. Mongos, bang your bongos." There you go.
No, I talked to my wife about watching Mob Psycho. It's on, I think, Hulu, and I don't know how to make the Hulu work. So she's got to do that for me.
Okay.
Look.
Adam's all like, I can edit video, I can draw comics.
Yeah, I don't know.
But I can't figure out how to log into a Hulu account.
I can't.
Stop.
Look, my wife manages that kind of stuff.
Yeah, okay. Honey, where's my super suit? Where's my Hulu password?
I don't have Hulu, okay? Okay. She has all these services. I barely watch any TV.
Yeah.
And she gets mad because I'll watch something with her and I'm on my phone in like 5 minutes.
Look, such a zoomer. Adam's supposed to be watching something with his lovely wife and he's on Twitter.
Yeah, it's bad.
Terrible.
Not gonna lie.
Awful.
We do have a rule that when we go out to restaurants or dinners, no phones, which is the best rule ever. If you are out at a special restaurant or just not at a special restaurant, just out with your significant other and both of you are your heads in your phone, like you're out spending money on food, like hang out, talk to one another.
But do we have to?
It's so funny because we have this rule and we go anywhere in Los Angeles and you just look around and we're the only two people talking to one another.
That's sad.
It is totally
You're like
sad.
In your restaurant, you're like talking, you look around, everyone's just on their phone. Jeez.
And it does tell us, okay, we've made the right decision here. Like we are the contrarians.
We are superior.
Right. We are the contrarians in this situation right now. It's so bad. Because you can see people that you're like, they're obviously on a Tinder date. Look at that. these two people have met for the first time and they're not even talking to one another.
That's gotta be fucking weird. I can't even imagine dating. Like nowadays, you're on your first date, you're not even talking, you're on your phones. I don't even know what's going on with that. What's going on there? You kids are screwed.
There's this restaurant that we will go to occasionally that I swear to God, it is the restaurant that every skeezy 60 to 70-year-old, I mean, maybe more like 70 to 90. These guys seem like they're just fucking ancient. Is whining and dining some young woman or man that seems as though they're just fresh in Los Angeles. They've just got to Los Angeles to make it big in the movie industry.
Oh my God.
And they've met the big Hollywood producer that's taking them out for a meal to just kind of take them under their wing.
To try to cast and catch them.
And teach them what their experience is going to be like in Los Angeles. And I always think, oh man, do not touch that guy.
Like, you should run over every time you see it. You should go, run, get out of here, run.
Look, sometimes I feel like I should post like missing persons posters all outside of the front of the restaurant just to give them like a heads up. This is a dangerous place, man.
You should put on your sunglasses and be like, hi, I'm a big time Hollywood producer. Don't listen to this guy. He's a fucking creep.
I've seen this couple situation there like 24 times.
Easily.
Jeez.
Yeah. That's awful.
Yeah, no. It stands out. You really think, oh wow, these two people. This is like a Tinder date, but with like a 20-year-old and a 70-year-old.
Ugh. Disgusting. Terrible.
Oh man. I should take some pictures.
You should.
Somehow I think I'd get in trouble for that, wouldn't I? I feel like some defamation suit might be dropped on me. Look, obviously these guys are loaded. And you always see, like, sometimes you'll see them getting in the car or something and they're just like
some rich fancy car.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like some brand new BMW.
Right.
Looks like it just pulled off the lot. Or some Maserati. You see a lot of Maseratis. Yeah. Sometimes you'll see a Lamborghini. And you're like, wow. Wow.
Wow. Lucifer,
I should get me a Lamborghini.
There you go. You already have a wife. Stop it.
True.
The Wooster for $2 says academic agent is the lolcow that keeps on giving. Well, there you go.
Well, I mean, we don't have a lot of interaction with academic agent these days.
True.
So.
True.
You're having
Wooster's
fun.
keeping tabs though.
Send us. I want to see the link. I want to check him out on the
Lotus Eaters.
On the Lotus Eaters, yeah.
There you go. Wooster sent it to Adam. I think he sent it to me. Send it to Adam.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Maybe he did send it to me, and I'm just daft.
Sella for $10 says, I haven't seen all your January 6th coverage. Do you think Trump planned for the riot to happen? I think he just had reckless rhetoric. Why don't you think it was an insurrection? So I do not think that Trump planned for it to happen. I do not think it was premeditated. I agree with you. I think it was just reckless. I don't know what I'm curious about. The only thing I'm curious about is, you know, in regards to when it was going on, what his position on it was, because it's kind of conflicting reports about whether he was in favor of it, whether he was against it. You know, obviously people on the left play up that, you know, it took him, I think, 20 or 30 minutes to put out his tweet to kind of tell people to stop. And even then they kind of criticize it for not being strong enough. But I am curious to know what exactly, you know, did he try to stop it in terms of calling for like military or any sort of security forces at all? Because one of the generals claimed that he didn't. They claimed that Mike Pence did it after some hours. So, but I don't think it was premeditated at all. So I wouldn't. The reason I wouldn't call it an insurrection, or I'm hesitant to call it insurrection, is number one, I don't think Trump planned it. at all. And I don't think when it was going on, I could be wrong, and maybe you disagree with this. I don't think when it was going on, even if Trump sat back and let it happen, I don't think he perceived it as like it would have some kind of outcome that would end with him being the president.
Cool.
Do you?
Hey, Wooster,
yeah.
I got your links.
Adam wasn't listening.
No, I
He
was.
checking
The
Twitter.
January 6th stuff.
Do you
I was
think that
actually
Trump
eating. I'm like
Okay, that's
starving,
fine.
but
Do you think Trump thought, oh, the people are bringing the Capitol, this is going to end with me becoming president? I don't think that was a thing. I think he
Well,
might have
look.
more just allowed, like if he, like hypothetically, if he allowed it or didn't try to stop it, I would think it would be more out of like anger and revenge rather than like, this is going to work out for my favor.
I have said before that I thought Trump's goal was to create a show of political force that would scare politicians into thinking they're going to lose in the next election. If Pence doesn't do this crazy thing. At the time, I mean, we know now that Trump still believes that Pence could have done this thing. So the idea that wasn't the thing that Trump was striving for, I think is not true. Or I don't think you're correct.
Well, I think I sort of half agree that you can make the argument that, you know, Trump wanted Pence to throw out the votes and do what he wanted.
And he believed that Pence had the power to do that.
Right.
He believes that Pence had the power to send the election back to the Congress. The Congress would vote 1 vote per state legislature. And since there was enough Republicans, that Trump would be president through some legal process.
Right.
Trump thought that could happen and would happen.
Or that he would accept the alternate / fake electors.
Right. Right. So
yeah, I know. I agree that Trump thought that Pence could do that.
I don't think. Okay.
Yeah. Well,
just to make my position clear, I don't
Right.
think he wanted violent intimidation, like do this or we're gonna murder
Storm
you.
the Capitol.
Right. I think he wanted to show enough. He wanted a show of people there that would say, these are my voters. These are the voters that you are going to lose in the next election if you don't do what I want you to do.
Okay, so to be clear, your position is you think Trump thought he's going to have such a big crowd that's going to protest outside the Capitol. They're not going to break in. There's going to be a gigantic crowd of people that are going to protest outside the Capitol that is going to seeing those people protest would pressure Pence psychologically and the other Republicans into basically going along with some scheme that would end with him being president.
Yes.
Okay. I don't disagree with that. I think that probably was the thought process. I still wouldn't call that insurrection. I wouldn't feel comfortable calling that insurrection.
Because there's no violent component, right?
I mean, I guess I don't know if insurrection technically requires violence, because I would still argue that would be say that happened. People didn't break in the Capitol, but Pence caved and the other Republicans caved or whatever. I still think that would be an incredibly illegal, authoritarian way to be president. So maybe it would be an insurrection. I don't know.
If that process played out, would Biden be suing to take office?
I have no clue what would be happening if that process played out. That would be a massive clusterfuck if that process played out.
Yeah, we'd be in Tim Pool's Civil War.
Maybe, or maybe the Supreme Court would just say, no, Biden is president.
Or maybe they'd say, no, Trump is president.
Then we'd have a problem.
So then will we be in Tim Pool's Civil War?
We very well might be. I don't know. That'd be an insanely bizarre situation. If through some bizarre legal precedent, he just declared himself president, essentially. The Supreme Court signed off on it. I don't know. I don't know what the world will look like at that point. I don't think it would look good.
The mask vaccine lockdown people are going to be the ones. Well, I guess they were the ones burning cities down for BLM. So
Yeah, I mean, if that happened, there'd be insane levels of, I think, leftist violence. So I don't know. I think that'd be really dangerous if something like that happened. But yeah, I don't know. To me, when I think of insurrection, I think of someone trying to, kind of violently come in, like
hello and welcome
like
to
Trump.
Broken.
When I think of insurrection, it's like the idea is like, oh, we're gonna break into the Capitol. We're basically gonna hold the building, hold the government hostage, and kind of force them to make Trump president again, which to me is so outside the realms of possibility. And that'd be why I don't call it an insurrection. Because even if, they break into the Capitol, and it's like, so what? It doesn't matter. Like, I don't think it's going to be like one of those countries where literally you have, a protest of people break into the Capitol building, the military stands down and they coup the government. I just don't foresee that happening in America. So,
what is your? Well, I mean, this election is going to be pretty insane. I don't know.
I mean, I don't think anything's going to happen this election because everyone's going, in terms of violence of the Capitol, because everyone is going to be so overly prepared for it that January 6th is going to be like, there's going to be like a wall of soldiers.
Well,
I think,
and
especially if
also
Biden
people are
wins
going to be
again, so.
afraid that they're going to be locked up because of what they're doing to all these people. They're going to be
True,
like,
that's
holy
a good
cow,
point.
they're
Yeah.
going to throw me in the clink for 20 years for, calling someone that was at the protest.
Right. So I think there's going to be like a bajillion security there, and I think there isn't going to be that many people that show up to protest unless something crazy could happen during the election, and this could all change. But
yeah.
Thoughts Apprentice for $2 says, Sitch, that's just Snow White Warhammer 40K. Well, there you go. That sounds awesome.
Yeah, that's what I want. That's exactly what I want.
Sodo for $2 says, anyone who says that the One Piece live action is better than the anime shouldn't vote. Well, there you go.
Well, I haven't seen the anime, so I'm not saying that. And also, don't disenfranchise people. But
there you go. I think anyone that likes the boring glacial filler anime shouldn't get the vote. Sodo. Jeez.
Oh yeah.
Anime
Look
made me want.
Look at you guys fighting to disenfranchise people.
I was trying to watch the anime. I'm like dying. It was so slow and ancient. CT for 2 Canadian says One Piece is a fan edit. It cuts out all the filler. Well, that sounds awesome. There's too much filler garbage in a lot of these 20-year-long animes. Yeah. Well, same thing. Dragon Ball Z. Listen, I love Dragon Ball Z, but it's chock full of filler. Oh my god, it's the worst thing ever.
Is that on YouTube? This One Piece? I might have to check that out.
Oh, maybe. I thought she was making a joke. But she wasn't.
Easiest way to watch One Piece after season 1 of the live action on Netflix. One Piece Explained. Oh, wait, that's a short.
There you go. That's funny. Well, I'll check it out. See if it's worth. There's a reason for this. I don't know. I'm assuming it's the same thing with One Piece. So, like with Dragon Ball Z and a lot of other animes, the reason there's so much filler was because they would actually do this weird thing where they would draw and they produce the anime kind of simultaneously as the comic was being produced. Or like usually the comic would be popular enough that they do the anime afterwards, but the anime would always get to a point where it would start to surpass the comic in production.
And then they would have to slow down.
Yeah, so what the anime people had two options. They could either do the Hellsing route where they just make up, or the Full Metal Alchemist route for the original series. They just make up a bunch of crap. They just make up their own version of the story, which everyone hates because it always goes in some weird direction.
Right. Does the comic need to adopt that storyline, or do they just do?
No, the
trucking
comic
along
would
doing
always
their own
continue to
thing.
do its own thing, and then the anime
Okay.
just has some
So there's like a
bizarre.
divergent.
Yeah, it becomes like a divergent property. And then what
Right.
happens is both Hellsing and Full Metal Alchemist, then after the comic is done, go back and they redo the entire series, but actually sticking to the comic. But then the other option, which is usually the option they take, is they just shove in so much filler. So they like draw out each episode, just make it so slow. This is why you have like this super slow Dragon Ball Z fights where people stare at each other for 10 minutes and they power up for another 10 minutes and they go, ah. It's because they're just trying to make sure that the anime would not surpass the comic.
Wow, this is fascinating.
So
it's pretty
and
base.
And it's just, but that makes it makes the animes like borderline unwatchable. So, in my opinion, they actually did. It's funny because they actually did with Dragon Ball Z. They actually re-edited and voiced Dragon Ball Z again to cut out all like not all, but a lot of the garbage, and they called it like Dragon Ball Z Kai. So, I think they like shortened it by like 100 episodes or something. It's like substantial.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I mean, I like it if you can cut out 100 episodes. Wow, that's really cutting out the fat.
Yep. Miss Sparkles for 3 months. Hey, Miss Sparkles says, boom, jokes, mama jokes. Your mama is so classless. She could be a Marxist utopia. That's pretty funny.
That's pretty good. Yeah.
Did you know you can send glitter bombs to people? S-Class, XOXO. See, this is why I don't have my address out there. Okay.
Uh-oh.
I don't want a glitter bomb. Do not be sending me no glitter bomb, please.
I think somebody sent Jeff Holiday a glitter bomb.
Awful.
One time.
Awful. And I hate glitter, so.
Glitter's not so bad.
Listen, it's like sand. It's coarse, hard, and gets everywhere. You get glitter bombed, you're going to find glitter wherever you open that package for like 5 years. There's still going to be glitter there. Zoke for $2 says, Sitch, make Adam look up the One Piece is real.
You
Adam,
look it up for me,
Look
Sitch.
up the One Piece is real.
CT. Please look up the
Look it up.
I mean, that can't be that bad, right? I mean, I don't see any Rule 42 in there or anything.
No. I'll be honest, I don't know this meme.
Did you look it up?
I did.
And what was it?
It's a meme that I'm completely unfamiliar with.
Oh, it is?
I'm an old man. I don't know about the One Piece is real meme.
It's a guy with a horn mustache or something?
There you go.
Okay. Cool.
Dakarama for love 13 months. Thanks so much. Says the problem with One Piece is it doesn't get good until Fishman Island arc. Well, there you go.
Maybe I should just cut to that arc.
Well, where I don't know where that is. Oh, wow. So I think the live action stops at like chapter 95-ish. And the Fishman chapter is 600. So it takes a while to
we're not going to get there. It's going to be like season 3.
It takes a while to get season 6. And every season's like 100 chapters.
Are they doing another season after this?
I mean, it depends if this does well or not.
Have they dropped a full season? I don't know. I didn't.
Yeah, they dropped
wasn't really
full
looking.
season. Yeah.
Okay. How many episodes?
They dropped, I mean, let's see, season 2 live action. It says you can expect it late 2024, early 2025. So they're definitely doing it. So
it's a long way away.
I know. Well, of course, it's going to be a very long. Listen, like 10 years from now, they'll finish the live action One Piece. It's going to be like a disaster. Okay.
I mean, they'll probably try to squeeze out a movie if people like the characters and it's super popular.
Bro for $2 says, Sitch, have you ever watched Psyche K? It's my favorite. I love Psyche K. Psyche K is hilarious. Huge Psyche K fan. I think Adam would like it. You should watch it, Adam. I think it's on Netflix. And it's dubbed. At least the first season is dubbed, so you can watch it.
Perfect.
Psyche is about a kid who has the most insane psychic powers ever, but they all have like really obnoxious constraints to them. Like he has X-ray vision, but he doesn't control it well. So everyone he sees looks like a skeleton.
Oh, how sad.
Right. So but all his powers have so he's like super powerful, but all his powers have these like really bad side effects. So he's like a complete misanthrope and like a total like old man, and he never wants to like interact with
curmudgeon.
People. Curmudgeon, that's what I'm looking for. And but he's in kind of like a classic stereotypical anime high school where like all these people want to be his friends and get in hijinks with him, and he just wants to be left alone. And no one realizes that he has psychic powers, even though he never speaks. So it's funny.
Cool.
Definitely worth watching. Loser Doma for 2 Canadians says, did you read my super chat while I was serving dinner?
Yes.
Yes, we did. Thank you. It's just Abby for 1 month says, what anime/Japanese media are we getting Adam to watch next? Rurouni Kenshin or live action Kenshin movies? I'm gonna be real. This might piss some people off, Abby. I watched Kenshin growing up. Not a huge fan of it now. It's okay. I never watched the live action version, but I watched the cartoon. It was, it was fine, I guess. I don't know if I'd recommend it to anyone. Don't know if I'd recommend it to anyone.
What's that one where the girls all play volleyball with their boobs?
I don't even remember. You already forgot. That was the one Adam wants to watch, the boob butt volleyball. Or was it volleyball or was it like sumo? They like knock each other into a pool or something.
I couldn't watch that.
You don't want to watch that with your wife?
I know my wife comes in. What are you watching? Oh, nothing. Just an anime.
Right.
I mean, I did watch Kill la Kill with her, and we both loved it, obviously.
Sure, but that's because it has a really good story. It's not just about
women
doing stuff.
Doing stuff.
Doing stuff, So.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I would recommend Adam read Psyche K Mob Psycho. I would watch Psyche K Mob Psycho. You might like Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. Probably like Hellsing Ultimate. But Abby says, how dare you, Sitch?
Make fun of it?
I didn't make fun of it. I just didn't like it that much. I wouldn't recommend it. Robert Burnside for 350 says, hey guys, how can a fellow move forward in life? How can a felon move forward in life?
That's a tough one.
Yeah. I mean, it's gotta be rough because like you got to put on all your job applications that you are a felon.
Right.
Do you think that should be, there was movement. I don't know if they ever passed it in Florida, I think, to make it illegal to ask that on like a job application. If you've ever been a felon. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's a tough one, obviously. I mean, if you're reformed, I mean, it's going to hurt you.
Right.
No matter what. And it's hard because if you're in a situation where you can't get work, I mean, and all you know how to do is things that are illegal.
Well,
you kind of push down to that path.
Sure. I mean, I always thought jail should be more centered towards trying to give people useful skills.
You got to find a job. I mean, that's the key.
As opposed to just being punishment.
You got to find a job, and you got to find relationships with people that are not felons.
Of course.
You got to get a social circle of people who
bunch of normies.
A lot of times getting a social circle that are normies is the key to getting jobs as well. So, I mean, I don't know if I was trying to make friends with people, if my opening salvo would be, I'm a felon. Like,
probably not.
That could be intimidating for people. But if you can build up relationships long enough with people and then kind of tell them, look, I'm a felon and I'm having trouble finding a job.
Yeah.
This is such a complicated thing because I lived in a world when Well, maybe it's actually easier because you can make friends with people online.
Here's the move. Here's the
Mhm.
move. I got the move for you.
Okay, good.
You got to go to like one of these Reiki classes,
Mm-hmm.
meet a bunch of woo people, become like friends with them.
Mm-hmm.
And then you tell them that you're like a reformed felon. And they'll be like, oh my God, that's so spiritual of you.
The woke, are you, look.
It's not
you're gonna
woke.
need-
It's like, it's kind of like a more like new agey people. They'll be like, oh my God, that's so awesome of you. I'm so accepting of you. You've changed your life around. That's the move, right?
Yeah, it's kind of interesting
Then
because
go and then get your Reiki certification, and then someone could pay you, $100 an hour to wave your hands over someone.
you are going to be
There you
more
go.
likely to get a job from someone who is a left winger, who is like overly sympathetic to your cause than someone who's a right winger who's going to be like, no felon working for me.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have mixed feelings about the whole ban in the box thing, because on one hand, I think if you served your time, then yeah, you should. If you served your time, you should be allowed to rejoin society and not be hassled because you were a felon. But on the other hand, I don't know what recidivism rates are for felons. So
I have a lot of friends that are felons, and I mean,
wow.
Well, I run.
Adam has a felon friend.
Look, I run with the. I have multiple felon friends. I have
my God.
3 that I can think of just off the top of my head that are just like
okay. Look at
normal.
Adam's not a felonist. He has 3 felon friends.
Look, I've never been to jail.
Are they all for drug charges?
Counterfeiting.
Counterfeiting, jeez.
Yeah. I had a friend of mine that was doing counterfeiting with traveler's checks. That was their scam.
Okay.
Yeah. And look, I met the guy through family members. And I mean, he's telling me all this. Look, I'm going to listen. This is fascinating stuff, right?
You're like, let me tell you about my criminal enterprise. We're like, we just met. Are you sure this is a good idea?
Well, he always, look, he was using the I'm a felon situation to kind of not get a job, I think, for a long time.
Interesting.
But once he stopped using that excuse, I mean, he ended up getting a job relatively easily.
Wow.
I think he works at like Whole Foods or something now.
There you go.
So, I mean, there is hope. Getting a job and getting a social circle is good advice for you, even if you're not a felon. Like everyone needs it. You need a job and you need a social circle. You need some sort of support system in your life. The reason why people get in trouble is because their social circle is people who get in trouble. Yeah, exactly.
Right. It reinforces the behavior.
Yeah.
It's 100% true. Yeah. Yeah. Just find something that you're interested in, some subject matter you're interested in. Try to find a group of people. Now, obviously, people try to do everything online. I think it'd be better if you could find a group of people somewhere out in the real world.
Well, that's my question to you. Like, how do you look? Let's say I live in Los Angeles, and I'm trying to make friends in Los Angeles. How do I do that?
Well, in LA, it's probably easy because I feel like if you're in a big city, there's probably a million of these subject groups around certain clubs and subjects that you can go look up, find information on the internet, and just like go to some meeting somewhere and meet people. If you're in a small town, it's probably more difficult because there's not just going to be like a random group of anime club nerds somewhere that you can go hang out with.
When I moved to New Orleans, I moved with a friend of mine from college, and we did not know anyone. So like my goal was to get friends, to find friends. And I thought that would be much easier than it turned out being, because I thought, look, I'm from California. Everyone loves California. Like being friends with a cool guy from California, it's going to be just, look, I'm going to have hundreds of friends easily.
Yeah, sure. Look at this guy.
They were like, look, I'm friends with Southern boys and Southern people.
Well, sure, right,
I don't trust no Californian.
right.
Stop
right.
leaning on my car.
But that's different because it's like that's interesting. So it's not like it was difficult. So if you were not from California, if you were from a southern state, you think you would have had difficulty finding friends?
Nah, I mean, maybe. I don't look, I don't want to blame it on me being from California as much as just if you're a stranger in a town that you know nobody.
Sure, it's
It
obviously
is,
difficult.
you're starting at literally square
Yeah,
one.
I know. I'm not
And
saying it's
I mean, I mean, you guys know me from just hearing me talk to Sitch all the time. Like, I'm a pretty outgoing, personable person.
right.
And if I'm having trouble finding friends, like
Sure.
I feel for the person that is shy and it's, they're getting panic attacks just from going to some place by themselves. Like,
Me,
because that's
yeah.
that's the thing. Like, I would go to places by myself,
Ugh,
literally by myself. Yeah. Like,
disgusting.
I'm going to go to this bar. And there wasn't, look, you couldn't. Nowadays, I think it might be easier because you could go to the internet and be like, is there a New Orleans based group online, a Discord?
Probably.
I don't like
there's
that.
probably some singles mixer, whatever. That's what I was suggesting. Find
Like,
some
how do you
interest.
do that? Yeah.
Find some interest group somewhere that's looking, that meets physically someplace or on the internet or whatever.
But this
Kinda
is the
insert yourself
problem.
into it.
Look, this is a problem with the felon thing because the felon thing could make it difficult to get a job if you don't know anyone.
Right.
And it would be easier to get a job through a friend, obviously, a friend recommending you for work. I've gotten tons of jobs through friends' recommendations, and it's always, I mean, the interview is just laughable. They're like, when can you start? Like, as soon as you have a friend recommendation, like, there is no interview. You sign an X on the job application and you're in.
Right.
So
that's why I said Reiki. You can find a bunch of people they're going to accept you.
Well, once I got a job, it was a lot easier to get friends because as soon as
then you become friends with people at the job.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
And then I had a ton of friends, obviously.
Right.
Yeah. Which was great. That's my that's where I learned to shoot up. Remember? I told you.
Terrible. CT for 5 Canadian says the cast so far is accurate to the manga. Luffy is Brazilian, Zoro is Japanese, Sanji is French, Nami is Swedish, Usopp is African, was always diverse.
Mm-hmm.
Well, wait a minute. I mean, I'm assuming in the manga where do any people have any ethnicities? I always kind of view like generic anime people as like having no ethnicity because they all kind of look the same. So is Luffy supposed to be Brazilian in the manga? I mean, Usopp wasn't black in the anime. He was a white guy. I mean, I don't give a shit about the thing, but Metalworks 411.
What manga is this?
One Piece.
Oh, okay, One Piece.
Is the actress for Nami Swedish? She doesn't look Swedish. Metalworks for 11.90 for 17 months. Thanks so much. 17 months. Wow. Says the One Piece anime has pacing issues. True.
Oh yeah. If it slows down. If there's any point when you're like, why am I watching this? Oh, it's so easy for me to check out. And I know just in today's culture, when you have so much content competing for your attention.
Yes.
Any lull in some show
it's bad, right?
It is. You're like, what the fuck?
We have no patience for anything anymore.
They couldn't cut this part out?
It's awful.
Why are they making me watch this part? I mean, they spent thousands of hours animating all this.
Right.
But it's just boring.
JMac for $20. I sure get followed. JMac, thanks so much. Says, go to the gym. After a while, you're bound to make connections. I just got invited to go hiking with some guys I've seen around there all the time. Plus, being a felon, you might already be jacked. Well, that's a great point. There you go. Great advice from our father.
That is good advice.
Go to the gym.
Yeah,
Chad,
that is a good idea. That's
that
a good
is.
place to meet people.
There you go.
Current year.
Chad Powers for 11 months says, now that wokeness is all but defeated, like the late 90s Christian moms, what will the next iteration of cringe PC police pearl clutchers look like? I think if wokeness is actually defeated, it actually becomes defeated in the next 5-6 years, I think you'll see a resurgence of Christian pearl clutchers again, unfortunately. That'd be my speculation.
Who do you think is going to win the Civil War, Sitch?
I don't think there's going to be a civil war.
Who do you think is going to win the culture war?
I think there's going to be a quiet, nobody wins the culture war. Everyone just kind of backs slowly in the corners and nothing is solved.
Really?
Yes.
I don't know if that's possible, but
we'll see.
I'm trying to get the
Sodos for $2 says weird world where I agree with David Hogg over Michael Knowles. What were they? I don't know what they were arguing about. What was David Hogg and Michael Knowles arguing about?
Okay. So the first turning of our generational cycle was 46 to 64. So that's literally like the 40s and 50s, like I was saying. So those were the Christian moms, right?
Yeah.
That were
I don't care.
overturned during the 60s, right?
Okay.
So if we're going back into that, it would be weird to see the wokes come out as the Christian moms of the 40s and 50s, but I feel like we might be headed in that direction. I mean, we're literally headed for the 40s and 50s right now, right?
We'll see. CT for 2 Canadian says, message to other mods, only I'm allowed to belay DOS. Wow. Well, there you go.
Putting your foot down.
There it is. The Wooster for $2 says, I sent you the links, Adam. LOL.
Yeah, no, thanks. You've got a different name on Twitter, but I think you have the same
avatar.
Yeah.
Stuck for $2 says, Sitch, you didn't like the Garlic Jr. saga? No, Garlic Jr. Oh, God. Garbage. Fondue for $5 says, what if we just take away the vote of everyone that says other people shouldn't vote? I mean, I'm on board with that.
Hell yeah. I was thinking
I'm on board with that.
Any candidate for president that wants to limit the vote should not be able to get votes from whatever party he wants to disenfranchise. So I don't think I don't look if people under 25 vote for Vivek, I think those votes shouldn't count. They should just be disqualified.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think, Sitch?
I agree.
Yeah, it's fair's fair.
There you go. Solodoge for $2 says, I'm starting to realize Doomer was right about Sitch. Wow, Solodoge.
What?
I'm starting to realize Solodoge has terrible taste in things. Gee.
What did Doomer say about you?
Who knows? Something awful, probably.
No, he probably said something nice, and that's why he's starting to agree.
No. Probably talking about how Barbie was not really a movie that was about feminism or woke. You know. Something stupid like that.
That Barbie debate got a lot of views, man. People were
wild.
pissed.
It's a wild conversation. It's just Abby for $5. Oazi says, what is Sitch's Rurouni Kenshin take? I realized watching the new one, I'm not a fan of the starting arcs. I mean, I'll be honest, it's been a long time since I've seen Kenshin. It was fine, I guess. First of all, I didn't even know there was a new one. And I would actually be curious to check out the new one to see if it's good or not. But I don't know. There was some cool things in it I liked. I felt like it was doing the weird anime thing where it was too goofy, and it's trying to be too goofy and too serious at the same time, and I just couldn't handle it. I'm like, you gotta be more. I didn't balance the goofiness through the seriousness, I guess. And it kind of became frustrating because a lot of the starting arcs for Kenshin were all like the exact same story over and over again. Everyone underestimates Kenshin because he's a goofy, but he's a secret badass. And at the end, he's going to reveal that he's a secret badass and just kick everyone's butt. And I'm like, okay, like I can only watch that like play out so many times before I get bored by the concept. So.
It's repetitive.
At first, and then it kind of goes off the rails. I don't know. Never been a big Kenshin fan. Not my cup of tea. But I'll check out the new one, see if it's worth watching. Liz and Deswall specifically for 4 months says, get Adam to watch Legends of Galactic Heroes. I've never seen that or even heard of it. Or get him to read Akira. Well, he can't read, so.
Don't say that.
Or watch Bible Black. There you go. Check out Bible Black, Adam. You probably like
Legends of Galactic Heroes. I mean, it looks pretty cool.
I think you like Bible Black better.
One of you guys gave me a book recommendation.
Yeah.
And I got it on Audible.
Yeah.
And I started reading it, and I was like, this book is terrible. Why am I reading this book?
What book was it?
I can't remember. I returned it. I was like,
was it like a fiction book or a nonfiction?
Yeah, it was like a sci-fi book.
Wow.
I mean, I did kind of like the concept of it, but it was just, it was like glacial pacing.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing was happening. Oh, God.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes. But it was about people, and they were obviously cybernetic people and robots and stuff like that. Yeah. It was okay.
Chat says, Adam, watch Bible Black with your wife. She'd probably like it. Well, there you go.
Okay.
I don't know if it's on Netflix or anything, but
Bible Black. I mean, now when I go on Netflix, all it shows me is anime stuff.
Right.
Mm-hmm. When I search Bible Black in the images tab, it's just like a wall of blurry images. There's absolutely nothing.
You have safe search on?
There's absolutely nothing to look at here.
You have safe search on?
I must, yeah. Look, I don't, maybe, I don't think I had safe search on before, but evidently in one of the updates here.
Okay. There you go.
This is hilarious, and it won't even.
There you go.
Oh, wait. Look, this image should not be safe. My safe search must be on just incredibly low.
Wow.
Oh, no. Well, this is a little risque here.
There you go. But you and your wife like risque. You'll be fine.
Honey, guess what we're watching tonight? Have you seen Bible Black?
It's a bonding spirit. You go watch pornographic cartoons with your wife, right?
Is it actually pornographic?
I don't know. You'll have to tell me. I've never seen it.
It looks like it might be.
I haven't seen it. You'll have to tell me.
Okay, cool.
Mm-hmm.
I wish you guys could have seen the wall of just blurry eyeballs.
There you go.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
Our stream is blocked by restricted search on YouTube. What does that even mean?
Right now?
I don't. Is that true? I don't know what that means though. If you go on YouTube and look up the stream, you can't find it. I hope not. Fondue for $10 says, if you guys like Kill la Kill and Gurren Lagann, I'd recommend Die Buster and Gunbuster. It's the same people that made Fooly Cooly and Gurren Lagann. Gunbuster was out first, but it's from the 80s. I love both. So cool. I'll check it out. Die Buster, Gunbuster.
I mean, usually if there's a restricted video, something pops up and there's nothing saying that the stream is restricted or anything. Yeah. Because we're live now streaming. I mean, you might be in a country where we're not allowed to talk about black people running for president or something.
Lucifer says it is restricted.
Oh, okay.
What does that mean? Does that mean you had to be logged in? Getting shadow banned? It did not show up with an alert. I had to find you manually. That's weird. What? There's nothing in the title that would merit that.
Title is pretty tame, yeah.
Jimmy Dore gives campaign advice reviewing heated Jimmy Dore Cornel West interview. That's so strange. If we were being throttled for that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, maybe it's because of the COVID. Although that's not supposed to be a
was
thing.
Like late in the stream.
Well, still, I mean, if you mention it, I don't know.
Yes. Zach for $5 says Oda was asked what real world locations the characters would be from. Oh, okay. Luffy was apparently Brazilian. Zoro, Japanese. Usopp, African. Oh, okay. Why did he draw Usopp as white then? Or is he white African? Is he a Boer? Interesting. Well, there you go.
I have a notification. I have my bell clicked for the stream, and I see a big fat notification right there.
Blowies are after us. True. Sacrifice says, I fear that wokeness and Christian pearl clutchers will coexist for a while, and little ground will be seated either way until colleges lose the Marxism. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I would agree with that.
That sounded like it was towards the Civil War thing.
Yep.
Wish I could have read along.
Too bad.
Who did that? Fondue?
Stug.
Oh no, Stug. I fear that wokeness and Christian pearl clutchers will coexist.
Usopp isn't white? Am I insane? How is this character not white in the anime? What are you talking about? This character's white as fuck. You guys are fucking with me. Okay, I'm gonna send you a picture. You can tell me whether this character is white or not. Okay? Ready for this? Are you ready for this, Adam?
Sure.
Is this character white?
Let me see here. That character is not white at all.
No, you don't think that's a white character?
Nope.
What do you think he is?
A she.
What about this?
Oh yeah, he's more of a guy in this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is he white or what?
I don't know. He's like Latino.
Okay, but like white Latino. Not African. You would not say that this character is African.
No.
Okay. That's the character people would tell me are African.
Okay.
I don't know what the fuck you guys are talking about. This character is not African. Like, no.
Who's that baby crying underneath him? What's going on there?
That was the character they rightfully cut out of the live action version, probably.
Oh, wow.
Mm-hmm.
What's going on with his nose? Is this
got a big
character
nose.
called Dick Nose?
That's the black guy in the live action version.
Oh, it is?
Yes.
Okay. So they did some race swaps? Look, race swaps don't really bother me.
Right.
So, I mean, as long as it's... Race swaps can be annoying if it's a multicultural setting and they're like hobbits. Because it's just you're kind of wondering, well, how does this exist in this land where societies don't really interact in the modern world? Like there are all these different hobbit cultures. I don't know. It's just weird.
Right. Okay. Well, apparently Sammy G sent me this some official thing. The guy, they asked what the characters' nationalities are, and they said that guy is African. So, fuck if I know.
Okay.
They said Luffy's Brazilian. I don't know why he answered that question. This takes place on a fictional world where the continents are all completely different. I would say, fuck you. They're not any nationalities, none that exist. Shut up and stop asking me. Freaking a-holes.
Wow.
That's what I would say. Stuck for $2 says, if you look at Usopp's hair, it makes more sense. Okay, that doesn't, but his skin tone, he's white as fuck. His skin tone is not that of a black individual. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to say, but the monkeys won't do. That's all I'm going to say.
What is this? I think Lucifer the Doberman is the only one that can't find the stream, but
Dr. Diller for $2 says, didn't think we had to defend Biden from far lectures crazy today. Far left crazies today, but here we are. There you go.
Yeah, I don't like Biden, so I don't know if he's a fascist. I think he might be.
There you go.
He might be like Weekend at Bernie's. He might have passed away several years ago and being animated by the ghost of the Democratic Party.
Soto's for says, really, nothing came out of the lockdowns because right now the New Mexico governor is using the same logic as COVID. Oh, it's a crisis to trample on Second Amendment's rights. No, it wasn't nothing, and we aren't crazy when we say it'll happen with climate. Well, so you understand that as stupid as what the New Mexico governor is doing, I mean, the court is going to throw that out, right? That's not going to hold up at all.
What is going on with the New Mexico government?
So there was a shooting in New Mexico, and the governor basically said that she's going to declare a state of emergency where there's a 30-day ban on being able to carry a gun in public areas, I believe. And that's obviously not going to be upheld because that's completely unconstitutional. So I would not use that as an example of like, well, this is what the COVID lockdowns brought us. So it is pretty stupid. It is pretty stupid to do this, but obviously placating some kind of anti-gun left-wing base.
Oh, look at this.
Her comment on this is kind of retarded. She said, no constitutional right, in my view, including my oath, is intended to be absolute. What does that even mean? I thought something you want to hear your elected governor say. What a crazy ass comment. No constitutional right, including my oath, is intended to be absolute? That's retarded.
So much for the Bill of Rights, right?
Jeez. That's not good. Get her out of there.
Average debate enjoyer sent a article that says Trump urged to sell 50 million in lethal weapons to Ukraine from the LA Times.
Based.
Well, it's from like 2017.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's saying that the Jimmy Dore narrative that the deep state came in and said, listen.
Oh, I see.
We need to be selling weapons and bombing countries.
What was the article?
I sent it to you. I DM'd it to you.
Trump urged to sell 50 million in lethal weapons. I can't look at it because it's a fucking LA Times article.
Oh, really? I think it came up for me, but Shows because I've never been to the LA Times.
Right.
Oh,
I
no, wait.
probably used my allocation of free articles. Well, I guess I'll never see this article.
Oh, that sucks.
Maybe I can find a different route. Trump urged to sell Ukraine weapons. Trump administration approved new sale of anti-tank weapons to Ukraine. Huh. Trump approves sale of new arms to Ukraine amid escalated fighting, 2017. President Trump has approved the sale of more lethal arms to Ukraine as the country fights over Russian-backed fighters in the east. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
That sounds like he's doing the thing. The National Security Council decided during a meeting on Tuesday to greenlight the presentation of a $47 million grant package to the Ukraine government to purchase American defensive arms, including the powerful Javelin anti-tank missiles. Congress must approve the sale of anti-tank missiles. I think I said an article that said he did. Trump administration approves the new sale of anti-tank weapons to Ukraine, including the Javelin missile defense. Okay. Trump administration has approved $39 million sale of defensive lethal weapons to Ukraine. All right. The U.S. arms sales to Ukraine have been embroiled in a controversy over President Donald Trump's dealings with Ukraine after the White House ordered nearly $400 million in military assistance to Ukraine to be withheld, and the Ukraine's new president raised arms sales with Trump on the controversial July 25th call, also known as the perfect call. Well, there you go. The perfect call.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't believe it. I don't believe it for 1 second. I think that's a dumb, incorrect narrative that Jimmy is pushing to try to force this America bad narrative. Okay. So for $2 says, I'm glad the governor is doing it because it exposes the fraud that is the claim. The government can do whatever it wants if it declares an emergency. Remember, if you claim rights aren't absolute, you can't get mad when people realize neither are laws. Well, I mean, I guess it depends what you mean by the absolute, like, are laws or rights absolute? I mean, our rights are absolute in terms of how they are protected by the law. So, if I'm just saying, like, realistically, are they absolute? Obviously not. Anything could happen people can be willing to give up their rights in some sort of extreme crisis. So, I mean, I'm glad it's happening too, because it will be slapped down by the court. She'll look like a dumb idiot and hopefully be recalled.
You hope.
I hope.
I mean, maybe this is the beginning of the Civil War.
Not really, because as I said, it's going to get slapped down by a court. So what's the beginning of the Civil War?
If it doesn't get slapped down by a court, if they're like, oh, this is a good idea, let's just take everyone's guns away.
Okay. I mean, we'll see. I'm pretty 99.9% confident the court's going to say, yeah.
Look, it's my job to play devil's advocate on this show.
You play devil's advocate. We'll see who's right on this one.
I did see this on Timcast IRL.
Right.
Which, I mean, Tim's in a situation where he should be packing. I mean, everyone's out to get that guy.
Academic agents, look, there it is for $2. Says, all according to plan. All I have to do is keep ignoring Sitch and going to other people's platforms like Lotus Eaters. Slowly, Sitch's jealousy will grow and he will finally be mine. Well, there you go.
Do you think we should reach out to Carl and see if we can go on Lotus Eaters? You think maybe we can? Maybe we can be. Why? We can be the. You know how Fox News always has the liberal that comes on that they all just beat up on? They call him a commie and laugh and go, you're so stupid. Look, we can be that for the Lotus Eater.
I'm going to pass.
You don't think it'll be fun?
Yeah.
I think Carl would be super down for that, to be honest with you.
Sitch, in the meantime, lives will be ruined. There you go. They're going to ruin the lives.
Who? what?
The gun thing. I mean, I don't know what they're supposed to do. You have some governor.
Is it like a week or a month or how long? It's a month?
Yeah.
A month?
I mean, there presumably could be people that will get mugged or attacked in public that could defend themselves otherwise. But I don't know what is there's no alternative. I don't know what you want. You have a governor who does something that's obviously unconstitutional.
Right.
And then the court has to say, fuck you. What else? What do you want from me? What am I supposed to do about it?
I mean, look, if I'm a mugger, it's open season. Everyone's got their gun at home.
Well, we'll
this
see.
Is like this is a perfect environment to just completely take advantage of people.
That will be the interesting. So that'll be the interesting case. Will be because I'm assuming most people are going to ignore this fucking ban anyway. So you can have a case where someone ignores a ban, someone tries to rob them, they shoot them.
And then that person goes to jail. Yeah.
The New Mexico's, are they going to prosecute this person because they violated the gun ban, even though they used it in self-defense?
Yeah, that's a crazy situation.
I mean, that would be the perfect case for the gun advocates because they'll make the governor look like even more unhinged than she already does look.
But no, if I'm a common criminal,
right,
and I'm thinking I want to go mug people.
Mm-hmm.
The thing I'm worried about is this guy might have a gun.
Sure.
Now hey, 1 month. Nobody's got guns except for me, the criminal.
Right. Maybe.
That's just such a messed up situation.
Well, here's an interesting case. Okay. Say you do have a gun and you do get assaulted or battery, you get beat up by someone who robs you. Okay. And then the court throws out this law saying it's unconstitutional. Can you go turn around and sue the state? Because you're saying, well, I would have had my gun otherwise, and you made it so I couldn't have my legally purchased owned gun. So it's your fault I got beat up.
So say that again.
Okay. Say someone owns a legal gun.
Okay.
And then they say you can't have your gun. There's a 30-day ban on guns. So the person doesn't have the gun with them.
Right. I'm just keeping it at home. I'm living by the law.
Right. They're walking around in public. They get attacked by someone and beaten up. Okay. Then the courts throw out the law or throw out the ban because it's obviously unconstitutional and stupid. Can that person who got beat up then turn around and sue the state of New Mexico saying that, well, if I had my gun, I could have protected myself?
Yes. And I would.
I don't know if they can. That'd be an interesting case, but.
I mean, I would sue.
I would attempt to sue if that happened to me, but
I'd sue them for $50 million.
I mean, if I lived in New Mexico, I would not follow that anyway. So it's like, well, couldn't walk around with a gun, eat shit.
Yeah.
So
better safe than sorry.
Right.
I mean, look, if I wasn't packing on the reg, I would go out and buy a gun and start packing just because I think, oh, I'm a target now.
Right. Sammy G for $5 says Sitch the kind of guy you show different shades of a color and he can't figure out what's different among them. LOL. Listen, this is okay. Okay, if we have to bring it up, do we have to bring it up?
Bring up what?
Okay. Adam, I want you to bring up.
I will bring up nothing.
Right.
I have no time for this nonsense.
Okay. Bring up the last picture of Usopp I sent you.
Oh, really?
Yeah, bring up the last picture. Bring it up. We're going to bring it up. You're making me bring it up. Okay. Bring it up.
Someday I will bring it up.
Bring it up.
I promise.
All right.
The last one? I mean, that's the one where he's the whitest.
That's the point.
Oh, okay. I mean, there are some that, you can make a argument that.
Bring up the last one.
He's a little more.
Bring up the last two.
No, you just get one.
Okay, bring up the last one.
There you go. Here it is.
Okay. I want you to bring, look at that picture. Look at that picture.
Okay. Dick nose.
Right.
Right there.
Okay, now let me type in Google African person. Okay. Wow, this is very racist. The first picture shows up as very racist.
Oh, it is?
Let me look. I'm going to send you the second picture. This is the second picture that comes up for African person.
Okay.
Okay.
I
I want you to bring that up. Okay. I want you to put these side by side. I want you to tell me. I want you to tell me something. Tell me, is this anime character black? Okay, you let me know if this is a black anime. Am I just not seeing shades? Am I so colorblind? Am I such a enlightened centrist liberal that I just can't see color? Okay, that I'm supposed to believe that this character is black. I don't see it. CD says it's called lighting. Is it? Is it called lighting, CT? Okay. I don't know. I see a black person here. And I see this anime character. And he doesn't look black to me. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what the fuck to tell you, okay? That guy is not black. I don't know what world we're living in. What is this gaslighting? That guy is white as fuck. He is so white. The guy is on Wonder Bread mayonnaise level of whiteness. Come on. Yeah, maybe he's North African. Okay, yeah, there you go. They're the same picture. Exactly. Corporate wants you to find the difference. There you go. There you go, okay? Don't give me this shit. Don't you fucking tell me this guy is black. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it.
Jeez. Can't believe you.
How do you feel about this, Adam?
I searched black anime character.
Yes, you're gonna get something racist if you do that.
I'm seeing if there's some.
You want to bring up Mr. Popo.
I want to see if there's some intermediate here.
Right.
Maybe some happy medium.
Here you go. You could bring up the character from JoJo. Okay. He's black.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember his name.
Oh. Don't remember the black guy's name, huh?
I mean, he's a JoJo character. I don't remember anyone's name from JoJo except for JoJo.
Wow, this guy.
That guy is not black. I don't know what to tell you. He's not black. He's white. He says he's from Africa. I don't know what the fuck that means. He's a Boer, okay? Here you go, Adam. Black anime characters.
I mean, I found one.
Okay.
I don't know who it is.
Well, that's what well, first of all, there you go. There's Riley. Non-anime character, but I'll take it.
Close
I'll
enough.
take it. I do not know who Riley is. Jesus.
He came up in the black anime.
I don't know who Riley
search.
is. That's disappointing.
What's the show? I do know the show.
That's the Boondocks.
The Boondock Saints.
Yes. No, just the Boondocks. Boondock Saints is a movie. Yes.
You're right. The Boondock Saints is a movie. Exactly.
Yeah.
That's correct. The Boondocks.
There's
Not the
one drop
Saints.
too much. Okay. That's true. I'm operating the one drop rule. There it is.
So bad.
Okay. Sorry. Usopp is not black.
Mm-hmm.
Unless he's like white African, which is possible, but then I don't know. Okay. So take that, Sammy. Put that in your pipe and smoke it. CT for 2 Canadians says, call me when you cast Law in One Piece. Who is Law in One Piece?
Yeah, who's Law in One Piece already?
Guy with a big hat. Looks like a Tower of God character almost. Well, there you go. Lives in Deswall specifically upgraded their membership to Discipline Equals Freedom. Thank you so much.
That's amazing.
Thank you so much.
Love it.
Lives in Deswall specifically for $2 says the Twitter food course is dumb. The Twitter food discourse is dumb. What is the Twitter food discourse? I can imagine it's dumb because it's on Twitter. But...
I don't know. Oh, yeah, my blunt. I forgot I had this in here.
Arrhythmus, don't be a dick. Okay. Some Japanese guy saying some character is African. I'm not assuming he's talking about Egyptian. Which, by the way, Usopp does not look Egyptian either. But Stuck for $2 says Staff Officer Black. There you go. That was kind of offensive. Dragon Ball Z is very racist. Why is the commander black, a black guy with big red lips?
I don't know. Is that racist?
It feels a little racist. How do you feel about this character? Is character offensive to you?
You don't want to ask me. Look, I'm super
You're very woke.
easily offended by these woke characters.
How do you feel about this character I just sent you?
Well, that's racist.
Is it? That's offensive?
Oh, yeah. You can't look. When was this anime made?
The
You can't make that
early
today.
90s, late 80s, maybe?
Yeah.
What about this character? How do you feel
This
about
is going to be... Oh, yeah.
How do you feel about Mr. Popo? Just bring up Mr. Popo.
No, I'm not bringing up Mr. Popo.
Bring up Mr. Popo.
Not on the stream.
Fan favorite, loved character, Mr. Popo.
I have to turn my camera off if I'm
You
going
don't bring up Mr. Popo. What's wrong?
I mean,
he's
character...
technically not human, so it's not racist, right?
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Then I'll
Some
bring
kind
it
of
right
like
up.
genie character.
Okay, I'll bring it up then.
Okay.
Let me just turn my camera off real quick.
So people don't associate you with the...
Look, I feel like look, just Google Mr. Popo if you want to see him.
Bring it up. Don't be a bitch.
Tell us about this character.
It's Mr. Popo. He's a famous character from Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z. He's the guy who works with Kami, God of Earth. He looks like a very racist stereotype of a black person.
It does, yeah.
Yeah.
I would say that this is probably going to get taken off of whatever service it's on.
No, it's not.
Shortly, soon.
It's not.
Yeah, but it's soon, I said.
They actually, in the, I think it was in the Canadian version, they edited it because the Canadians are like, even woke back then.
They knew.
Yeah. So this is how they edited it.
Oh, you got an edit?
Yeah.
An update?
Yeah.
I can't wait.
I sent it to you.
This better be good.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, this is much better. Here, I'll
Is
bring
that
this
better?
right up.
Yeah, they edited it for Canada land because, Canada
There you
is
go. Much better. Look,
There.
we fixed it.
Yeah.
Now he's
He's a-
Papa Smurf.
Now he's not racist, he's blue. This made him a glowing blue guy.
This is great. I
He's
love
a
it.
night elf.
Look, this is how. Look, we just solved racism.
How do you feel about his penis ears?
Oh, terrible.
It's
But
just like
obviously.
just like your least favorite thing. He's a black stereotype and he's got penis ears.
It's worse if it's a woman, though. If it's a hot woman, you're like, wow, whoa, oh, yeah.
Right.
Then it's not good.
Here, you like this. Someone is doing cosplay of Mr. Popo.
No way, really? Search
Yeah.
search sexy Mr. Popo.
That's
I
out
can't-
there, I bet.
I can't do it right now because I have
Do
my
it.
safe search on, but
Sexy Mr. Popo. Let's see. Oh wow.
I can't bring this up. This is
You want to bring up the person cosplaying?
I think this is like a white dude.
I think you're right. Actually, I can't tell.
I can't either. But
Yeah.
why would they have gloves on if it wasn't a white dude?
To make themselves like pure black,
Oh,
as opposed to like realistic black.
I gotcha.
I'm actually
Maybe.
surprised sexy Mr. Popo not really showing a lot of sexy results.
Oh, okay.
So
I mean, that's a tough one.
that's true. I mean, I should be happy, I guess, because I didn't really want to see it.
Sure, you didn't. Sure, you didn't want to see it.
Okay.
Not really. I mean, you
Yeah.
didn't really want to see it.
I did not know. I did not. Here you go, Adam.
Fun.
I found your sexy Mr. Popo.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Nice.
Just for you.
Hope it's not. Hope it's wrong kind of sexy, but I'll bring it up.
Okay.
I'll bring it up just so everyone knows what Sitch thinks is sexy, Mr. Popo. Here it is.
Uh-huh.
Look at
Well,
that.
it's not like you have a lot of options. Okay.
Nice.
What? You know, look at that guy. He's a unit.
He's ripped.
Yeah, he's ripped. Yeah.
This could be your friend if you start hanging out at the gym.
There you go. He's going to show you all the lift techniques.
Good. I need to learn some lift techniques.
There you go.
Uh-oh. Did the wrong thing.
Automata for 10 months says, you know, if Adam likes Dwarven mechs, he should Google the Leagues of Votan.
The Leagues of Votan.
Leagues of Votan.
I have my safes. Now I know the secret. Look, I can Google anything now.
Oh my God.
I'm completely safe.
Adam was living in a bubble this whole time.
Well, no, now I'm living in
Safe
the bubble.
search.
What am I supposed to Google again?
Leagues of Votan, 2 N's.
Votan.
Look lame, I'm not gonna lie. Look lame.
Oh, I mean, it looks pretty cool. What are you talking
Okay.
about? You don't like
Alright.
it?
No.
I mean, oh, they're dwarfs in mech suits? This is
Yeah.
badass. What are you
There you
talking
go.
about?
There you go.
This is amazing. Sitch, you really
Yeah.
don't like this?
Yeah. No,
Is this like a Warhammer thing?
it looks like it.
Oh, okay. So they're like dwarfs in Warhammer.
It's 40K, yeah, Warhammer 40K thing.
Sweet.
There you go. I never liked dwarfs. If I ever have a choice in a fantasy game to play as a dwarf, I'm never gonna take that choice.
I mean, I like
Dwarfs.
watching them when I'm in movies and stuff.
I mean, I like Gimli.
Game of Thrones.
Jesus Christ.
What?
CT edited the Mr. Popo.
For what?
We'll see. It's in our DMs.
Oh, okay. Let's see what happened here. Oh, yeah, perfect. Oh, yeah.
Could fix the eyes.
Yeah, no pupils, CT. What are you doing? You're falling down. Such is very particular.
There you go. Terrible.
Look at that.
Terrible.
Ripped.
Worst thing I've ever seen in my life. Thank you, CT.
Cool.
Okay. CT for 2 Canadians says, you don't even know who Law is. LOL, Llama, oh, even. Yes, why would I know? He's not even in the live action. It's not there yet. Why would I know? Why would I know who this character is? Okay. I ain't read this. Pleasant Dev's Wall specifically for Jar says, pecking order. True. True and based.
What does that
Pecking.
mean? I saw that. Pecking order. What does that
Pecking
mean?
order. Well, only the Chads that have seen Dragon Ball Z Abridged will get that reference.
Oh, okay. It's a reference. I knew it.
Fondue for Jar says, Adam is unironically functioning on bail buddy logic.
What is bail buddy logic?
I don't know. Who's bail buddy?
I don't know. Maybe it's the felon advice.
Oh, bail buddy draws. I've seen these comic strips on Twitter. He draws these like meme, like very borderline, not quite, but almost pornographic comics.
Mhm.
I don't know what the logic is though. But I'm assuming it's something to do with dwarves. Sammy G for $5 says, Sitch, quote, who is Law? Female One Piece fans. A snack. I mean, a great doctor character. His abs cure illness or something. Yeah, LOL. Well, there you go. So apparently Sammy G is a big Law One Piece simp. So there it is. Wow. Wow, Sammy, I can't believe you would betray your first and true love, Gojo, for Law. Terrible. He doesn't even have white hair, Sammy. What are you doing? What are you doing? Really? I'm going to tell Gojo you've been cheating on him.
Hey.
Hey. Sketch for $5 says, you, the dirt, the worms inside the dirt, Popo's stool, Kami, and then there's Popo. That's the pecking order.
Wow.
There it is. That's true. Mr. Popo is a person of shadow like me.
Is this Mr. Popo's pecking order? Where's the pecking order from?
That's from Dragon Ball Z Abridged.
Oh, okay.
That's the pecking order. It's you, the dirt, the worms inside the dirt, his poop, Kami, and then him. That's the pecking order.
Yeah, no, I get it.
Yeah.
I totally get it. You're way down in the pecking order.
Well, you
below
are
the dirt.
Me. You.
Well, according to Popo, we both are, right?
Well, I'm a person of shadow, so I'm on Popo's level.
Oh, you're right below Popo?
I'm right below Popo, yeah.
Above Kami?
I'm right above Kami, so. Fondue for $5 says, in the Bale Buddy universe, elves are extra thirsty, but no males find them attractive. Oh, well, that's true. That is Adam. Adam is operating under that logic. Very true.
Elves are extra thirsty.
Yeah.
But no male. Oh, really? Okay, I gotcha. That does make sense. Because I don't find them attractive because of their ears.
Their penis ears.
And they're all thirsty. They're super horny for human love.
Yep.
But humans are like, nah, no thanks. Call me when you get your ears fixed.
Adam says this, but some hot, thicky elf was all over him. He wouldn't care about the ears. He would give in. He'd give in a second.
I put a bag over her head. That was a joke, okay? That was a very sexist, uncalled for joke. But I had to make it. Sitch set me up for it, so it was there. I had to make it. I made it. I don't feel good about it, but it was there.
Sammy says...
I like the Canadian Popo better.
The blue one?
Yeah.
Blue Man Group Popo?
So, I love it.
I don't like it. That's lame.
Why?
It's pathetic.
It's like the Popo Dr. Manhattan.
I mean, in terms of One Piece, everyone sims for Law because he activated the females love pirates response more. Look at him. It's science. That's true. Why do chicks are into pirates? It's like a problem. They need to stop it. They need to get over it.
Pirates and mermaids.
Are mermaids like a big thing for chicks? I've never heard that.
Of course.
Mermaids.
Chicks love mermaids.
Really? Are mermans or mermaids?
Mermaids.
Like female mermaids.
Yeah, they dream of being a mermaid.
Oh. I see. They don't want to bang a mermaid, they want to be a mermaid. Is this true, ladies?
Yeah.
Is this true? I've never heard this before.
They want to be a mermaid and they want a pirate to come find their magic treasure.
Right, find their coat.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Is this true, ladies? I want some answers to this. Ladies, you want to be mermaids?
I mean, you could ask the ladies in the chat. I mean, there might be 5 or 6 of them.
Did you want to be a mermaid who gets your booty taken by a pirate? Ask the ladies. Vanessa says no, LOL. So there's a first no.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Uh-huh. There's a no. Doss says can't confirm. Well, I guess Doss is coming out as a woman, so there it is. Doss can't confirm. He is a woman and also wants to be a pirate. I mean, a mermaid. I like
Adam
unicorns.
speaking in Los Angeles riddles. What?
Right. Yeah.
I mean, I think I was pretty specific.
Uh-huh. Matt says, my daughter pretends to be a mermaid literally every day. Well, I'm not talking about like little girls. I imagine little girls would pretend to be mermaids or whatever. I'm talking about like adult ass women want to be mermaids.
J-Mac gets in on the
J-Mac for $20 says every lady is a mermaid looking for a pirate to plunder her pearls. There it is.
Mm-hmm.
There it is.
Look, J-Mac knows what's up.
Yep. Yep.
Gotta snatch that booty.
Uh-huh.
That pirate booty.
Where are the other ladies? Ladies, I didn't see your responses. Lucy, do you want to be a mermaid, Lucy? CT, Sammy, do you guys want to be mermaids? Miss Sparkles, do you guys want to be mermaids? Any other ladies out there? Can you confirm this? Can you confirm? Do you want a mermussy, as your fuck says? I'm skeptical.
Where did
Kideth?
mermaid come from?
Kideth, do you want a mermaid? Do you want to be a mermaid, Kideth? Lucy says, hell yes. Okay, well, there's one yes. There's a yes for you, Adam. Do you lay eggs? Now, that's an excellent question. Excellent question. CT says mermaids are gross. Wow. Mr. Supercross says, a girl I went to law school with gave herself a mermaid photo shoot present for passing the bar. That's hilarious. Is this fucking giant thing I've never heard about?
We'll find out. Look for science.
It's going to be too many dishonest actors in that poll.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah. Sammy G says, no, I want to be the pirate. Have you seen sexy female pirate outfits? Well, there you go. Based answer. Sammy wants to be the one plundering the booty.
Look, it's neck and neck. The yeses and the nos are within 2%.
I don't trust the people. I don't trust anyone voting not a guy in that poll. I don't trust you fuckers. I don't think 13% of the 56 people that voted are actual females.
You think men are voting in the female poll?
Yes.
Because they want to be a mermaid?
They want to be a mermaid. Yeah.
Look, if you are a guy but you want to be a mermaid, you can vote in the poll.
No. Women only.
It says women only, but
yeah. Well, that's the real question, Adam. Do mermaids have cloacas or vaginas?
Vaginas.
Okay. Where is it?
Look, if you can't find it, I'm not going to tell you, okay?
I mean, I've seen Little Mermaid. She's not wearing any pants. There's nothing there, so I don't know where it is.
If you don't know, I'm not going to tell you.
Oh, okay. You don't know, huh? Okay. I'm just saying there's nothing there. There's nothing there, Adam. It's just a fish. It's a fish bottom half. You know what that means, right? That means she lays eggs.
Sushi.
That's, oh God. What even is a woman? That's a great question.
Anyone who identifies as a mermaid.
Lunar Cryogen for $2 says no one wants a mermaid, but they'd smash a Zora. I don't know about that one, but all right. Depends on which Zora we're talking about here.
I feel like scientifically we can say now that 50% of women want to be mermaids.
Yeah, is that it?
Yeah. I mean, it's 5 and 6%, so.
Okay.
Look at this. Our poll has 101%.
Yeah, oh, there you go.
Oh, bouncing around a bit.
There you go. Anything else? Oh,
Oh,
wait.
wow.
Sketch for $5 says, Mr. Popo says, enjoy the climb back up, biatch. S-class is the best class. True. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Popo.
That's what Mr. Popo sounds like? Sounds like
I
someone
can't
from
really
Super
do it.
Jail.
I can't really do that. Did sound more like Super Jail. I can't really do the Mr. Popo voice.
That's cool. Well, we have coming on Tuesday, we're talking to Ben Burgess. I know you're super excited about
I'm
that.
super excited.
We got to lay out some ground rules ahead of time.
Yeah.
So we don't get the monologues.
True.
Just got to remind ourselves. Are we going to chit chat about that beforehand, or you just like,
I guess, yeah.
okay. We got that going, and we might do a couple short streams. So we'll see what happens.
Doth is correct. Gerudo are the superior to the Zora, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Loki's wager for 5 months. Thanks so much. Says, I want to be a Selkie, not a mermaid.
I don't know the difference.
What is it? Selkie is a mythological creature that can shapeshift between a seal and a human form. Well, there you go.
All right.
Interesting.
Anyways,
thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donation. Thank you for your weird conversations about mermaids and other interesting things that we talked about. Thank you. I'm distracted because I'm reading stuff. Thank you, Mr. Popo, for being based and awesome. Thank you, Jimmy Dore, for your interesting conversation with Cornel West. And thank you, you who have made it in the stream. You are the true fearless seekers. You are the true heroes. You are the true mask-off enlightened centrist. And we'll see you all on Tuesday.